Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the South American TI-11 qualifiers. Danog, we're moving down to the lower bracket now, but more importantly, how are you doing on this fine evening?
I'm doing well. We got to sleep a little bit better this time, so the hype's
Sure.
going to be there. The hype's going to be consistent. It always is, but certainly was a long day yesterday. But today it has the potential to go all that way because we got elimination games. Right, teams are going to be battling until the very end. I don't think we're going to be seeing any early GGs until that throne drops. People aren't going to be wanting to just tap out.
No, without a doubt, we're going all the way the distance here as to be expected. And we have the opportunity to look at how everything's looking in regards to our schedule for the day as well. Of course, starting yesterday with day one, we had a look at all of the upper bracket and now moving down to the lower bracket where it gets exciting, where things get on the line. Teams either eliminated or being able to continue with their runs in the lower bracket. We're going to be kicking off with Ravens up against Dreamers Esports, No Runes against Belrogs. Then we got Wolf Team taking on Carly, and to finish it off, Infinity versus Mad Kings. Four incredible series, Denog, for our entertainment today.
Yeah, lots of Peruvian Dota, especially even in the second series today with Balrogs. You've got 555, the only Chilean representative in all of these South American qualifiers. So he's going to be trying to fly the flag for his team. It really could go either way. A lot of these teams, and hopefully there's no connection issues either, like we saw the other day from one of the teams, Ravens, unfortunately. They were going up against a pretty tough opponent in Infamous, but you want to be able to put your best foot forward because even just the experience can be so valuable in these qualifiers of taking on one of the more favored teams to be able to take out one of those top three spots.
And we get to take a look at the bracket as well, like you mentioned, with Ravens unfortunately falling down to the lower bracket with the unfortunate scenario that we saw early in the morning. But we've got top six guaranteed for Infamous along with SG Esports, and you've got Hikori and Tempest as well in the winner bracket round two, which is the upper bracket semifinals for some people, if that's a little bit more familiar. So those teams, all they need is one more series victory, and they will guarantee at least a place in the last chance qualifiers, which is incredibly exciting with the potential that's on the line. But those are a later date. Again, this is where we are all looking for the lower bracket, where we're going to see four teams going home, four teams with their runs ending here today, Donald. What are we expecting? Any kind of pre-thoughts before we head into day two, maybe from the stuff that we saw yesterday in regards to the medal or like the play style in particular?
I thought the playstyle was a little bit quicker than what I was expecting. Teams they were banning out a lot of the stuff that enables you to push. You got rid of the Beastmaster, the Visage, the Chen, but then something still gets let through. We saw a couple of Lycans, we saw crazy stuff that's just able to continuously push that tempo, and we haven't even seen like a full-on tempo draft with Beastmaster, Dazzle, some kind of like Tusk hero, just to continue to go, go, go. We still haven't even got that yet. Luna as well started to come a little bit more to the forefront. So we'll see if that keeps up. What I really want to see is more comfort be picked for a lot of these teams because there is some let's call them unique playstyles coming through from a lot of these teams. For example, No Runes, when they're taking on Balrogs later today, you've got their offlaner in Hiko, who plays much more of the old school, traditional style of offlaners. Your Blink Stunners, your Slardar, your Mars, your Centaur, these style of ones that just want to be the initiator for the team, whereas a lot of other squads have like the mid laner fulfill that role or the position four fulfill that role, but they're very much a traditionalist. So that's what I want to see. I want to see teams with a set identity doing what got them even to this stage.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday with the some of those initiators being played in the position four. In particular, we saw Slardin on his Earthshaker take over what felt like two games in a row. Of course, that was off the back of some incredible performances coming out as well in the position two from Sabas. We saw
Sebas,
his
oh
Ember
yeah.
Spirit in particular. I mean, there was a game. What he went 25-1 in one game. I think he did in.
It
It
was
was the
like
second
25
game.
125 or something ridiculous
Yeah.
like that. Like he was a monster.
which is a crazy KDA. And you put the team on the back. I mean, you got the carry who's just chilling. Honestly, it was really a day I was impressed overall with a lot of cores. Something that I kind of mentioned towards the tail end of us doing 2 series was that a lot of cores really impressed me. We saw HFN with the fact that he was able to succeed in a lot of lane matchups. I thought he was going to at least trade even, but he did a lot better than expecting. Kills early on. I think both game one and game two of his games, we saw he had like 5 killers at like 15 minutes, which is crazy for a
Mm.
carry, getting incredibly active. So yeah, it's just gonna, like you mentioned though, we are going to see new teams, in particular for us, teams we haven't casted yesterday. So it's going to be nice to see kind of their identity and how they want to kind of tackle the meta.
Yeah, and I'm also wanting to see like this honestly, obviously TI is incredibly important, but for the players individually, even the ones that don't make it, the ones that stand out, the ones that have those like game leading performances have the potential to be scouted out as well on the back of this because this is the most intense qualifiers you're going to get for your region. Like TI is the pinnacle. So now with the fact that we're seeing a lot more of these I think Brazilian teams in particular queuing and playing in tournaments that are hosted out of EU because of recent undersea cables and all that sort of stuff. You can play on like 80 ping, which is pretty damn good. Maybe we'll see kind of like what we saw with Lelis and Tomato going up to NA. Maybe we'll see some of these South American guys go over to the European region, whether it be West or East, who knows, to try and make a name for themselves there.
Yeah, even just the potential to be playing in different pubs and even the options to be scrimming different guys as well. I mean, of course, we are have a lot of experience down in Southeast Asia, and Lilgun being in Mongolia, they have the opportunity
We
to
love
play
them.
in a lot of European teams. They have an opportunity to play in a lot of the European pubs as well. Just getting a different outlook on kind of their meta, their style, what heroes they like to run, even just in particular different item builds as well, which can be really handy to give you a bigger database, I suppose, to say on how you should set yourself up in a game.
Yeah, different perspective is always important. You don't want to be too insular. You don't want to only think that your idea is the right one. You can be confident, but don't be ignorant, basically, is the way that a lot of these teams have that sustained success. If something's really successful in another region, there's a reason for it. It might not just be that hero strong, it might be a combination of like hero combinations and specific timings and specific item choices that one region does that no one else does. Just speaking about the Chinese region, for example, God King with his disassemble meta, that really started to filter through to everyone else. Ame with his heroes that he likes to play, and the early Aghanim shot on the Faceless Void, for example, everyone started doing it after a certain stage. Even to talk about here in South America, K1 Hector is probably the example of that, where just his style of playing the Wraith King started to permutate throughout the entire world. So maybe we could see a few more of those pioneers start to come throughout these qualifiers.
Yeah, and something that we were mentioning after the patch, and even yesterday we spoke as well. We were intrigued on how the Midas was going to bleed into South America because you just mentioned K1. Hector does like this Midas a lot, and we were under the assumption that with the changes to experience and gold, that Midas would be something that people would really consider. And I thought we were going to get it a lot more. Are you surprised we haven't seen it so far? I haven't watched too many Eastern European games. I haven't had the opportunity to see if Midas is getting picked up there or not. But is this something you're still expecting, or is it kind of changed over the past couple of days?
I'm always expecting it. This is the thing. I'm of my mindset of be confident in what you think is right, but don't be ignorant. I still think Midas is a pretty viable option, but clearly the teams seem to think something else. I also thought Wyvern was a great hero before it was a top five hero, and wouldn't you know it, it now
Yeah.
still is. Even well, maybe not top five anymore. Top 10, top 15, I would say. It's still there just because of the recent nerfs to the laning stage. But yeah, no, I still think it is certainly a viable option. Maybe teams are getting a little bit scared off of it because, like I said at the very start of the broadcast, even though you're banning out a lot of these big pushes, your Beastmaster, your Visage, your Chen, etc., Midas only really stops one of those creeps, and it doesn't really do much about the rest. So maybe if that teams feel like they don't have the capability to fight up against this big zoo style death ball if they go down the Midas route. Don't know, but again, we've only had one day worth of qualifiers so far, so there's still plenty of games left to go.
and plenty other regions as well. We've got, of course, just two regions battling it out at the moment. Week 2, we're going to have a different set of two regions. And then week 3, we've got the remaining two regions as well. So it's going to be a lot of Dota, a lot of entertainment. And like you mentioned as well, this is really the pinnacle of qualifiers where everything is on the line. That one tournament that everyone is looking at. And we are getting underway very shortly. Looks like all the players are ready. We're just are waiting on one more G until we get into our game 1. Another kind of item discussion, I suppose, is the Falcon Blade, something that we saw a lot yesterday. We saw it in Eastern Europe as well, getting picked up multiple times. I think the Cloud picked it up on Mars in the off lane. I think I saw it a couple times from mid laners pick it up as well. We spoke about it a
Rebel was playing it
little
on the
bit.
Lina instead of the Sol Ring. It just feels nice. It's like that consistent damage output. And honestly, even better now for these heroes that just rely on pure damage as opposed to that little bit of extra strength and armor. Like if you're a Lina and you're picking a Lina, it's probably because they don't have some sort of dive to be able to get onto you. So all that additional HP and armor isn't actually all that useful. You would much rather just have the consistent mana regen, a little bit of HP, and just the extra damage coming through from that clause of attack.
Yeah, I definitely, I wonder with the changes as well, kind of to some of the stat items. Null and Wraithbane got buffed, right? But I don't think Null was affected.
I don't think Null got changed at all. Wraithbag got 1 extra attack speed. It's not that much.
Yeah, they're slowly buffing it though, man. Like they are trying to make it a little more viable than what it is at the moment. But
I think
Bracer
it's
is
still
definitely
viable, man. 1 Wraithband is still really value. Like it's a lot of stats that you get, especially for how tradey the laning stage is these days. I feel like those are the heroes that are really at the top of the meta right now. You know, we see the Dawnbreakers, we see the Bat Riders, we see the Dazzles even look to kind of fit into that category. Undying now, especially a little bit of extra attack speed is always great to be able to deal with that. And I think Undying is kind of the hero of the patch, right? That and Bat Rider are probably top 2 right now. Just always seems to be picked. It's super consistent with what it's able to provide. And yeah, just that buff to the laning stage in particular with being so much more survivable seems like a really big change.
I definitely put Quap in there. So if we're gonna give a top 3, I definitely would say Batrider, Quap, and the Undying. I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of any other heroes that we could like funnel in if we're trying to make a top 10, but it doesn't seem too crazy.
No, nothing else really on top of that that I can think of immediately. Like Wyvern, Dazzle have fallen off. Crystal Maiden wasn't that successful yesterday.
No.
Pudge has received a few nerfs. I mean, I think the Quap's rise to power is in part because of how strong Bat is right now. So Quap is the good response to the Bat Rider. Of course, Quap is still good in that mid lane, but there are counters to the Quap. We've seen the Puck come out as a response to the Queen of Pain and have really good success with that.
Yeah, and we've seen as well with just the adaptation with the small camp not being there, a lot more emphasis on kind of these lane dominators with not having the capability to fall back, get the small camp, the bonus gold, the bonus experience. If you're having a bit of a rough time, I think that also really enables a Queen of Pain as well. So it's nice that we've been getting a lot of spirit heroes as well over in South America. We got a couple of Void Spirit games, or at least there were a lot of bans as well. Like the eyes, both teams that we were getting yesterday, the eyes were always kind of towards a Void Spirit because it felt like you mentioned at the moment the position 3s, they're not particularly playing this role of the blink initiator. They're getting that from the position 2s at the moment to be that tempo controller.
Yeah, exactly. Even things like the Tiny, the Marcy, they are not necessarily ones that blink in super deep, but they have the capability to reposition enough that kind of acts as a pseudo blink initiator coming through there. So, yeah, I mean, you could even get a little bit lucky with getting the Tumbler's Toy, right? It is kind of a
Yeah.
substitute for that blink dagger super early on, especially for something like the Tiny.
I mean,
And
the Tumblr story is incredible.
yeah, I think Enigma as well is still really highly prioritized, and for good reason. You know, there are only so many counters to it in the laning stage, and I feel like you don't want to be wasting 2+ bans on one single hero, because if you don't do that, then he's just going to take over the lane, he's going to take over an entire map, and then you've got that late game potential, of course, with the black hole, provided that you haven't been immediately countered. But again, if you're spending 2 bans and at least 1 hero pick on just a single hero pick, I think you're pretty happy with that.
And we've really seen the Enigma just having the versatility with not requiring black really be this make or break
Mm.
kind of way to play the hero. Now, Eidolons with the buff of the Wraith Pact is incredibly strong, even if you just want a casual Vlads, potential to go into the Spirit Vessel if that game's required for it. Toby likes that build, Saber likes that build a lot as well. So, this is something that we really like to mention a lot, that it's when you see a hero have a lot of versatility, not only with your playstyle and if you can play in multiple roles, but your item build as well, that's when that hero is going to be very popular in a meta.
Okay, so we've talked about the heroes that are popular right now. Are there any ones that you're thinking we haven't necessarily seen quite so much of? Not necessarily because they've been banned, because I know heroes like the Dawnbreaker, for example, have been banned very frequently. But for me, it's like Doom and Primal Beast have been picked a little bit too little for how I feel they are in terms of strength in this meta.
You feel like Primal Beast is undervalued? I just my only, because we saw it at ESL and it struggled in the games. Maybe that was just teams hadn't practiced enough with it and it didn't have the best read on how to play the hero.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to make sure that you get out of the laning stage relatively well, right? That's the biggest issue for Primal Beast. Early on, you need to be able to chase people down. If you've got a slow to be able to enable that, or a movement speed buff through like a Marcy or an IO, that really just helps everything in that regard. And you need to make sure that you're not laning into stuns too, if possible. So I'm going to be looking out for the Primal Beast today because we've got some teams that do like to play it. We've even got a position 5 enjoyer of the Primal Beast coming through, so I'm keen to see if that one comes out. It is actually the drafter on Dreamers Esports, Sexy Yogi, that is the
got banned.
the Primal Beast fan, and yeah, they're banning it out for good reason.
Picking up another one of the newer heroes. We did see the Hoodwink multiple times yesterday. It was played, every game was PP, right? We only saw 2 games and it was both mid, right?
I believe so, yes. And this time around, this is not as much of the flex. It's not really a Migi hero coming through for Dreamers. He's not a huge fan of playing it in the mid lane. It's much more likely to be Zika playing it in that position 4 role for Dreamers. And you were asking for it a little bit yesterday, right? Like, where are these position 4 ranged heroes to be able to take advantage of some of the stronger melee pos 3s that now exist?
Yeah, and I think the Hoodwink is probably one of the best position 4s at the moment. So I like that it's getting picked up from Dreamers. I really feel like this hero is going to be incredibly strong at the moment. It's just a question of, like you mentioned, like, do you now get some more melee 3s? Beastmaster's banned out, so you don't have that potential. Are we even looking for a 3 at the moment? Do you feel like Dreamers could just go another route where it's like a 1 or 2 getting picked up that they can then protect in the second phase?
I think they can go their 1 here. They know exactly what they're laning into, right? You're going up against a Visage Tiny, so whatever's going to be strong against that, Bristleback's fine in my books, right? Visage can't really do too much against it. It's heavy physical AoE damage against a Visage that has 1 armor to start the game and a Tiny that has 0. So all you need to do now is pick a support that's going to enable you to chase people down prior to you having a point into that Viscous Nasal Goose. So whether it be a stun or a slow, that's just what you need to be mindful of here on Ravens. They go ahead and ban out the Dazzle, which is one of those heroes that rarely enough can get 2 people slowed down to enable the Quill Spray to just deal a maximum amount of damage. Again, I think the POS 5 Veno works, man. It's a really good answer a lot of the time. You could even look to get away with something like a Phoenix as well. I like Phoenix a lot as an answer to the Visage. The birds don't hit the egg at all. Well, they try to, but it doesn't do any damage. You've got multiple damage over time spells. The Sunray either burns through the Gravekeeper's Cloak, or it does little damage, too little damage early on, that it actually doesn't even take the damage reduction into account. So you're just receiving full damage. And again, against a Tiny who's already attacking quite slow, I feel like it's a really solid pick.
And I feel like as well, the Bristleback kind of covers the Phoenix relatively well, because Phoenix early on can be a little bit weak, and Bristleback is a pretty goddamn strong carry. So you can kind of help out with some of the early issues that Phoenix might have in the laning phase.
Mm-hmm. Other options are they run a POS 5 Viper on Dreamers. They run a Wyvern as well, which isn't horrible against the Visage. Like, of course, you're still going to be going up against Avatos combo, against Soul Assumption, which is a lot of damage, so Cold Embrace kind of sucks, but it's 2 stuns that you've got. It's damage over time with the Arctic Burn, so I could see them going down that route. My concern would be then you've got 2 Pos 5s that kind of want to sit on the back. I guess Hoodwink can look to be a little bit more of that, like, frontliney Roma rotator, because you're just able to drop down the observer wards when you're playing around the trees with the Scurry and get away a little bit more easily. But I would still feel a little bit uneasy walking up to any kind of high ground if I'm on anyone but the Bristleback so far on Dreamers.
We see so far, Ravens, a lot more emphasis on regards to the kind of defensive supports getting banned out. Omni Knight even is going to be taken care of. I mean, you mentioned the synergy with Dazzle and Bristleback, but Omni's an interesting one too. And even the Dawnbreaker is going to be taken care of as well. So just looking to buff up a lot of the sustain and make that Bristleback near unkillable. And, well, I guess now it makes a little bit more sense with the Dawnbreaker as well. I feel like it's the Solar Guardian's a great answer to the Fiend's Grip.
It is, for sure. I mean, the Bane could also just be picked for stuff like the damage reduction coming through from my favorite spell, the Enfeeble. It's just a comfort pick as well, right? It's something that they look to play a lot on Ravens with Kara, and yeah, they might just be looking to go for that, like, that pick-off style. I mean, this is the style that Boom played a lot in the Southeast Asian region, right? Scam on his Bane, you've got a Tiny for rotations looking to come through, and then some other hero that either builds into the Boots of Travel or has a high amount of mobility, so like a Storm or an Ember Spirit, or even just an Invoker, right? If you can get Fiend's Grip off with the Sunstrike.
So I wonder if they can consider going for that Phoenix Mars like you're mentioning. I don't think the...
I mean, Tide, okay. Something a little new. I want the Shard, bro. I want to see the Shard this game.
The Tenties. Oh, man.
Tenties are very strong, bro. Well, looks like it might be more of a Hoodwink 5 this game. Again, just for a lot of that little bits of damage. I guess it slows. You know, the Acorn Shot provides that minor slow. You've got the Bushwhack as well to give a little bit through too. You always want range paired together with a melee, well, most of the time. Actually, which do you want this game? Do you want a Clockwork? I guess they've got similar movement speeds. Hoodwink is a little bit faster than the Clockwork, but it just feels like you might be a bit tankier if you're looking to try and set up for the Bristle to get a lot in the early stages, and it's just much more consistent. I'll call it lockdown, because most of the time Clockworks these days get level 2 Rocket Flare, but this is a COGS game, for sure, if you're running it as a 5.
I like the carry pick from Ravens going to the Bloodseeker. You have the potential for the Ag Shard to be able to deal pure and percent damage versus the Bristleback and the Tidehunter. I mean, both these two heroes kind of rely on their positioning as well. You can get the Rupture out and kite them throughout the fights, and also Bane Bloodseeker is a really nice laning combo with that Nightmare being able to set up for the Blood Right. I was considering they might go into the Ursa because of the matchups, and then you can get out of the cogs as well, but I think maybe being on Dire, you lose kind of the advantage of Ursa being on Radiant, and it feels like that hero is not as popular as at the moment as what I was expecting.
Razor?
No, the Ursa.
Yeah, I think Ursa's still in a fine enough spot. The thing is, this game, I feel like the big thing behind this Bloodseeker pick is that just have a look at the heroes that they've got on Dreamers. There's not a massive amount of damage there, at least consistent damage. The burst is all right, but the consistent damage is certainly not. So all you basically need is Bloodseeker to rupture the Bristleback, and then you have pretty decent freedom to run away. I mean, they've got stuns for sure, but it just makes it so much harder for the Bristle to actually connect to the rest of the team and take a truly comfortable team fight. So I feel like they're playing for, I guess, a slightly later timing on Ravens. Like, it'll take probably another 3 to 5 minutes to hit the second, maybe third item that they're looking for until they feel really confident in looking to fight into Dreamers. But once they get there, they should feel very strong.
Do you feel like Ravens have damage issues as well? Because I feel like if the Tiny's a support and doesn't have levels, and Bloodseeker doesn't particularly show up to fights till like Maelstrom BKB, I feel like they also have issues with kind of getting kills against Dreamers.
I mean, in the laning stage, you've got kill threat, right? Avatos plus Soul Assumption is going to kill most people. It's that period between like 5 and let's say 10 minutes. That's the biggest issue where you're not going to be able to get too much done on the map. But all you really need to do then is work on those levels, like you were saying. So there's going to be like an ebb and flow coming with Raven's playstyle here.
We are looking for what we believe is both the mid lane is still yet to be picked up from Dreamers and Ravens. Of course, they have the opportunity to flex. Yeah, they have the potential to do so, but Tiny Visage as well is an incredibly strong lane. But luckily enough for them, they have the 24th pick, so we are not going to know whether Tiny's going until later on.
What could they go here? I mean, what's left in the pool? This feels like they want to go a puck on Ravens. Look at what they're banning out. Like, physical damage, physical damage, physical damage, and then again, it's just going to be something else with the Dream Coil that stops them from running at you if you've got this this Dream Coil onto multiple people. So again, it's just taking fights in areas that you want to, and I'll say it one more time because I said it yesterday, the Visage, the Familiar's got a little bit of an attack range buff, but it needs more. Like, you need to actually hold people in place so that they're not spending their time chasing people around. You just want them to be focusing it on a target and attacking them down. So I would be looking to preempt this with like even a Void Spirit doesn't feel great, right? Because you're up against the Bloodseeker, which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, really tricky
puck
matchup.
First?
You can then put Tiny mid, I suppose. But it's only really Tiny that you're worried about in a game like this.
You can't Pango. That's one of Miggy's other comfortable heroes, and you're up against a Bane and a Bloodseeker. So it does feel very awkward. I would puck if I was them. The Tiny might beat you in lane, but I feel like that's the best you're going to get.
It's the call. We'll be the Void Spirit.
I do Void. Okay.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, man, this is an incredible Bloodseeker game. I tell you what, there's a lot of very good Rupture targets.
Mm-hmm. What can you look to go now? Specifically against the Void. They don't have a break builder right now, but no one really from mid wants to do that unless you want to run a mid Viper. Mid Viper into a Void Spirit isn't awful.
You'll body him in lane.
Clockwork. You just got to make sure the Clockwork doesn't rotate through, because you have the potential to die very easily if you're just caught inside the cogs.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any shenanigans they can do as well with heroes to force a Bristleback to face you. You don't really have that in the position to.
There are also mid-Wyvern players on Ravens, but I'm not sure if this is the game for it. Okay, well, here's the Doom. We were waiting for it a while, and it's actually going to be a position for Doom, and it's going to be that mid-Tiny. So still have the physical damage coming through against the Void Spirit. They have that flex that we were talking about, so I like this. They're able to change it up. They're able to get the Doom onto the key targets. Probably going to be the Tidehunter, you would imagine, in a lot of these fights. I guess the Void Spirit too, but I'm preferring Raven's draft right now. How about you?
Yeah, I prefer Raven's draft as well. I think I think it's a really good Doom game with the Void Spirit, with what you're going to be able to do as well later on with the break against the Bristleback. I think the Bloodseeker Rupture just dismantles multiple heroes on Dreamers, which is going to be a big issue. So, yeah, I like Raven's draft a lot.
Yeah, I think Bane Bloodseeker, very strong lane. Tiny should be able to beat out a Void Spirit in the mid lane. Doom Visage, a little bit less so. You, again, aren't really providing too much protection against a Bristleback plus a Clockwork that's trying to run at your Visage, but you can get a little bit lucky. You could find, for example, an Ogre Frostmage creep, or you could find a Satyr Mind Stealer, the mana burn creep, and then just burn all of Bristleback's mana, and then what does he do? Then where's the kill threat coming through for the Visage?
Why did you feel like that Ravens playing the Doom as a 4 instead of 2? Like, is this maybe just comfort in particular that Dismar feels you want to give him the Doom? Maybe that Niango isn't as familiar with a position to Doom. Is there something else that we're not seeing?
There's something else in the armor component. Previously, Doom had terrible armor. Like, very, very killable. And now he's got 5.5. So remember what I was talking about at the very start of the draft when they picked the Bristleback to go against this Visage, and what we assumed at the time was the Tiny position 4? 1 armor on Visage, 0 armor on Tiny. So if you've got someone that's got 5.5 to be able to play around, you can put yourself on the front lines and be that meat shield that your Visage needs a little bit more.
That is definitely one of the issues that we saw with the Doom for quite some time. So yeah, the change that he's had for a month or a bit longer than a month now. We've seen kind of how important the armor has been for him to be able to play. I think actually one of the bigger reasons why has the capability to be played as a support, like your trading potential. You see he's got 65 base damage. You mentioned the armor. He's got decent HP regen as well. So yeah, he's definitely a hero that's going to be able to battle up against them early on. But
I feel like you're going to, as well, on Dreamers, probably look to start 3 heroes bottom. Like, you want to get this first blood. You want to get your Bristleback off to a good start. And, I mean, Bristle plus Clockwork plus Hoodwink, that's a lot of kill potential. And you've also got the Blightstone here on the Hoodwink. So if Visage didn't buy any armor, which he didn't, then he might be in a little bit of trouble going into that negative armor super early on.
So what can Dreamers do in a game like this to be able to succeed versus Ravens? Because we both feel like Ravens have an advantage heading out of the draft. So what is the path to victory here for the lads on Radiant?
Completely shut down the Visage from like the first 15 minutes. I think while the Bloodseeker is annoying to play against, he's not going to be the one taking towers. It's going to be the Visage. So if you just enable yourself to have this huge amount of map to play around, Clockwork is a lot better at being able to farm lanes and push things out, given that the Battery Assault, of course, now has lower mana cost. It also does double damage to creeps. Hoodwink can basically one-shot creep waves once she hits level 8. You've got Bristleback that can take jungle creeps. You've got Void Spirit that could be playing around the map. So I think they're just going to try and be a little bit more efficient than Ravens.
And does that come off the back of, because you mentioned the tri-lane being a potential here for Dreamers, is that really the main way to shut down the Visage, or are we also going to be looking for the Void Spirit to really put the emphasis on rotating down bottom and instead of helping the off lane?
I'm not sure how long they could keep the tri-lane going. I just really want them to start that way. Dud looks like he'll be not able to secure that banner in for himself, and Zika's actually going to join the Tidehunter up on this top side, so not sure how big of a fan of that I am. I mean, it's not like the Blightstone is going to do too much against the Bane and the Bloodseeker, right? They've already got very healthy armor pools, so sure, it's very annoying to just be slowly crossbowed down by a little squirrel, but it's not as devastating as it would have been on that bottom side of the map, at least just for level 1.
I do think, though, this is a lane that is very, very strong up top for Dreamers with the... If you go the early point in Gush for Lissex and along with the level 2 from Hoodwink, Kara could have some issues, but I mean, Bane's got 5 armor as well. So, I mean, that's where the Blightstone can maybe come into play.
Though, right? Like the Nightmare plus Blood, right? Oh, they get a kill even without. Okay. Sexy Yoge. Oh, is he going to be able to snipe the courier? Yes, he will.
Oh my, Sexy Yoge. Is this best name in the game as well? In this game in particular?
Okay, I was about to say, you're trying to dethrone PP here, because PP has a pretty good name too.
No. PP, you're chill, brother, but in this game in particular, Sexy Yogi, are we going with best name between Dreamers and Ravens, or?
This game. I think next game, one of the players has a little bit of a better name. We'll get into that when we get there. I mean, I just can't get him a PP, man. Jean-Pierre Arroyo.
No. Oh, dude, look at this. This Mars got... Not the meta burn creep already.
Oh, he's got... Oh, Dismar. I thought you said this Mars, and I was like, this Mars?
Oh, no.
But it's Dismar.
Dismar.
There we go.
Look
Say
at this,
goodbye
man.
to your mana. 100 every time.
I get...
Yeah, hasta luego.
No. Not... this is lane-winning stuff. This is actually lane-winning stuff.
I feel like I've asked you this before, but you've seen the Dubu clip, right?
Yes, I have. And I was going to bring it up because I was going to be like, this is... Look at... Sexy Yoga is like, all right, if you're going to burn some of my mana, I'll get some out of you as well with the cogs.
Ugh. Not enough, though. I mean, you need to spend 2 points into it just to get what Dismar gets at level 1 with the mana burn.
Oh boy. Alright, this bottom lane's not looking too fun at all for the moment, so that's important for the Visage to get off to a good start. We take a look at how mid lane's shaping up. Void Spirit 15-2 compared to the 11-2 already, but the Ango's got a bunch of creeps moving under the tower.
Yango flow. I swear, I'm sure someone in chat's going to be like, actually, it's pronounced this way, but come on, bruh. Not our native language.
But you just... come on. I'm expecting you to do better.
Bro, Nyango flow Keloke is what I'm going to go with, but we'll just call him Nyango.
You gotta stop doing this to me, man. Your pronunciation is just too better than mine.
It's on point, I know. Topside Tidehunter's about to die.
This is no way. Zika with the bushwhack. Okay, Kara. We'll still catch him out. So beautifully done. Ravens, in the end, will be able to secure the kill off the back of Kara with that brain sample. So it was almost, though. And they got close to letting the Tidehunter slip away.
Hey, he's saving up a lot of money. Like, what's he going? Is he going straight into a Ring of Health? Is he wanting a Morbid Mask just to be able to go into the jungle? I'm not sure what Lissex is specifically saving up for here. Feels like those boots of speed could be real handy. Bottom side,
lane?
It's actually Kukahook that's the one getting chased down by a Doom and a Visage. Now the Visage is level 3. 2-point Soul Assumption does a lot of damage. And well, I was about to say he's going to consider chasing him down, but obviously Tier 1 tower this early on is still way too much of a hurdle for Dismar to get through, even with his insane armor. I would be jealous of my pronunciation too.
Yeah, I very much am. I don't think a white boy like me is going to be able to somehow have...
Bro, you seen me? You seen my skin?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to blame something here, but I can't.
Still pretty well in mid lane is Miggy, just trading basically 1-for-1 with Nyango. And when you consider, you know, the fact that Void Spirit, not amazing armor, like 4 to be able to start the game out. Well, not to start the game, but now that you're level 5, feels a lot more confident going into this this Tiny, of course, with the True Grab that's always going to have the right-click advantage over you. Not too often you see mid laners go into a Quelling Blade, is it? But he really needs it this lane.
Yeah, because like you said in particular, with the Tiny's advantage in regards to the right clicks, but Miki's still doing a very good job to be able to find his CS. Down bottom, Dismar does have Benjaz to be able to move on over. Meanwhile, across the map, Zeke is going to go down as well. So we're going to have multiple kills getting picked up here for Ravens. Both their side lanes off to a very good start.
It's actually kind of ridiculous how much this mana burn does, right? Like, what could you do against this as a Bristleback? You pick this to dominate the Visage in the lane. And, you know, you might be getting enough farm for yourself, but so's Visage. You know, to be 4th on net worth at 6 minutes into the game, it's a big win.
Mid lane, sexy Yogo.
Observer get placed down. Yogo.
Gonna have
The
it.
Yogo Gorilla.
The Ango Flow might be in a bit of trouble with 3 members nearby. Miki's actually going to try and turn to deal with a Bane instead, so they see an easier kill into Kara, and they will be able to find it. And it's double supports being able to rotate there to secure that one. Meanwhile, the Ango Flow was able to at least pick up the Illusion Rune, so he can freshen up in the resources.
Lizex did end up going into that Morbid Mask for the top lane. I suppose if you're feeling like you're just going to be left solo a lot of the time by the Hoodwink, making the rotations to secure what's a relatively tough lane for a Void Spirit, you just wanted that additional layer of survivability because you know that Dart on his Bloodseeker is going to have it. Here we go, though. Going for the kill onto him.
The rotation instantly coming out from the Doom. Let's see if he's going to be fast enough. Kara's nearby to offset some of the damage with the Nightmare. And now that Dart's got some distance away, are they going to consider about going back in? It's like not the case.
I know that they really didn't want to. They didn't want to layer their stuns a little bit, but when that Blood Rider's about to get that silence off, you got to just use the cogs. You know, it would have meant that you still have that battery assault ticking. There's no way for a Bloodseeker to just jump out of the cogs, so would have been able to secure that kill.
Does look like now that at least the Doom's evacuated out of bottom. Kuka Hook's having a much better time against the Visage. Chosen, yeah. I was like, evacuate, probably not the best way to put it. Dart up top. He's going to be trouble. Kara's a little bit too split away. He's going to try and get there for the Nightmare. Sexy Yoko, meanwhile, as well. He's in trouble. Looks like with Nyango Flow even showing up as well. He's going to try and turn to get rid of the Tide Hunter. A second kill potentially getting picked up for the side of Ravens. Even though Tide's able to step out of the Blood Right, they need a little bit more right-click damage. Neutral. It'll be the neutral creep that gets it instead.
They're relatively healthy up here and actually had a TP rotation come through from Miggy, so he's going to move back on towards the mid lane. Not even going to get lucky with being able to pick up that rune for himself, and it's going to be Dismar taking the double damage. Doom having a fantastic start to his game too. Might even keep it there for Nyango, like you need additional attack damage as a Tiny.
Gives you
151 damage.
I wonder what they want to try and do with the DD now, because this is pretty much a guaranteed kill into anyone they want. Maybe the Bristleback will need another hero to rotate. So I wonder if they consider about smoking down bottom after shoving another creep wave and playing with the familiars, because if they get a kill, then that can really open up the tower.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like that is certainly a possibility. You've got... you're going to have decent aura items on Benjaz very soon. Even just being able to pick up that little bit of extra HP and HP regen is going to be too handy from 2.
Do at least have back of the jungle starting to make some stacks up for Lissex, so that's where the Morbid Master is going to be able to come into play. They've got the hard camp stack. Kyra's in a very good position.
They know this is going on, though.
Yeah, they have the ward at the triangle. No, bottom lane, though. Cook's are going to be in some trouble. Dart with the rotation down as well. They need to hold a stun to cancel the TP, and that's where Dismar comes into play. Infernal Blade out to stop him in his tracks, and meanwhile,
they're even stealing
back
away
towards
a little
the
bit.
triangle. They're not only stealing the stack, they're also getting the kill onto Lissex. But Miggy is going to look to show up and at least rectify the death. Getting Kara put into the grave, but that is not worth it at all. Ravens, another incredible movement across the map.
Yeah, you almost wanted to die there on the Bane. Completely out of mana, didn't have any regen outside of the Magic Wand, so he'll happily take that trip back to the base if it means taking a kill onto the enemy position 3, as well as securing a lot of those camps that were stacked up. And now, like you were saying, opens up that bottom side of the map, right? You've got AoE through the Buckler, through the Rigor Basilius, you've got the pushing power of the Familiars, and now suddenly a whole bigger area of the map is opened up for you on Ravens.
And they could even go mid if they want to really quickly here. Ravens, okay, no, they're going to make a call instead of defending top. They have the Doom ready. Kara, unfortunately, will not have Fiend's Grip to work with.
They're going to run into Sexy Yogi here. Should be a pretty free kill, although they actually gets woken up by the Scorched Earth there. So will he be able to get away? Seems like he might.
In fact, they want to move in. Zika considering about stepping into the outpost. It's a really nice placement out of the Clockwork. This now prevents Ravens from defending top. And they weren't prepared to also get a little bit of damage onto the tier 1 tower. So it looks like
Dreamers...
Dreamers...
need to pay attention to bot, though. You're pushing this with a Visage. You see TPs happening from the Clockwork, so he's going to back off, and maybe now they feel confident enough to push on forward, considering they're going to have the outnumber if they choose to make that rotation. Seems like Nyango Flow just wants to make sure that this siege creep isn't in mid anymore before he does make that movement. Dart's coming top 2 with his Rupture.
Sharpshooter, not enough to get the kill for the moment. Ravage is out, clipping onto 3, but where's the follow-up? Miggy, he's hesitant about jumping into the middle. He'll chuck a Remnant nonetheless to help get the kill, but you're just letting a Tyrant to be fed to the Wolves. This is your off-laner. That's not a worthwhile trade with Ravage being expended as well.
Again, it's just giving this really easy start to your Visage. He's now got the Vlad's offering available for him. They didn't have to use the Glyph because of the Clockwork TP, so that's a little bit of a positive coming through, but you still just need to be so conscientious of where you can look to push around now. I think you make a play around mid now that you've got the Vlad's offering. If they use the Glyph, then just rotate towards bot.
A lot of damage onto Kara once again, but Ravens... They're going to think about jumping in instead as Miki steps out to the right, so at least they don't find the Doom, but they get the Fiend Grip. Kara off the back of the kill, finding the level 6, and even Disma feels that they need the Doom required to hold the Void Spirit down into place. With the Nightmare being up in a couple of seconds, not the Engo Flow is just going to toss Disma even closer as Raven. They've got all the answers to Dreamers in this game one. This net worth lead starting to get a bit out of control. Sexy Yoga is going to make him work for it. Should be able to get the deny with how many creeps there are.
Easy
Another
clap.
neutral deny. We've had 2 this game so far. And yesterday we had a couple as well.
I hope that's part of the TI predictions for real. You know, how many neutral denies are there going to be in the old compendium, the battle pass? Always a fan of putting in my predictions there. Did I ask you like who you had as your SA qualifier prediction winner?
Oh, Niagara flew with the blink reveal. Hara tries to step in with the Nightmare, but just a little bit too far away. No, you did not. I had Infamous down. Who'd you have?
Of course you would.
Okay, cool.
Corey,
Oh, you
bro.
had a Corey. That's right, yeah. Well, we'll see who's right.
Look at this. You got Visage making the first rotation through with that Vlads.
Zika?
This is pretty scary. You don't
What's
want to give
going
up
on
at
here?
tier 1 for free.
Up to the north, the Sharpshooter will make it down to the low ground, but look at the avalanche from the Engo Flow. Is going to be able to target down the Clockwork for the moment. Meanwhile, to the northern side, though,
Whistles.
Kugelhook is controlled. The Rupture just holding the Bristle back into place and will now
Ravage at
expire so we
7.
can reposition. But I don't think Radiant can take the team fight, even with the Tidehunter trying to move over. But look at Niango Flow. Another jump in with the tiny combination. Just catches up to the Void Spirit on the high ground. And he's even looking for more. Blink up in a couple seconds. He's got the mana for the combination once again. Dreamers, gotta be cautious here. The Tidehunter's not gonna be ever so tanky with the damage that's getting pumped out. But the Aggro Flow, he's hesitant. Doesn't want to stick around. He's gonna cut through the tree line and find a blink to escape.
You're fairly satisfied with this, but they know how little HP Kugelhook has to play around. They need to back off, though, with ult, unless Yango Flow is able to get that initiation. If he could look to take out Lizex, that'd be a big win. But it looks like they want to back off, maybe thinking that they've got a few more sentry wards around that mid lane. He just pings it out now with the range creep attacking him. So wanting to be a little bit more hesitant playing around that area because the Ravage turnaround is real, especially when you're fighting underneath the enemy tower.
And look how fast they're playing on Ravens. This is a really awesome move. Top's getting shoved out. So they're expecting someone to come defend this. And they're going to be right. If they stay a little bit longer, they will see Kugelhook. Oh, no.
I think the Observer Ward just caught him there, as he was right next to the secret shop. So let's see if they continue to hang around. Smoke's about to break in a couple of seconds, so they won't see the Bane retreating back just yet. But that could have been huge. They still did use the glyph on mid, though, right? And with the new change to the glyph, you can take mid, you can take top, you can take bottom tier 2.
Might have a fight by the out. Yeah, look at this with the triangle. Oh,
Okay.
no.
They want to steal
Really
that.
quick from Dreamers. Yeah, it was just Sexy Yoga. He placed an Observer Ward down. Meanwhile, Niango Flow is going to try and move, and Benjos is even TPing. Look at the backstab. They're just making
toss?
sure they can block all the escape avenues. Zeke is out to the left. Sexy Yoga is going to be able to TP out. But at least Kara will hold back the Hoodwing. So, I believe? Yeah, Niango, I believe.
Oh. The scurry evasion nearly got him.
Yeah, it was
Still
really
though,
nice.
good kill.
We saw the Clockwork just up to his shenanigans. He, I think, read the movement from the Bloodseeker taking the stack and then dropped the ward down to finally get confirmation. And then instantly Dreamers pivoted to his location. So really nicely played. I mean, that's a big kill for them to find because God, he was currently, before that death, he was flawless.
They really want to continue playing around this mid lane. Now they know that there's no TP reinforcements option available for Ravens. They don't have a glyph. To me, this is the patch of the glyphs. I think like it's completely changed the dynamic of how teams are needing to play this game, and I want to see Ravens look to abuse that as much as possible. Maybe they're just waiting for this level 12 on the Visage that he's so close to picking
Top
up.
lane. Hook shot in from the Clockwork. Dart is incredibly close to a tier 2 tower, but Radiant, they do have a lot of heroes nearby. They feel strong enough to take a fight inside Raven's territory.
There we go. Level 2 familiars. Going to take away the bounty rune, and if I'm Visage, I want to push bottom. Oh, he's actually found. Goes for the stun with the Stoneform on the familiar. Doesn't have the hook shot just yet on Sexy Yogi, so I don't know if you could get this aggressive.
have the blink on Dismar as well, so Ravens looking to try and take a bigger team fight. Clockwork is not the fish they want to fry. Kukahook is definitely one of them, but instead they'll still jump the clock. An easy kill, and now they can turn to Kukahook. But the buyback's going to come out for the Clockwork. They've got the Ravage as well. Lissex just needs to find a way to enter the fight.
They don't have vision, though. That's the big downside. Well, I suppose they've got the one right next to the tower, but it's not that cliffward, so you can't see anyone looking to come from the south. They would have been able to catch out Clockwork and maybe get that solo pick off onto him for the dieback if they were. But again, I feel like they're relatively satisfied. You've got only about 1,000 gold away from being able to hit this BKB timing for Dard. Then it's fully go time. You've got everything else that you could possibly need. Blink Dagger on your Doom, almost have the Aghanim Shard on your Visage, Blink on the Tiny. Plus, this is their timing right now. Might look to bait that regen, but looks like they're going to back off in time.
I think they know
Just
the ward is...
Well, I don't see what's holding them back for playing bot. No glyph, 45 seconds. Visage with Wraith Pact and level 2 familiars and hitting all of your items.
Because you see, oh, Niango Flow, an aggressive jump. Doesn't have the damage to blow up Zika for the moment. TPs are starting to come on out. They need a way to protect the Tiny. Wraith Pact might be able to enable this for the moment. He's got a big streak that they want to take out, but Dismar's in. Fiend's Grip as well to lock the Brissa back down into place. Yanko's got the follow-up as well. And there's nothing they can do to protect the Brissa back. Dismar, no hesitation with the Doom afterwards, wanting to really secure the kill. But Radiant, they still want to turn it around. They've got the Void Spirit showing up. They even have Lissex as well with the Ravage. You got to make sure you don't group up, but they do just that. Ravage hits onto 3, but where's the damage? Miyagi is going to be lacking some ultimate charges now. Still gets the kill onto 1. They're going to be cautious, though, because Dard's nearby. Ruptures at the ready. Finds a target onto Miki. They've got the familiars to chase him down as well. Kara's going to step to the backline. It looks like they should finally be able to get the kill. Lissex is doing an incredible job to stall this out, so Miki just gets away. Rupture expires and the Void Spirit's out.
And you still don't get the T1 tower. Surely they have to commit onto this, but now the respawns are starting to come up, so... Oh, man. I feel like Dart is just being a little bit too passive. To me, there wasn't the reason for him to be farming all the way back underneath the safety of his triangle. You actually see a Brigand's Blade being pinged out there by him as well. So if he's there at the beginning of that fight, they win that, no doubt in my mind.
Top lane, you got an Arcane now to play with for me. He might... Dismar is actually going to jump in for it. Why not? It might... come at a cost of his own life. Meanwhile, to the Hurricane, though. They're trying to target the Tide. In fact, they're just looking to avoid the Tide and beelining straight to the Void Spirit. Silence into the chain control. It needs to be perfect. The hook shot might prevent that. It's sexy. A hook shot to try and delay it, but it doesn't matter because the Void Spirit jumps into the middle. They're still going to be cautious, though. The Brissa back. A real menace throughout these team fights, but the Rupture will hold him into place, but they don't have a ways to deal with the Tiny's damage output. Is Niango Flow time and time again finding the combinations. He's going to have another round of the abilities up shortly as well, but Dreamers playing around their tier 1 tower, trying to set up the formation. Maybe they'll turn to the Brissa back instead, but they're falling low. They're going to be cautious.
No one's going to die.
It's looking almost unkillable. They'll get rid of everyone else, but Kukahook will still live.
Oh, it's not quite at that very, very scary point for the Bristleback himself just yet, but it's a little unfortunate that you have to die on the Bloodseeker. At least they do have the Aghanim Shard coming through from him now. Again, did they just use the glyph again? I'm not sure why. It really feels like they just think they're still playing on the previous patch. They don't have a glyph for this bottom lane, and this is exactly where Ravens have the vision at the moment. Just such a big teamfight win. You've got the Doom up again. Again, Visage isn't really one of those heroes that relies on these massive cooldowns, right? You just want to use your Wraith Pact, you want to use the drums, and have that consistent damage coming through. Fiend's Grip is nice, but it's not necessary. And again, Bloodseeker, while the Rupture is nice, it's going to reach this stage in about 500 gold where you don't even need that.
They have threaded to the Doom top. Sexy Yoga does have the rest of the team starting to move over. A first rotation's going to come out, but the Visage won't do too much to keep Dismar alive. Pick up, but what can they get out of it? Do they I don't think they can Roche.
It was a little bit slow dropping the Wraith Pack there, unfortunately, on Benjaz. Maybe you would have been able to let the Doom survive if that's the case. I mean, they've got Minus Armor. They've got the Gush. They've got the Blightstone on the Hoodwink, and you've got the Viscous Nasal Goose, so they're feeling confident. Do they have vision of this, though? They have the high ground ward, and yeah, they did. I just toggled over to it, and they would have seen the Resonant Pulse come outside the pit, so they know exactly what's happening.
Sexy Yoga. Charging up the hook shot, and the Anger Flow's going to be in with the combo, but the double damage room. Not enough to get the kill. A beautiful placement. The Cogs forces the Tiny to stay in the river, and he won't be able to escape.
Dard's in, though.
Pick off to start the fight, but Dard is just ripping them apart. The Bloodseeker with the triple kill. No answers to Dard. They deal with the Tiny, but they leave the Bloodseeker incredibly free just to charge one hero down after the other. An ultra kill for the Bloodseeker, and now the Roche for them to take.
Yeah, prime for the taking. More than 4,000 damage done by the Bloodseeker alone in that fight. It just shows the power against this Blood Rage Aghanim Shard when you're up against 3 strength heroes on the enemy, particularly someone like the Bristleback that's already such a main focus of everything else. He's going to get ruptured so that he can't continue to run into the fight. It was a good initiation coming through, or rather a counter-initiation from Sexy Yogi. That Cog's completely blocking off the Tiny and allowing them to swarm onto him, but they're just too far behind, unfortunately, that they weren't able to truly capitalize.
Look at this. Another quick play from Ravens with the smoke. They're going to run into it. It's going to be Zika, who's got Lissex behind him with the Ravage and the Tendrils at the ready. Looks like the Hoodwink is just going to go down. An easy couple of stuns and a yoink from then Niengo Flow, who has had a incredible game, Denok. 10, 2, and 9. I'll hold that thought because maybe almost getting caught out by Dismar. A Remnant to buy him some space, and it looks like he should be okay. Oh, did he get the vision? Oh, I don't think he did.
Niengo Flow with the Shadow Blade pickup. It means he doesn't have that item slot. He's actually even been really good at the small things, like using the Quelling Blade to cut the Hoodwink tree just to reduce some of this initial lockdown coming through from Dreamers. So, yeah, he's having a fantastic game, and that's one of the advantages that you get when you got that second pick, right? You get to choose what your lanes are, and for something like the Tiny that's, I would say, 80% of the time these days, a position 4, just to surprise them with that last pick mid lane, it's a big win coming through from Ravens. And now, again, no glyph means this tower goes bye-bye.
Do we feel like the Scepter on Bristleback is going to be a big change at all, or are they just too far ahead on Ravens and have a bit too many answers for him?
I think Bristol's only really going to be a factor again once he's got this S&Y and the BKB. It can't even be one or the other. Just because you're going to be getting ruptured every fight, that's basically certain. So that's what you need the S&Y for. Also just that little bit of extra movement speed and yada yada, everything else that comes along with it. But you need the BKB because if you're ruptured, you're probably going to get Avatos comboed. You're probably going to get Blood Right and Silenced, and then you can't even use all these abilities that you've spent 4,200 gold on being able to just spam out.
Top lane, Lissex is incredibly deep here, but I guess is the name of the game here. The
He's got the Tendy.
Yeah, well, yeah, Lissex will still slow and painful death, unfortunately for the Tine Hunter. But you see the read of Dreamers in a game like this. Like even the Clockwork is just shoving out mid, so they're on the Tendy. Yep, one more Tendy. Oh, give him the anchor as well. Just buy some time. Why not Ravage? You see, look, Sexy Yoga is going to cut 3 waves almost. Finally, they'll TP Kara back just to make sure that this Clockwork can't keep up to his shenanigans, but he's going to go to top instead. You are a dead man.
Mission accomplished, though. Like, if you've used the glyph and they're killing your position 5 as opposed to taking some kind of objective with the Aegis, you're very happy. I mean, Dart still, with the advantage they've got, is going to be able to get a tier 1 for free, but it certainly could have been a lot worse. Could have been another tier 2, could have been high ground being breached, so I feel like they're alright with that.
They've got a really nice ward as well for Radiant to play at the triangle. This could set up mainly just to help them keep bottom shoved in, but it could set up for a kill on the Engo Flow. Three heroes nearby. They're going to try and move him with the sharpshooter. Let's see if the burst is going to be enough. There's no TPs coming out at all, and that is all off the back of the observer place from Dreamers. Beautifully done. And out of top, look at this. Nice. TPs are coming out. Oh no, the hook shot. Sexy Yoge just off the mark. They should be able to deal with the first life thanks to Zika. They've got the Ravage at the ready. Dismant's going to be in. A Doom, though, beautiful read, just taking out of the Tidehunter. They don't have the Ravage to turn this fight around, and now Dart just chases down the Bristleback. The pure damage, thanks to the Aghanim Shard, is something that the Bristle just cannot handle.
I mean, he's taking, like, a ton of physical damage every second. He's just farming cogs at this stage, getting about 100 gold from each cogs that Sexy Yoge places down with all of that attack speed that Dart's got. And yeah, you don't even need to put yourself in a risky position. Just let the familiars do the work.
That's a big jump. The damage coming out, they might actually be able to get Benjas. One more right click. They need a way to be able to cancel the Fiend's Grip. Sexy Yoge. There we go. The Battery Assault will be able to cancel that one. Now another follow-up as well for the stun lock. Dismar doesn't get some distance away. And Amiki
could die.
Considering about going for Dart, but the first movement speed will get the Bloodseeker back to the high ground. Hang on, Dart.
He's moving fast.
He wants to go back in because he sees the clockwork.
Yoge, no. Just he's stuck in the tree.
Easy pickings, and out they'll go back for the Bane though because the Ango Flow is back alive. A Ravage to hold them back, but where's the damage follow-up? The Ango Flow is going to be able to toss Lixex closer to Dart. But there's the Tendies, the Ango Flow. This is another big kill. Multiple deaths in a row for your Tiny. And Dreamers, they're not out of this.
Okay, yeah, they defend that high ground. They take a tier 3, but well worth it to be able to get the Aegis taken away to get a kill.
Clockwork. Beautiful hook shot. Catches out Dard. Gonna be cautious. Kuka Hook going up against the Bloodseeker. He's gonna get the life steal back for the kill. No way. Dard is out and Dismar's in though. The Doom's still on cooldown. But Dismar, he's got the Aghanim Shard to play with, so the extra damage, but there's no follow-up. All he needed was a +1, and they could have had some kill threat onto the Bristleback.
Let me do some quick maths here with the Doom. All right, multiple of 3 or above 24, so he's waiting for the enemy's timing. I don't think there's too many times people look to do that. They're like, all right, is he level 18? All right, let's go try and kill him. Oh, that ward again. It'll get the kill. Maybe.
Looks all bounce for the acorn. The damage. No way. No way. 40 health. What? Finally, they get rid of the D1. That would have been a huge one if it killed off the Tiny and the Bloodseeker.
All right, they're back in this game. And it's not 100% win probability. Still very heavily favoring Ravens, but that's to be expected. 10k net worth lead. You've hit a fair few of your timings, but I do have to wonder, like, how much more scaling potential do you truly have? Once again, Bristleback, he's got the S&Y, and he's approaching that BKB. I feel like once he's got that and the level 20, things really, really start to pick up for Dreamers if they're able to get to that stage. So they've got one more glyph to be able to play around on Dreamers' side. They've got to make sure that they're just not losing racks for free. Is this a Boots of Bearing? No, an AC about to be completed with Benjats. Nicely done.
Go flow. Ooh. Smoke up. Dreamers piloting their way down to bottom. They do not have a ward to play with at the moment.
Illusion, this Tidehunter illusion is giving them a lot of information, so yeah, they're eventually going to have to back off as a team. If they were clumped up a little bit more, they would have been susceptible to that Blink Ravage coming out from the Tidehunter.
I like this smoke a lot from Ravens. You got a top lane that's getting shoved in, so you could be anticipating someone to defend it. And if no one's there, at least you get wards down by the triangle to set up for this next Roche. And it's going to be up in 3 minutes instead, so not an early Roche spawn, but this is definitely the side of the map that you need to start controlling now to get ready for that Roche.
I feel like all that Ravens need to do, though, is just continue to shove in all of these lanes. Like, there shouldn't be too much stopping them from doing it in 2 separate lanes because of the visions they've got.
Lane, jump in.
Ravage.
The Ravage is out as well with the Bloodseeker. He's going to be in trouble, but the Nightmare Dart. Can he get some distance with the BKB? Steps out to the northern side. A Rupture for good measure to hold them back. But now with the Bloodseeker out of the team fight, Dreamers, do they still feel strong enough to turn it? Benjaz, though,
Trying to
just
bait.
shot. Look at him go, man. This Visage. He's got no one behind him but a Wraith Pack, and he's just sending them packing.
He is very scary, of course, having the Stone Form as well for that turnaround potential. Wow, they don't even go for the familiars. Instead, it's an immediate smoke, just trying to catch them out, thinking that maybe they're going to be a little bit passive with that Ravage still on cooldown, so making sure to show Lizex in the lane, and even if it's only Dismar that they pick up, that'd be big.
They're going to go for Benjaz instead, but the Aghanim Shard holding the back for the moment. Off to the triangle though. Tiny blows up one. Meanwhile, Dismar gets a Doom onto the Bristleback as well. They need to retreat. Rated, they can't take this fight. They're going to try and buy some time for the Bristleback to be able to get out of harm's way. They've done a beautiful job at doing so. And now they can counter-initiate and go back in. But the Void Spirit's in trouble. They've got no answers to the Fiend's grip. It's the Bushwhack just coming out too late.
Another decent use of the tendies, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. And again, I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of this this build on the Bristleback. Like, he's going into the AC. I'm not really seeing what it's going to provide to the team. I feel like you've got enough minus armor already coming through from your Aghanim Scepter. And even just in terms of providing armor for yourself, that's not where the majority of the damage is coming from. It's from the Bloodseeker in my eyes. I feel like if the Bristleback is able to just not man-fight the Bloodseeker, have him controlled up by the rest of his team, he's going to be in a really good spot. But if it gets to that stage where you're looking to rely on a plate mail to give you that extra layer of survivability, it's not going to be great.
Did the Tiny just... Yeah, oh yeah, in front of a T3 tower. Oh no, this is almost Scepter completed. Oh no, he's got the 20 talent too. Tiny's going to be dealing a lot of damage in fights. Well, sexy again. This is another deep dive. They don't have the gem at the moment. Beautiful use of the familiar stun. They'll get the kill to the clockwork. Meanwhile, down to the triangle though. Dismar. The chain control is perfect, allowing the rest of the team to flow on over to get another kill onto Lizex. Just playing very split on Dreamers. 3 heroes going down across the map.
That was the enemy timing. The level 18 Tide Hunter meant that he got stunned up for that little bit longer and wasn't able to get the escape through. Here we go. One of my favorite ags in the entire game. Good old tree volley coming through there. Means that you can play a lot more on the back lines. Means you can get that full combination off, right? Tree volley throw into Blink Avatos combo is just an insane amount of damage. I believe I saw someone with the...
Jesus.
Yeah. There's Doom's holding onto the ceremonial robe as well, so that's pretty dangerous. I would hope that Nyango Flow picks up a neutral item, because right now he's got nothing. Nothing on the courier either.
Yeah, I was looking for that as well, seeing if he had anything.
He's got nothing. Maybe just flop at him with the Yoga Seal Totem. But you've even got a reliable form of break now as well, with that Silver Edge.
This is going to be a difficult defense from Dreamers. 20,000 deficit. 4% probability as well. And they're not even anywhere near a potential of a double Ravage. In fact, Lizex is even queuing up a Halberd as well. So they're going to have to make do with only one Tide Hunter ultimate.
They do against this. I mean, Sexy Yoga's, again, trying to cut lanes. Just shoving out bot even with his rocket as much as he can. Looking to keep only one lane the focus as it's pushing in relatively well protected with multiple heroes, even just a Void Remnant coming through there. Looks like we'll be able to get away on Sexy Yoga, so nice little movement coming through there with the jetpack to be able to provide him with that little bit of extra vision.
They see Miki down bottom with the lane ward. There's Marikara, the duo supports, trying to catch up. I don't think he scored the Scourge Earth Particle. Oh, they get the Rupture, though. Miki? No way. No way. All right. Beautifully done.
Yeah, it's all about stalling. Wait for this Aegis to time out. It's another 3 minutes, so it's a long game of cat and mouse. But again, for me, you still need this BKB on the Bristleback. He isn't getting a super amount of value from a lot of these items, and yeah, Go Flow, I'm sure he would have been tempted to try and go for the kill there onto the Bristle, but even with his Silver Edge, can't do it solo. Use a neutral item, brother. Come on. Maybe once these items drop now, he'll realize he doesn't have one. Yeah, there we go. He's like, oh, I have a Spell Prism. Honestly, as a tiny, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I was going to say 13-second cooldown on Tree Volley. Look, the towers melt. This is going to take a lot of damage here. AC. Oh, there we go. I was really expecting the Tree Volley to do more than a couple trees. One swipe. Niango flows the Siege, it looks like. I don't think he's the one that wants to be sieging. I think he's going to jump. A lot of poke damage for the moment. I'm able to dissuade them from following up.
Gara's doing a really good job as well, just with these Nightmare saves. Offered, like, he's saved the Bloodseeker twice. Even just then, looking to give Niango float. Oh, Rupture. It gets reflected by the Lotus Orb, so can't go in on Dart. Nice. Quick fingers coming through there from Lissex.
Darks is still falling. They might look to go in with the Sharpshooter. They don't get a stun with anyone back, so that one's going to fly on past. Top
Splits
is
the middle and, well,
getting...
it's just arranged. It's just arranged. It doesn't matter. But, I mean, maybe 2 creep waves inside your base does matter.
Yep, Niango Flow now,
With
seeing
Void
that the
Spirit up
Void
there,
Spirit's
they
top
can go.
lane. It's a deep dive behind the buildings. Niango Flow, look at the Rabbit to cover them as well. That's beautiful from Lissex. They need to fall up damage. They're going to try and deal with cover towards the backline, but this means the Bloodseeker's got a free fire. Just charges down the Bristleback, and now we can clean up. Turning to the Void Spirit, bashes galore. It dissimulates out, but Niango Flow is in a perfect position to stop him in his tracks. And now Dard, once again, a blink on forward onto Lissex. As Ravens, one team fight. It was looking like a good start for Dreamers, but not enough for them to stall this out. A couple of hits with the Tree Volley. Might even get Sexy Yogi as well as Niango Flow, the star player for them in a game one here. 18, 5, and 14. What an incredible performance from the position 2 on Ravens.
Yep, you give him the game to be able to just execute. Lots of help around the mid lane. I really like the way the Ravens drafted. This was pretty much went to expectation, right? Going for really strong lanes in at least 2 of the lanes, getting really lucky with the mana burn creep being picked up, but some of it's luck, some of it is failing to block up the camps. That is one of the things that absolutely needs to happen whenever you're up against, you know, this Enchantress, this Chen, this Doom. It is one of the factors that can severely influence what I'm sure they were hoping to have been a fun lane. As we look into the scoreboard, ooh, I'm a ghost here behind the background. The scoreboard, it really does tell the tale, right? You've got the Tiny coming through 18, 5, and 14, I believe his score was. So yeah, just having a really solid performance. And we were both expecting Dard on his Bloodseeker to be able to carry that game, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, I think you really brought up early on, though, the read that you have on just the Visage had to be shut down, and unfortunately they weren't able to do that. Got very lucky, and in fact it was a creep at his own triangle as well. So it's like, are you going to block all the camps where the Doom is how many sentries? You're going to prioritize to shut him down, and you get the best creep straight away. So he was able to have a really good lane, but it just felt like you mentioned also towards at the end that Kara's positioning was incredible. I think we saw multiple times just the Nightmare in key timings to be able to disrupt some of the jumps from Dreamers, his Fiends grips as well with who he was targeting throughout the fight. So I think it's just another game where like we definitely were feeling like Ravens had a bit of a draft advantage heading into it, but it really felt like everyone executed incredibly well on Ravens.
Yeah, I love the hero, but I'm not exactly sure what Tidehunter did for them this game. You know, they picked it super early on. It was against things that were going to be... Like, when they picked it up, it was against stuff that was already kind of capable of dealing with it in some capacity. You don't have the strength of having this, like, insane team fight. And even Tidehunter, with the change to the BKB, he's not one of those heroes that you can blink, refresher... blink, ravage, refresher, ravage anymore. Like, you still do have some of those mana issues coming through. So I want to see the hero work. I just don't think this was necessarily the game for it. I think Tidehunter needs to be like last pick material as opposed to something just in the middle of the draft.
At least we got a little bit of fun with seeing the tendrils in action, but like you said, unfortunately, wasn't able to have as much success as I'm sure Dreamers were hoping, and that is just game one in the book. So Raven, an incredible performance from them overall, a 39-minute victory for them, puts them in the driver's seat in our first elimination series of the night. We'll find out what's in store for us after the break.
we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got game 2 shortly underway here. It's going to be the boys on Ravens taking on Dreamers Esports. Then another performance where we saw in a game 1 where some of the cores in particular just were able to pop off. I mean, Niango Flow, an incredible performance on the Tiny. I even asked you the question as well, kind of towards the end of the draft, like, do you feel like there's a particular reason why they're putting the Tiny mid and the Dooms of 4? And I guess that was my reasoning. Niango Flow, you give him the Tiny, we see what he can do.
I gave you the answer too, though, right? I told you about the Doom. I said what he was going to do for the Bristleback lane. You forget? Short memory here, Aries? What's going on?
Of course, I 100% remember, but I mean that's another thing that's also added onto it with how well Niango Flow was able to perform. That's something you didn't say, so I mean that's there now.
It is, and well, the thing is, before game one, they specifically chose second pick. They won the priority and they chose second pick, so they wanted to have this ability to flex some of the heroes around, just in case the lane was advantageous, like it was. You know, the Doom into the Bristleback, the Tiny into the Void Spirit. Very, very strong way to be able to begin this draft, and that's why I was favoring Ravens from the beginning, even without taking into account things like, they came from the upper bracket.
So, do we feel like now maybe with Dreamers, I'm trying to see if they have second or first pick. I don't think they're doing selections now. So do we feel like Dreamers need to maybe look for first pick so they can have some better setups in the lanes?
Well, they had first pick last game, right? So that clearly didn't work out too well for them. So I think maybe in terms of second pick, it's just going to allow you to, again, have the response. The thing is, you need to still be mindful of Ravens being able to pick up this, like, not this gotcha pick, but this hero that they feel is just way stronger than anything else in the game. You know, we've seen the Tiny have that potential. I think something like a Dawnbreaker could fulfill that role as well. That's just useful in multiple lanes. That's really where I'm expecting to see Ravens go with their first pick overall. Or hell, I was about to say even a Chen, probably not, just because South America is one of those regions that loves the Wyvern, so I feel like Wyvern is very easy to be picked up as a direct counter to it. We'll know the full story once we see the first couple of bans come out from Ravens as to how they're wanting to protect their first pick.
Yep, we do get the selection as well, and also we are in the draft, so we'll get that one up very shortly here. Just on the Winter Wyvern, you're under the assumption that like this hero is still incredibly viable, yeah? Like that the changes that we saw, I don't think it was touched in 7 point in the B patch. Winter Wyvern, no, it wasn't changed at all.
Not in the B patch, no.
This is still a hero that you believe is going to be picked up?
Into a Chen, into a IO, into a Beastmaster kind of draft, into Faceless Void, for example. Those are the sorts of heroes that I really see Wyvern start to rear her head a little bit more prominently. But Ravens, they were like, look, it worked well in game number 1. We're just going to go back and pick ourselves up the Tiny because they've got that flexibility, as we see a little bit of the... Look at that. He loves how he looks on the camera, making sure to show off a little bit. And this time around, it's going to be a Mars pickup. So I like this. I like this a lot more than the Tidehunter because you're not relying as much on just having your ultimate to be able to make any plays. You're faster at pushing out lanes. You deal more damage. You can even just use a Blink Spear to be able to go for pickups. You don't need to rely on something like that Ravage and even the Tendies to be able to get some of these pickoffs in your quote-unquote downtime. Mars basically doesn't have downtime.
Do you like, though, that they went Mars Clockwork together? Because I feel like if you've got a Mars in the first phase and you've got to pick afterwards, you just go for another hero that pairs really well inside the arena.
I can see that. it does make it a little bit weird, but I suppose Clockwork's one of those heroes that, again, they've got second pick, right? They want the ability to flex things around. And we saw in game number 1, Sexy Yoge, he played the Clockwork. He did a pretty decent job making space. He died a hell of a lot, like 14 times, but you have the potential to give it over to Zika as well. Not that Mars Clockwork is an amazing lane, although, I mean, you're always going to be able to land the spear, right? As long as you've got that cogs and in onto the cogs just for that connection. So, I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it's an undervalued pairing. Kind of like the Mars Nature's Prophet with the Sprout. I really want to see a little bit more of pairings like that start to come together.
What do we have to see, though, for teams to be able to address the Visage a little bit better? Because this is something that was picked a decent amount yesterday and to great success. And we've already seen that in one game so far today with Banjaz playing it. So what do Dreamers need to do in the second and, I guess, final phase to be able to address this hero?
To be able to address the Tiny or the Visage, excuse me?
The Visage.
I'm still of the mindset that Phoenix is a damn good hero against this pairing, man. Like, again, it's good in the lane, and it's good in the late game, because Tiny sucks at dealing with the egg, and so does Visage. You know, the familiars don't do anything against it. I guess you've got decent ways to at least stop the Sunray, but then really all you're itemizing for is an Aghanim Shard. You don't need much to be able to make a lot of stuff happen with the Phoenix.
They didn't particularly ban out any heroes that are going to be strong against the Phoenix, because I feel like that is kind of a hero, if you're going to 15th pick it, you do kind of need to protect, because you could just, I guess, I mean, Jug was banned out from Ravens, but, you know, there's still Life still in the pool, there's still an Ursa or something like that. I think the Phoenix, I 100% in agreement. I'm quite surprised if they don't go for it on Dreamers with how incredible it looks with the pairing on the Mars, but maybe they go for a core and then 18th pick it instead. Just if they feel like there's going to be a lot of value coming out from the Phoenix, and if they pick it here, it might get countered.
Maybe, but I don't know. Like, it almost feels like this Clockwork has to be a 5. I said the reasons why it maybe could work as a 4, but it doesn't feel amazing, you know? So if it's played as a position 5, then you're assuming going to be picking up your Pos 4 now. Snapfire, all right. Well, there is that decent combination into the Mars Arena. There is a little bit of that damage over time as well coming from the Mortimer's Kisses with the Globs burn. I don't hate this, but why couldn't you do that earlier is the main question for me.
Yeah, like you said,
the answer, sorry to interrupt, the answer of that would be maybe you would just get dazzled by Ravens. Because Dazzle just is an incredibly strong laner against the Snapfire. It's one of those heroes that you can't trade against the Dazzle once he gets the poison touch onto you. And if you try and run away, he's just going to run you down and make your life miserable every time. So maybe that's the tech, but they still haven't banned the Dazzle. So I might even consider the fact that Ravens look to pick this one up now. Kara played a very good Bane, and I feel like Dazzle fulfills kind of similar roles to that with the Shallow Grave.
Okay. Something that South America and even the Lunar as well, something that's been very favorable in so far. I was just looking for at least a carry here that goes to BKB relatively early for Ravens, because BKB is heavily going to be able to counter at least what Dreamers have early on with the Mars and the Snapfire. And now you got a pretty strong lane pairing. Ogre Luna, they cover each other incredibly well, and you can also buff her up when the game goes on with the Blood Loss. And not only that, we saw yesterday the Luna Visage pairing. So there's a lot of synergy with Ravens heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even just the Luna Blessing, right? Again, I'm going to mention it until people start to pick up on it more. 5 minutes, it just provides so much damage throughout all of the lanes that makes the latter end of the laning phase better, that makes any pickoff around those power rune timings feel much more devastating, because these towers can look to go down. And finally, there's that Faceless Void.
It's a good Void pick.
Solid.
Yeah. It's a very scary Void pick. I mean, my only concerns is I do feel like Ravens are now going to look to play a group up sort of game where Dreamers are pretty reliant on their level 6s in particular, and now their ultimate cooldown. So Ravens, you're probably looking for a little bit early of an item build timing out of the Luna. Visage is going to go Wraith Pack to look to group up. And they need to get a lot of map control because late game Faceless Void versus Luna is very, very Void favored. You got damage to be able to pump in the Chrono with the Snapfire. And Ravens don't have any defensive supports as well. So there's no way you can keep someone alive throughout that big ultimate.
Just trying to think what they're going to look to do here on Ravens this time around. Is it going to be like... with the Batrider ban, I was kind of thinking that they might have considered Puck for the mid lane. Just because it, again, is one of those heroes that means Faceless Void can't just time walk away. It means that Luna's going to be able to stand and fight with the Eclipse. Same sort of thing with the Visage. Feels quite strong together with all of that. Yeah, it does reach a point where Faceless Void counters you in return, but I feel like you've already removed some of the counters out of the lane, but I guess with the Ember Spirit and the Kunkka still in the pool, they're going to be a little bit more hesitant towards that. It might even just be, again, the route of tiny mid and then a position for Marcy, Tusk. What else could look to come through for Ravens here? Those are the ones at the top of the peak for me.
Yeah, I can't think of any other melee fours that... No, I don't think you'd pick a Spirit. Yeah, yeah, Marcy and Tusk. Tusk would be really nice.
I think it's one of those three. Marcy, Tusk, Puck are the three that I'm looking at.
See, Dreamers over them. They have the 24th pick, but what do we feel like they need to be able to prevent Ravens in the lineup? You're looking for a hero that's not as cooldown dependent, is going to be able to come online early to kind of maybe stop the push that we'll see from Ravens?
I think even regardless of it being a Puck or not, it's a good Kunkka game. You know, you're going to be able to deal some damage inside the Chronosphere. You're going to be able to set up for kills with the Snapfire, with the Mars, with the Clockwork. You're going to be able to stop the push as well. Not super cooldown reliant. Comes online with only like 1 or 2 items. I think it's just a really nice Kunkka game. Even if the tiny's mid, right?
Yep. It's going to take a little bit of time to get towards that level 6, so the Tidebringer spam will be nice. I think a BKB builder is really important as well versus the Luna being a hybrid carry. So, I mean, there's a lot of magic damage, honestly, on Ravens until the Visage kind of gets 15 with AC and Luna gets towards the later stages with some right-click damage. They actually ban the Conquer themselves. I can kind of see the reasoning. I mean,
Are they baiting the Puck pick? That's what I feel like. Maybe they really want the Puck themselves? I don't know, because it feels to me like Ravens just want something that's going to enable them to fight in an enclosed area. They Void Spirit, huh? Okay. You know, Yengo Flow is very comfortable on it, but he's very comfortable on the Puck too.
I'm trying to think what's left.
Dreamers now. Pango?
5 seconds remaining.
I like Pango. Yeah,
Can't really quap into a Void Spirit. It's a little bit difficult.
The lane is fine. You can't... The lane's okay because Dissimulates has a longer cooldown. I like your Pango call a lot. Gives them a lot of team fight that they can play with. Ultimate is not
Dispel,
the longest cooldown.
Sorry, Disarm. Ooh, Pudge.
So
is this a
I like
mid-pudge?
this a lot better. I think so. There's some crazy shenanigans is going on in some other lanes,
Mickey
but...
Pudge.
Does look like we get the mid Pudge. Let's go! Another South American Pudge. We saw Yuma play it yesterday. The lane went well. The game didn't go as great. But now we get to see a mid Pudge. And I get to see the Faceless Void set. Oh, yes. Good.
Oh, nice. What
a time to be alive.
Very, very nice. The Cthulhu Faceless Void coming through here with all those... What's the obsession with Valve and Tentacles lately? We get to see the Tendies on the Tide Hunter, and now we've got the Faceless Void. Have you seen some of these animations on the spells?
No, I have not actually. So I'm very excited to see. Yeah.
Specifically, the Time Lock. That's the one that you need to be looking at. The Bash. Okay. That's the one that's the bit... I made a bit of a... You know, the rock eyebrow at that one. the reaction from me. But how do you think these lanes are going to go? Last game, I was very in favor of Ravens. This time, much more even, I feel like, across the board.
I'm very concerned that Dreamers are not going to be able to match the tempo that Ravens have. I think, again, this Visage has gone kind of uncounted, and we've seen so far what the Visage has been able to do in South America, and they've got a Luna to be able to buff it up as well. I do think late game Dreamers are going to have an advantage in regards to their team fight. This Faceless Void is something I'm very worried about, but I don't think it's going to get there. I feel like Raven might have a little bit of an edge in regards to just their execution, and execution is incredibly important when you have this fast-paced lineup that I think they're going to be able to hit.
Miggy, he will have that right-click advantage in the lane by about 17 damage, so assume that he's going to get a lot of these right-click trades against the Void Spirit super early on. Should be setting himself up to have that early lead. What are we doing about?
What is this set? It's like I'm watching Stranger Things or something. It sounds
On the Void?
Yeah, scary goddamn monster. What
It's like,
am I looking
it's like Dota
at?
1 days, bro. Looks
Yeah,
very
so-
similar to the old Dota 1 Void.
And that's the same with the Razor, right?
Yes. The old Lightning Revenant was what Razor was previously.
Oh my god. I did actually...
I think Dark Terror was Faceless Void's game in Faceless Void's name in Dota 1, sorry.
I did see an image of 6 photos of Chronosphere, and they all look different.
30
What,
seconds to battle.
am I just... Was I wrong? Did I it was a quick glance. Oh, mid lane?
It's
Come
a little
on.
trippy. Like I think it's a little bit too big in a sense. Like there's a lot of you don't exactly see what's going on inside the Chronosphere because it's all obscured by a bunch of tendrils flashing around. You'll see it.
But can there be like 6 different
I'm not sure.
kind of... Okay.
Battle begins.
Oh. Zika almost the same thing as last game. Just being a bit of a nuisance here. Trying to take away one of the bounty runes. It will be a 2 for 2 nonetheless. He's going to take a lot of damage though. 5 Blast coming back up shortly. The Sex will be able to connect to put the pressure on, at least giving Zika an opportunity to step back towards the tower.
Kara's plus 20 damage, putting in work though. 72 now on the Ogre with that club. Pretty nice.
You feel like
Devastating
we-
for the lane.
Do you feel like we might see the Windlace a little bit more on Ogres, or like the Orb of Venom build that we saw a while ago?
I'm always a fan of the Orb of Venom. I mean, the only downside is eventually you need to sell it, whereas Windlace, you could just convert it into other stuff like Boots of Bearing and stuff.
I wonder if that... Okay, so I just noticed this now. They're playing Mars and Clock together. I really don't like this lane setup. I know you mentioned the potential of the spear into Cogs. I really think Mars needs to be played with the range hero. So I think this is going to be a free lane for Dart to farm.
I think it's the only... Like, I feel like they're just really happy with their 2 other lanes, so they just took the L, basically, and said, look...
Sure, yep.
We picked these relatively early on. We kind of expected this to happen. If we get kills, great, but Faceless Void plus Snapfire, that's a kill lane. Pudge against the Void Spirit, that's a winning lane. So we'll be happy enough to better than break even.
So do you feel like then down bottom, because you mentioned this is a kill lane for Dreamers, do you need to itemize accordingly to enable kills? Is there anything they need to do differently?
No, I don't think it's necessarily itemization. I think it's more about just, like, you've already got the Blightstone on Sexy Yoge, so you could kill either of these 2 heroes very early. And now that they're level 2, that opening is here. Although they did go and let that range creep die without being denied, so you've got level 2 to play with as well on Raven's side. Just playing around with the toss right now is Dismar, and Sexy Yoge will know this, as it was used previously. So makes things a little bit more difficult. Up top, doesn't look like he's under too much threat of dying here on Zika. He'll be able to back off.
We get to see how our mid matchup shake me up. Nego Fleur had a incredible game 1 performance against the mid lane Pudge, where we really sort of was trying to showcase how strong this Pudge was able to be played in the 2 role, because everyone else revealed as a 1 and a 3. I'll hold that thought, because we do have some action down bottom, but a Cookie's going to be able to reposition, and this bar will take about half this health pool. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, it was really Ori on Asta that showcased that this Pudge can be played in multiple other roles, and it fits very well around the 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any time that you've got a huge right-click advantage, any time that you're able to punish a low armor hero, that's what Pudge is for. He's kind of fulfilled that 3rd tier behind a Conqueror and an Ember Spirit, especially if you know, the damage types as well on the enemy team. Not necessarily spiking high damage, it's more of that gradual slow, which is exactly what a Visage has, for example. You're just going to be able to counter out familiars constantly hitting you. You're going to be able to counter out a lot of the tiny damage as well, because the Avalanche, it's lots of little bits of damage coming back to back. Same sort of thing with the Ogre, so it's really on the back of Void Spirit and perhaps the Luna with the Eclipse that's going to be the avenue for Pudge to die.
We do see he's having a very good time up top. Kara, I don't think he cares about being stuck in the cogs, honestly. He's got a crap load of damage, and he's going to stand his ground. Demand fight, but Zika, he'll come out on top thanks to the stick charges. One more right click from Dart, though, will get himself a kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, Sexy Yoge, he goes down. Kukahook still got the time walk to play with, so we'll be able to get back down to the south side. But Dismon toss Benjaz in.
Oh, I don't know if you should
Doesn't
attack.
have-
He's just feeding him Soul Assumption.
Dude, I cannot get this out of my head. Yeah, have you seen Stranger Things? This is literally looks like a Stranger. You hang on, what? You say I'm uncultured and you haven't seen Stranger Things?
Just because it came out recently doesn't mean it's culture.
What? That was the like 4th season. There's been so many other seasons.
I have not
You're
seen it. Okay.
I am
I've
incredibly
got
disappointed.
things to do.
Oh, right. I mean, I say the same thing and shit. That's not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
You,
It isn't.
okay, you have to watch it. Then you can at least understand that this is a... I don't know, this just looks incredibly scary. I wouldn't want this running at me in my nighttime horrors.
I wouldn't running at me during the day either.
Top lane,
Simply.
Lissex. Another coax into the spear. Dart's going to be pushed out instead. Some stick charges and strength threads to play with, so he's going to consider about turning to get the beam into Lissex, but is lacking the mana to help Kara chase him down.
I still really feel like they can get a kill on this bottom lane. Like, you can look to commit. You've got 2 points in the time lock. You've got time
Lissex?
dilation.
Ooh, okay, he's going to be fine. Nemo Dart, though, is the one that's in trouble. He's got the range creep to tank up the battery, so now Kara
my God, he
as well is
saved
going
him.
to tank it. Oh, no. The tower
Lissex
damage
no.
and the fire blast, but it's not enough. Kara, he doesn't have the damage
Oh,
by
the
himself, and they smash in the shield. Takes the Luna's life. We've got Chaos up top and mid lane as well. Chaos continues as Migi just misses the hook. Had to go for the guess and went up top instead of the left. He's still going to chase down the Engo flow, but Void's okay.
Is that free health and mana refill
Iggy?
too?
Another TP's coming out.
Toss back.
I
the
don't
slow.
know if they're going to get this, man. Maybe with the Ignite slow now, but I think they need the extra damage
Dismember
from the
in one.
tower, and now that they're out of range, they might struggle with bringing him down, but they've got Sexy Yoga nearby. So a Cookie gets him out and hook back in. Oh, me. He's missing a couple of hooks so far. I'm not keeping up exactly, but he's struggling.
I mean, he couldn't have hooked any further right. You know, that would have just hit the range creep. He wanted to go... You couldn't just use the Dismember with the Ogre chasing as well, right? He needed to try and find a way to isolate the Tiny, and then maybe you get a kill onto him with the assistance of the Snapfire. So I get it, but yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for sure.
I get it too, but it's still a missed hook. I can't let it go. You have to keep the hook counter going as well. At least Migi down bottom. This is a nice rotation. Benj. Oh, the
Zika top two.
Oh no, he missed the hook. Benjaz should still go down. They're able to surround him, although Dismar's going to step in with a combo, but Kuko Hook just gets the time walk away at the nick of timing, but
Body blocked him.
he's still got enough soul assumption charges. Bottom lane, Miki's going to try and turn it around with the Dismember, but they're going to be cautious
Hook.
because Benjaz with another round of the soul assumption and one more right click. Another lane that the Visage is able to thrive in, and meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we've got a dive under the tier 1 tower. Lissex, along with Zika, gets another double kill onto the duo of the Lina and the Ogre.
Yeah, the lane that Aries said had absolutely no
Yeah.
chance of doing well is doing a fantastic job.
I'm incredibly impressed. They're really playing this lane very well.
I mean, it just means that you can land the spear anywhere, you know? That's what I was talking about with this combination. Cogs, always available. You can cut down as many trees as you want. I mean, this time around, it wasn't a Quelling Blade, it was the Arena, getting rid of the tower, the trees to the south of the Tier 1 top tower, but still, they're doing a fantastic job playing together.
Oh, yes. Very cool. You mentioned the Luna potential with having the global already at 5 minutes. And you've
And the
already got the
familiars.
familiars to play with. So, yeah, I actually don't know if Kukahook can lane down bottom, top lane.
Well, he doesn't have a choice. He's got 30 seconds left on his TP, so you're going to need to stay down here for the next little bit.
Zika's going to try and step into Karo's location. There should be another kill onto the Ogre. 4 deaths. Oh, no bueno.
No bueno indeed. What did they nerf about the Ogre? Was it his base regen?
Dyer's
I feel like it
middle
was.
tower
It went from like
Yes.
4 to 0.5 or something like that.
Yeah, yep.
Still though,
I don't-
plenty of armor. Not enough to be able to tank through all that damage though, coming through from the clockwork with the battery assault now that it's level 3 too.
What's goddamn shenanigans? Zika just doesn't want to let Dard get back to the jungle. Oh, he went 203 build here for Dard, so no points unfortunately in the glaives to be able to keep up in farm. Meanwhile, mid lane, Migi is just proving to be a nuisance. Easy half health taken care of.
Stealing away the bounty rune too. Oh, Yoge will be able to get it in Kara's face.
Bottom lane,
Also
the
taken
chain
away the
control
top tower
needs to be
side.
perfect, and it might be. Banjars gets the kill. Sexy Yoge's going to reveal his position now, so Dismar's going to try and see if he's still in the tree line, but a big kill onto Kukahook. Dismar might be able to find him. Avalanche is up in a couple of seconds, but no one nearby to get that toss back if he was able to find the initial stun.
I think you can feel very confident in the fact that Faceless Void is not coming back down bottom. It is Clockwork that's actually doing it. I'm not sure Zeke is going to be able to accomplish that much down here, though. And you're going to have to defend against multiple heroes. Nice toss back by Dismar to be able to
Beautifully done.
get that gap a little bit further away. And well, I'm wrong. Void comes straight back down into this meat grinder down bottom. I mean, Luna just TP'd bottom recently. She's farming inside the triangle right now, but very capable of just joining the rest of the team.
Cookie on forward. They will finally be able to catch up to Dismar, who does have a couple of heroes playing around him. Dismar's not going to go down, and now Kara gets the extra stun lock onto Sexy Yoge. And Migi, there's not much he's really going to be able to do here from the Pudge to offset this. Oh no, the hook doesn't connect as well on Benjaz. Are they going to be okay? Ravens, you know, get the kill onto the Clockwork, who is relatively high leveled. You've got the Luna catching up in farm. You also, this was happened off screen, but Lissex also used the Arena top, I think, to try and solo kill Niango Flow. So that's now Arena on cooldown for 45 seconds.
I don't think you really care all that much on the arena though. Like it has a few combinations that are effective. I think most of the time you want to try and catch out this Luna, of course, because she's not able to attack outside of it. She doesn't have a really easy way to get out other than a TP. So it does confirm a lot of kills super easily. Mid lane's the bigger prospect right now. They just need to continue to play around this siege creep as much as they can. Just go for a few blind hooks there on Miggy to try and catch out anyone trying to defend, but well, they end up keeping this tier 1 tower. You know, we know as Dire it's incredibly important to keep as much control of your jungle as you can. Losing that tier 1 tower top at around the 8 or so minute mark doesn't help, so that's why they just put so much emphasis on retaining mid.
Radiant's bottom tower
Kukahook
is under attack.
should be able to chase down Dismar, especially with Sexy Yoge nearby. You would hate to drop the chrono for it, and he's not going to do so. Meanwhile, Zeke's trying to solo kill Dard. I don't... He
Comes the
killed the
Zex.
wrong cogs. Oh no, the cogs. He tried to get rid of the one next to the tree, so he couldn't even escape regardless. A solo kill. Lusex had to use the spear as well, I suppose, to help out, but Arena's going to be laid down. A beautiful placement of the Arena. Niango Flow's going to try and chase him down. The Remnant will secure the kill. They're doing a really good job to kite Migi, though. An Avalanche into the toss closer to Benjaz. He's going to go for a TP out, but the burst is there. Soul Assumption, along with Niango Flow's damage output, puts a shot to the Pudge's life.
I feel like that's very different as Sexy Yoga is just there though, right? Like he's playing around the Faceless Void a good amount, and you understand it because Void hasn't had the easiest time in the laning stage, but if you're going to make a play like that on the Clockwork, you say, I'm diving super deep, I'm playing around this observer ward that I've placed at the bottom of the stairs, just outside of the Dire base. You got to be there on the Snapfire. You should have telegraphed exactly a lot of these movements and be there to join the rest of your team. So we'll see if that's the one mistake that they need to be able to clean up a few of these early mishaps.
Does seem like though for Ravens, they are... Benjaz is top of their net worth, but which I think is incredibly important for their tempo control in a game like this. If he can find a Wraith Pact at a decent timing, we could see the towers start to fall. And again, this is a lineup that I do think needs to start to get active pretty early on, because you got Kukahook that's finding a lot of farm across the map. Already Javelin, along with the Mask of Madness completed. We'll be working on the Maelstrom next.
Still feels like it'll reach a point though where this this Void Spirit might not necessarily be able to deal with not necessarily the damage, but just how tanky they are on Dreamers, right? Like, is Void Spirit going to be able to go through 4 strength heroes plus a Pudge with Flesh Heap plus a Faceless Void that could just time walk off anything that isn't a 100 to 0 chain stun?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point.
Speaking of Void, they're going to pop the smoke here. They just moved a little bit further away on the clockwork, so if they were there, they would have seen that smoke pop and been able to convert with the Chronosphere into the Mortimer's Kisses, but instead it might actually be the opposite. They could look to convert this onto a kill onto a couple of supports here. It's going to be Kara that reveals himself first.
Oh no. Flies over Sexy Yoga's position, so no way. Okay, Cookie down, but yeah, go Flare. We'll be able to catch him up. So a little bit awkward. Trying to do some shenanigans to block up some of the camps. But now with heroes showing across the map, Dard will go back to farming, and they're going to stall this one out a little bit. Who do you feel like this truly favors, though? Because, again, I feel like Ravens are fine with trying to work towards their next set of items and then ramp up the pace of this game. But what do you feel like?
I feel like it would favor Dreamers if you went a slightly different build on Miggy. Like, he's going into the Aghanim Scepter, which is incredibly standard, but I'm not sure the Blink Dagger is going to do much this game, right? Like, unless you're using it specifically to get odd angles for the hooks. But in terms of, like, Blink dismembering anyone, look at all the different interrupts that you've got. Literally every single hero has a way to be able to stop a Blink dismember onto a target. And with the way that Ravens are playing, they're not too far away from each other at any moment in this game. He is going into the Ags first, it seems like. Picks up the point booster first, so I like that. But it's really only going to be after the Ag Scepter, Blink plus BKB, where he really feels like he can look to regularly contribute to a lot of these team fights. It's going to need to be pickoffs until then, or on the back of Kukahook on his Faceless Void.
Who's still continuing to play down bottom. Yet to see that first Chronosphere of the game. Top lane though, and go flow in this X battle lane. I'm just trying to test some of the farm up there. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen Mortimer Kisses into the Chrono. Maybe they feel like if they use their ultimates, then Ravens might just consider about taking the tier 1 tower mid lane. Top, I think the Void Spirit should be fine. Just some poke and prod, trying to force some reactions. Mid lane though, we got a Dismember out. Dismar, toss in. Beautiful toss from Dismar. Puts Meek in a very awkward position. Is going to try and hook Zika away from the aggression, but unfortunately that is not enough. The damage has already been dealt.
The thing I like about this, though, is that they're making a commitment with a couple of heroes. Sure, it's nice if the Pudge is getting a little bit more farm, he's dropping off a bit, but Mars is farming heavily. Faceless Void is farming heavily, and really the only one that's doing that on Raven's side is the Luna. She's going to be able to do it a little bit quicker, but it still feels kind of nice. It's keeping the net worth level, even though the kill score isn't.
Smoke from either side.
Lane. This will be a big play. Looking to try and bait in the... might just be waiting for that Grave Chill to expire and then look to go for the play. Clockwork hanging around. Has the hookshot available in 3. Looks like they might be happy enough just to take this tier 1 tower, although they're going to be going for the deny. End up getting it.
Oh. Pretty close with the hook there from Miki. Not able to catch anyone out. Benja's just chilling for the moment. See what the play is going to be, though, for them. Again, Radiant with no ultimate committed for that tier 1 tower. They will be ready if Ravens want to answer back for their own siege. And again, they're just getting a lot of farm across the map. Faceless Void chilling out by the triangle. The rest of the team, a couple of them still playing kind of the death squad, so to say. You got the Pudge with the Snapfire together. Snapfire is even making sure he kind of plays with the Clockwork as well in case there's a hook into the Mortimer Kisses. So both sides feel very content with farming at the moment. We're going to have a lot of action break out shortly once the items are picked up.
Sure if hooking a single range creep is going to accomplish too much, and looks like they will be losing a mid tier 1 tower, but the thing that they are doing
They're
well
wrapping.
again.
Look at Dismar. Goes all the way behind the tier 1 tower. Beautiful pathing out of the Tiny. They'll just net themselves 1 kill. They do see Migi as well. Let's see what they want to try and do with this.
Don't think they can.
Nothing too crazy.
Like, until you got the blink dagger, Dismar doesn't have that blink to be able to get the toss back into the rest of the team. Even then, probably is able to pop the flesh heap. Zix walks into Dismar. Almost worth dropping the arena to get this kill just to slow down the blink dagger.
Wraithback's going to be laid down. Meanwhile, down to the south, though, in the Echo Flow, having the double damage room puts a lot of damage into Migi, but there's the combo finally.
There's the kisses.
Arena into the Mortimer kisses, but Benjaz, he's playing with the Aghanim Shard early on, so all the damage mitigation. They've got the Chrono to potentially turn it around, but can they get the damage inside to bubble? It might not be possible as the Engo Flow jumps in with the Aghanim Scepter. They get the Sansa, control Faceless Void, and our Seeker too will be chased down as Ravens only lose the Tiny.
Oh my god is right, and it is just the consequence, right, of letting this Visage have a much freer lane than she probably should have had. He should have had. You've also got no glyph available, with that being used 2.5 minutes ago. Again, Luna, what can you do against this? Bloodlust plus the Familiars, tower's going to go away, map's going to shrink. The thing that I was about to mention for Dream is that they'd been playing the top side of the map fairly well. That's where they had the majority of the vision for most of this game. And they have the lane pushed in where they didn't actually have the glyph available for themselves. Not that they have the greatest heroes to be able to take towers, but I thought maybe they could have put a little bit more emphasis onto playing around that top side of the map, considering that is the area that they had the most information at the time. But, well, all it takes is one movement with those, with the level 2 Familiars, with the Wraith Pact. And well, maybe now they'll have to change targets as to who they want to go on to.
Oh, man. The burst potential between the Engo Flow along with Mr. Dismar. A lot of damage between the two as Zeke is going to be blown up. And this is now, with BKB almost completed from Dart, they're just going to group up, I think. This Luna is just farming way too fast compared to the Faceless Void. You know, we've seen finally that Kukulhook is starting to put himself towards the triangle with this Maelstrom completed so he can kind of get the Ancients farm, but yeah, this Luna is really starting to get some pace away from the Void. Bottom lane, Migi as well. Eclipse just instantly used from Dart, and the chain control was perfect. Didn't even have an opportunity for the Flesh Heat.
And the thing is, without the tower, they can't TP to save him, so a little bit of an odd place for you to be farming on this Pudge, considering Luna, Ogre, they'd been off the map for a while, and you know exactly where a POS 1 Luna with this steroid from the Bloodlust is going to be farming. It's all around the jungle. You are super capable of taking it, and I was mentioning before, all the different stuns that they've got on Ravens to be able to stop the Blink Dismember when he eventually does go for it. That means that you only need this 1 point in the Fire Blast. You're not worried about damage right now. You've got plenty through the rest of your heroes. It's all about just making sure the Luna's doing exactly what she is and extending that net worth lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's going to have to be incredible spell casting coming out from Dreamers. You know, it is 6,000 gold deficit. They have the ultimates to be able to find their way back into this game. You need some big chronos and arenas. They're going to be turning their eyes to Benjaz. A smoke up. It's just a Visage in the lane. Close to the tier 2 tower, but the rotation's probably going to be a little bit too late with the Mortimer Kisses dropped. They're going to have the damage to kill him off before the Stormform, but now Dire, they come in top. They know that all the ultimates were used. They want to capitalize on this. Although the Echo Flow is going to be fine. Silence into the Dissimulate, gets the reposition. Now he's going to go back in for the Pudge instead, as Migi is in trouble for the moment. The spear is not going to get enough distance away, so Lysix has to use a defensive BKB. He should be okay with the Bulwark, but that's a 2 for 1. And with everything on cooldown, the Visage is going to respawn, and they're going to go for objectives.
Do they go for Roche? I mean, no Chrono, no Arena. Feels like, and no Mortimer's Kisses as well. Feels like the ideal option.
Clockwork doing some shenanigans, I'm not quite sure. I guess he had a TP to go back as well, but I mean, that's big. 30 seconds with no Clockwork, which could be your counter initiation in the pit when you don't have
Even
Chrono or Arena.
aspect.
Yep, very true. So yeah, that just guarantees Roche now.
I feel like these inflatable pigs or donkeys are way too big, man.
They are.
The one outside
yeah.
the Roche pit. It actually, you need to channel it for a couple of seconds to like inflate it as well. It's kind of silly.
Can you like half inflate it?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually used it. I've just seen teammates like channel it for 2 seconds. I'm like, all right, hope you don't die as you're doing that as we're trying to push high ground.
There we go. Aegis picked up. First one of the game. We'll be playing with this second life for 5 minutes. And really, this should be the Aegis to get all the map control. Top lane, they might be able to get the Snapfire as well. They have detection. They have detection?
Nope.
Dire are scanning.
Oh no, the courier. It's coming. Nope, just with TPs though, he's fine. Why'd you leave?
What's...
Slowly bonk him down.
So much time wasted, honestly.
Why? No! Why?
I don't
What's
know.
the point?
I don't know. In the river, Dismar.
They could get Dismar.
They might be able to, but the rest of the team are coming. They're not killing him fast enough. Kukul's going to get the BKB
usage.
off, so the damage for the Eclipse is going to be heavily negated. But Kukul's
he's
got
on his
nowhere to
own.
go. He jumps to the left side, but Niego and Benjas, they were just waiting, anticipating that movement out to the secret shop. They block off the escape, and they kill off the carry.
He needed his boys. He needed his boys there with him. I mean, even just the Snapfire, right? He had the Chronosphere available. The way that I'm wanting Dreamers to play these next couple of fights is just try and find a time where Ravens are away from Dart. The rest of the 4, those are the main ones that you're looking to take down, because really, that's all that Faceless Void is scared of right now. If you use the BKB, only the Luna can look to kill you. I'm really not all that concerned about what a Visage and the Familiars are going to be able to do. So if you could just isolate one of the others, that's a pretty big win.
Are they going to stick around? Oh, wow. Okay. I thought maybe with tier 3 towers, they are content with that. But Void's going to respawn shortly with Chrono, so they are respecting them. They're going to back off. Look to take the last outer tower.
Middle tower is under attack.
Very close to the Daedalus as well. Almost completed from Dar. This is going to be full map control now for Ravens, and they still have ample time to play with on the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Getting close to that that Aghanim shard as well on good old Ogre McGee. So that's going to provide a little bit of that protection inside of the Chronosphere. You've already got the Wraith Pack to be able to do it, so just anything additional is going to be uber helpful.
Go for the hook! Oh no,
Oh,
they see him.
no.
Oh, the toss into the
Oh,
familiars. Kuka hook. That's
What?
an incredible
Okay.
Chrono with the Mortimer Kisses as well. They're going to be able to get one. They'll get the second life as well afterwards, but have they used too much for the initial side of the team fight? Miki
I think they're
hooks
pretty happy.
Benjaz back inside the base. The Aghanim Shard comes out in the nick of time, and now this is all Dire's team fight to reign supreme. A toss in once again from Dismar. Niengo Flow's got the follow-up. 4 down, couple of buybacks are there, but without the ultimates, there's no way they can stop the siege.
Man, that was so close to being incredible for them. Almost taking out the Visage there takes away a huge portion of the damage. Would have been another 2 boots of bearings that he's able to use as a result of that.
Oh,
They're
not
just trying to get this
again.
free kill.
Not like
Oh,
this.
yeah. Oh, yes. Especially in the elimination game coming through. Zika, he's trying his best to man fight. They're playing with him a little bit here. It has to feel so discouraging, though. So your Peruvian countrymen looking to come through, and Zika will fall with the dieback. These players have a lot of pride, though. They're going to be looking to play all the way to the death, and unfortunately for Dreamers, this might be it for them in the TI qualifiers.
Naked Creeps now on the cards. They might even stick around for tier 4s if they want. They still know when the Void respawns, he does not have Chrono. I was like, yeah, let me deal with some of the buffer buildings.
They're feeling themselves on Ravens. They're showing that, you know, when we get able to play all of our games, then you know, we can show a lot. We've got the skill, we've got the talent, we've got the drafting style. That we're something to be threatened with. You know, upper bracket. Who's it for?
Losers!
There we go. That's the more PG version of what the quote is, but we'll go with it.
I am Not saying that word.
Mm-hmm.
The PG stream, remember?
That's true. Didn't stop you yesterday, though.
Oh, I didn't even say something crazy. I can get nutty with it, don't you worry. You want me to turn this?
You know I can get nutty as well, all right? You've seen me in green rooms. Anyway, they're going for a last-ditch attempt here. 4-man smoke coming through, using Miggy as a little bit of bait, perhaps. You need to throw him on the front lines, though. You can't just have him slowly dawdling into a lot of these team fights. Dismar would be a decent
Dismar in the
one.
lane. Kara's behind him as well.
There's the
There's
coordination.
no damage fault. They have to mortimer kisses for the tiny, and that's not what you want. You need the kisses for a big chronosphere. But now without the damage being inside the bubble, Niengo Flow double damage from one to the next. He goes jumping on
down.
4 with 0 cares in the world. Google
Okay, not bad.
Still a double chrono, but where's the damage? It's just not there. Wraith packed off to the right side. All the damage mitigations out. And with the ultimates being expended and no one
They're
left
already calling
standing. The G's are dropped. And unfortunate for Dreamers Esports, they will be eliminated from the TI-11 qualifiers.
It wasn't to be a dream for them this time around. Ravens getting a pretty clean win. 29 minutes coming through and just looking dominant throughout both of those games. I thought that draft did, in my opinion, look a little bit better. It just came down to some of the executions, right? We weren't counting them, but the hooks coming through from the Pudge, maybe if you landed a few more, you get a few of those early kills. You use that to transition into towers. You lessen the amount of free space that the Luna has to be able to farm, and it means that you're not just accelerating your farm at such a rapid rate on Dard, because he balled out of control. If we ever get a chance to look over to the in-game player net worth, you'll see that he just really started to spike at like that 15 or so minute mark where he was completely uncontested under the safety of a lot of that tower protection.
Yeah, and we saw they did a really good job on Ravens to be able to protect the T1 tower, though. You were mentioning that Dire in particular, and especially when you have a carry like Luna who really thrives around farming the triangle, you need to keep this T1 mid alive. And they did so for quite some time to be able to get Dard back into this game. We saw 7-3-9 on the Luna. Niengo, another incredible performance as well, 9-0 and 11. But then look, for me, I'm looking towards the Visage now in South America in particular, because this Visage hero is looking incredibly strong. I'm going to have to go back and see how many games it won yesterday, because we did see it a couple times, but so far it's 2-2 in regards to today. And paired with the Luna too, it's looking really good. I know this is a pairing that we've seen for quite some time, but I wonder if it's even a little bit better now with the changes to the global at the 5-minute mark. And of course, well, every night time, but I should say, of course, that first night time being at 5 minutes. So I really like what we were able to see come out from Ravens there, being able to pair up the Visage with the Tiny again, but also the Luna as well.
Yeah, Visage, Tiny. Those are the things that you need to be mindful of going up against Ravens. We saw Tiny, he had the flexibility to go into multiple different roles, looked just as comfortable on both. And yeah, being able to get that clean 2-0. But we've got 3 more series today.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere. We've got another one coming up next. Which one is that? It's Balrogs taking on No Runes, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. So it's going to be another low bracket round 1, 2 fresh teams, and unfortunately 1 more team will be eliminated from the hunt to TI-11. Who will be able to continue in their lower bracket run? We'll find out after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Two fresh new teams here in the South American TI-11 regional qualifiers. Then we've got No Runes taking out Belrogue's Esports. We saw, unfortunately, one team already eliminated from their hunt in the lower bracket. What are we feeling like in this second series, though, in particular? Any kind of pre-thoughts with No Runes and Belrogues? We haven't had the opportunity to cast these two teams yet, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards No Runes. I had a look prior to the entire bracket starting and just seeing, on both 7.32 as well as 7.31 in terms of like win rates in DPC as well as outside of it. And honestly, everyone across the SA region was very even between like 40 and 60-ish%. The one exception was Balrogs, who have been playing in Div 2, and they had a win rate of like 26%. So that's a pretty big drop from the rest. I've still got hope for them. They could go for that miracle run. Maybe they found exactly what's made them click. But for now, No Runes, they would have to be the favorites, as well as they came from the upper bracket, right? They ended up losing to SG, I believe.
Yes, that is correct. They were 2-1 by
2-1.
SG.
It was close. That was that crazy game 3, wasn't it?
Yes, that was indeed where we saw the Magnus played for SG, the Mag Carry. No Runes, their winning draft was a Tree Protector Puck, Primal Beast Snap, and Morphling. So I saw the Primal Beast and I'm like, I may as well just say the entire draft as well, because we've seen so far today, I think actually both Game 1 and Game 2 of the previous series, the Primal Beast was banned out in the first phase, and maybe there'll be a little bit of respect with the Primal Beast in this game in particular as well.
Maybe, yeah, not as much as it needs to, but this is the game where I'm keen to see specifically what Hiko is going to play for No Runes. He's got some of those, like I said before, he's more of the old school style with his offlane choices. Blink Dagger with a Centaur, a Slardar. Mars, not so much. Tide Hunter, we saw a little bit of it, but he's even got a Broodmother that he's been picking up here and there. So we'll see if that's something that ends up coming out in this draft with how it got a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch.
Is that buff enough, though, for it to be played?
I'm not a filthy brood player, okay? I have something called honor, and I'm not going to reduce myself to playing that disgusting spider hero. I mean, we've got enough spiders here in Australia.
I love how you said honor and you were a position 5 Venom spammer. So
13 win streak,
like,
baby. Let's go.
I feel like there's not a whole lot of honor there with playing a Venom 5.
You can't win a game solo playing Veno 5. I feel like you could win a game solo playing Broodmother with like a last pick. If you're opening with a Veno 5 and you're on a 13-game win streak, there's got to be something right going on there.
Maybe it's just not the hero, it's the person that's playing it. Maybe they are just too incredibly strong. Have you tried the Ag Shard? Have you seen how that feels overall on a Veno support? Because you mentioned multiple times, South America, they really do like their 5 Veno. There's a couple of people that will pull it out.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet myself. It feels really awkward. Like the range is kind of small on it. And as a Veno, especially as a 5 Veno, you don't want to be there in the thick of things. You want to be like, honestly, even the third person into a fight if you can, just trying to use the Plague Wards from afar. And now that the Aghanim Shard isn't even that double range on the Venomous Gale, it becomes even more difficult. So I haven't had quite the chance to be able to pick it yet, but I'm sure it'll come around. We've all got cavern crawls, right? So I'm going to make sure we try and squeeze it in there when we can.
How's your cavern crawl been going? Because I think I was listening to a OD Fog game, and Fog said he's done like 30 heroes, which is just makes zero sense. I don't know how someone can. The Fog plays
plays
a
a lot of
crap load
unranked.
of Dota.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
a
He plays
lot of unranked, a lot of
stacks.
Dota. Just
Uh,
spams it. How
many
have you gone
heroes
through
have I
that many
done?
heroes though? Like that's so.
1, 2. Let me see how many heroes I've done. I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 spaces I've gotten rid of. I'm not sure if that means how many heroes or if it was just like win with a carry with great pecs, one of those sort of things. But 13 spaces have been cleared, and I try and double up whenever I can.
Who's got great pecs as a carry?
Juggernaut does. I think Sven does. There's a lot out there. The support with Great Pecs is the one that stands out. I think it's Shadow Demon, Earth Spirit, and God, there's one more. I'll get it eventually. Elder Titan, I think, is the last one. So yeah, I made sure to get I think it was a Shadow Demon game in. No, it was an Elder Titan game. It was an Elder Titan game, and I just briefcase people in the face.
He's got some mediocre pecs. I know
Wow,
my
okay.
pecs looking kind of
Calm
nutty.
down, bro. Calm down, all right? You can't get this guy talking about his gym routine because he'll never stop. Anything that you think unique is going to come out from Balrogs? Because we've talked a little bit about No Runes so far.
I'm just really excited to see what their style is going to be, kind of different to some of the South American teams. We brought up that the Earthshaker yesterday from Slardent looked incredible. We've seen the Tiny has been something that has been played multiple times to a lot of success, not only the position 2, but the position 4 role. We've mentioned the Visage. We've seen some success with like the Luna carries. So, Ancient Apparition's been picked up a couple times as well to be able to address like the Death Prophet, which some of the teams are still playing the off lane. So, you mentioned that Hiko has a very different hero build in regards to what Balrog's offlane is going to be, traditional as the kind of melee
No runes
initiators. So, yeah, no runes, sorry. So I wonder if there's going to be, he'll get his heroes, and then Balrogs, they'll be able to play with some of the ranged offlane heroes. But the beautiful thing is we have a draft, so we get to find out, what style they want to come with, at least in this game 1 for Balrogs.
I'll be banning the Primal Beast all these times, man. Where's the fun in all of this? I know it's TI, but come on. The other thing that I'm going to be looking at from No Runes in particular is Jupiter's hero pool. He actually likes to play a lot of the Lion. It's his most played hero, and not really something that we see from the position 4 all that often in recent times. Skywrath, Barana, even the Pos 4 Weaver occasionally, he likes to break out. So we do have a little bit of a different style coming from No Runes. Clearly it nearly worked against SGE Sports. And then the only other real big standout would be Nuage, the Pos 5 from No Runes. He spams a lot of Treant Protector, he spams a lot of Enchantress, and then it kind of trickles off after that. Warlock, Undying, a little bit of CM. He tried picking a lot of IO in recent times as well, but I had a look at his recent game history just in pubs, and he's got like an 8-game loss streak on it, so maybe they're just going to side that one for now.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, something that we haven't seen a whole lot so far has been the Dawnbreaker. Maybe a game, but really it's been pretty unaddressed so far through at least our games in South America. Was touched up in 7.23b, where the base damage was reduced by 2. A little bit of damage reduction in the Celestial Hammer as well, which I do think is a big change. Obviously not enough for No Runes. They feel the power of still being able to pick it up in the first pick, but I like this from Balrogs. Wasn't sure if we'd see like a Nyx already to address it, one of the biggest counters to the Dawnbreaker, but instead they go for a really, really nice lane answer in the Undying, and something that we've seen prioritized pretty heavily so far through the qualifiers for South America.
You have to wonder if they have done a significant amount of their research. I much prefer this Death Prophet pick because it's something that Balrogs like to flex between mid and the offlane. It's also something that you need to consider because it's actually mostly a mid Dawnbreaker that they play on No Runes. It's something that Mr. Jeans likes to pick for himself, I think 3rd most commonly. So not really one of those things that you can throw around to a bunch of different roles, at least in terms of a comfort factor. So the Undying might not be so great, but DP absolutely is if you want it with that... if you want it to go mid. And again, they've got the last pick. Well, actually, never mind. Lena coming through here, so maybe they're expecting that it is going to be a DP mid.
The fact that you're saying they have the capability to flex the Dawnbreaker makes me a little bit hesitant about the Lina getting picked up. I do think it's an exceptional Lina game already into the two heroes. Like, you deal with the Tombstone incredibly well with your high attack range and high attack speed. You can blow up the Death Prophet with a lot of physical damage at the late game, considering DP can very much have issues in regards to armor. And just get the Meteor out of the way early on. But so at least into the Undying Death Prophet, I like the matchups. But like you said, though, because they can flex the Dawnbreaker, maybe it's now kind of showing their hands a little bit too early on, considering they could have avoided the Undying matchup.
Yeah, potentially. I think you still kind of want to get rid of that Nyx Assassin. It'll be a little bit awkward to have to play around, but it seems like they're just wanting to secure Lina. The start to the game might mean that the Dawnbreaker's prioritized into even a position 5. Not that he's played all that often on Nuage for no runes. And what I'm really thinking is, I think Luna is a great combination. I think you can look to pair it together with something like a Mars, maybe, just to be able to protect the Lina a little bit further. Anything, again, that's just going to keep people clumped up and allow a Luna and a Lina to be able to right-click is a big benefit for mine. And now with the Spirit Siphon doing flat damage instead of percentage, these tanky heroes don't actually care all that much about a DP being picked up.
Do you feel like no runes with this last ban need to consider another pairing with the Death Prophet? Like another melee 4? They've already gotten rid of the Clockwork. Is there another one that you're considering? Or just don't worry about the supports?
Marcy's a potential option. I mean, again, Nyx is too, right? You make a rotation, you catch Alina farming in the jungle with your Vendetta, you just pop the Carapace as she's about to Dragon Slave, and then, because you know that you need to keep using it, right? Otherwise, you don't have the Fiery Soul, and that gives the rest of the team the time to be able to bunch up. The downside to that is, if you go that, then you've suddenly got an Undying and a Nyx Assassin, and maybe they pivot their draft. Maybe they say, okay, we're going to go full-on push. Visage hasn't been banned out, we're going to Visage Luna.
Which would be very scary if that's the pivot that no runes are able to go down. We do see at least one of the better matchups into the Lina banned out. Conquer in regards to the early way to keep up with her. She's very mobile, but not being able to instantly get out of harm's way can be difficult into the X. And what Balrogs are going to show their position for. So the tiny, little bit of flex, but more than likely it's going to be that tiny Death Prophet as the lane duo. Gives you a way to be able to start fights, which is always nice.
But now you know what you're going into, right? You can look to pick something that's going to respond relatively well into a DP plus Tiny duo, and you just want to make sure that you're avoiding the too many strength heroes to be put into that lane. So yep, just picking up a strong laner in the Enchantress is always going to work out fairly well. More push as well, just to pick up the pace, which is always advantageous. You want to be reducing the safe places for a Tiny to be able to farm and get that Blink Dagger for himself. What else could they look to pair with this? I mean, Juggernaut gets picked up fairly frequently by SA teams, although we haven't seen it that much lately. A little bit of Monkey King as well is always an option.
Oh, God.
Avenge, huh? All right. That's something a little bit new. It is an old school offlaner that we were talking about as well.
How certain are we that this is going to be the 3?
I'm not certain. It could be a 3, it could be a 4. Could be a 5. Never know.
Could be a 1.
No. I am
really,
not a believer in Veg 1. Like,
I don't
you just
think
don't
so
farm.
either, but
You don't farm at the same pace as any of these other heroes, right?
this is Lina could be a win condition, though. I feel like because we like to mention a lot when Alina's played, like you don't particularly want that hard carry as your 1, because Lina can fulfill that role.
Are we thinking, are they going to round it out with another woman on their draft here for no runes? Because they got the 4 ladies so far. Do you think they're going to go on theme? We always look for the green drafts, the blue drafts, all that sort of stuff, but you never know.
Girl power!
What is that even from? That sounds like I know Spice Girls thing was girl power, but I haven't heard a big chant like that before.
I don't know. Just getting my feminine side out.
Some Powerpuff Girl stuff. We did see, who was it that had the Powerpuff Girls in the background?
Duster?
It might have been Dusty. Yeah. He was the one person not playing from the boot camp, so he just had his Blossom plush in the background on his little stand there.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think of any. I'm also firstly trying to think of where the roles are going and what they need. I think Avenge Dawn is an ideal lane. So I don't particularly think you want to smooth them. Enchantress into the Undying is probably something they're looking for. Like a ranged hero that doesn't care about the decay, and Undying doesn't really deal with a creep as well. So I'd really like that for no runes to kind of swap that up.
Even just the ability to have all that insane movement speed for the laning stage means that Undying might be able to get decays off onto you, but as long as he's not hitting you, it doesn't really matter. So you can, just look to poke and prod from long range. Right now, I wouldn't even hate to see another illusion hero go away. We've seen Naga Siren really rise up in popularity because of the lower cast rate on the cast point, rather, and the active time on the mirror image specifically, but a little bit of extra attack speed as well. It also benefits her quite heavily.
I guess maybe what do we feel like no runes are lacking then? If we're kind of unsure of maybe where some of the heroes are going, what do we feel like they still need to cover with the 23rd pick?
They're a bit squish, and they lack ways to start fights reliably. Lanes are going to go well, but beyond that, it's like, what's actually happening? You're relying on Balrogs to play poorly, I feel, and just like feed themselves into you as you're steadily pushing. Very, very lacking in team fight right now.
And if you're looking to go like Venge Dawnbreaker safe lane and put the Enchantress side, means you're still looking for an off laner, and you mentioned that Hiko likes his kind of strength melee initiators, and picking them into the Undying is always a little bit more difficult. They're under the assumption that it's going to be a carry picked up. I could definitely completely be the case, and it will be with the Phantom
The 5
Assassin.
ladies, let's go. All right. We got some right-click damage as well coming through with the additional minus armor. Did you see that? Instant reaction is just like the eyebrows get raised like, PA? Oh, wasn't expecting that one coming through. So how do they look to respond to this now? We're assuming they need a position 1. Bloodseeker's been banned already. Any MKB builders? Anyone that likes to build into True Strike? Could it be a Monkey King, perhaps? Monkey King with a Boundless gives you True Strike. Can build a Monkey King bar. Go to his namesake.
Yeah, I don't hate the Monkey. I was trying to think of an Agi hero, but I think at least Monkey's going to get armor with the Wukongs, which is really what you need versus the Phantom Assassin. It gives you a little bit of team fight. You've got ways to keep them inside, and actually the pairing with the Wind Range is quite nice with the Gale Force, so
Could you Leshrac as well? Pos 1 Leshrac with an Undying, and then as long as you get an early-ish plate mail, you're feeling semi-okay with how things are? Like, you're going to hit much faster timings than a PA who needs Battle Fury plus 1 item, right?
Yeah, I think you are very cool to, time independent if you go Lesh. If it goes late game, PA will just take over. So it's a question of can they execute a lineup like that?
What else have Balrogs picked in recent times? Razor doesn't feel great. Luna. Luna's okay into a lot of this, but I feel like the laning stage just won't go as well as you would be wanting it to. It does still pick up the tempo a fair amount, which I like. And it... Ooh, that plus Focus Fire could be kind of nice, right? Luna plus Focus Fire.
Yeah, actually, that
Maybe
could be really nice early. Because Wind Ranger can't really get kills until you get the Javelin, and even sometimes you might be lacking a little bit of damage unless you find like a squishy support, so it would definitely be nice. I don't know.
TA is another option, maybe? Alchemist, okay.
I mean, PA matches quite well into the Alchemist. Late game, you have a lot of ways to kill him. Especially with the Aghanim Shard being picked up, but the percent damage is really the big way to kind of deal with the Alchemist. But it is a hero that can kind of come online a little bit earlier with how much the Elk is able to farm. It does depend if he has a good lane, though. And I expect that's going to be the case with the Undying, because we've mentioned a lot so far that the Undying is incredible laning stage support.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be top 5 priority at the moment, Undying, just because you almost never lose a lane when you've got this Undying these days. And, the fact that it does 0 damage on the decay, it's just so far outweighed by the amount of sustain that it gives you for the laning stage. They nerfed the Tombstone a little bit. I think, what was it, an extra 5-10 seconds on the cooldown reduction? Nerf talent, I think. Might be wrong. But anyway, Who you got going into this with the drafts that we've got so far, Lockie?
Oh, I don't know. Well, I'm hesitant because you mentioned that Hiko really likes his kind of, the traditional, the melee initiating offlaners. Well, he's playing a Vengeful Spirit. This is not really a traditional offlaner that I would expect him to be playing. So something that has to be kind of pulled out of the back pockets, considering you're going against the Undying. I think overall, if it gets to the stage, PA will carry this game. It's just a question of, are they going to be too far behind? Because it could get to 35 minutes and they just have such an overwhelming net worth lead where it doesn't matter if PA is still somewhat keeping up. I feel like
though, you've got good lanes, right? The Lena should have a good lane. You've got an Enchantress lane, always going to be very successful. Dawnbreaker, one of the best out there. So yeah, I'd be a little bit worried.
I just don't know how well the Dawn's going to play into the Undying. I don't...
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man. That is still a very difficult lane. Just missile into Starbreaker. Like, level 2, there's nothing the Alchemist is going to do. Like, Undying is not going to get really much usage out of the Acid Spray, I don't think. So maybe they will actually have a...
The Wave of Terror does a lot of damage now at level 1. Like, 85 damage for an AoE is a lot.
Okay,
He has to be a little bit careful here. He's getting gone on, but he's got Enchantress there to back him up. All right, so No Runes have done us a little bit dirty here, changing their names up a little bit. So I'm actually a little bit sad that Nuage changed it over to Serum instead. Much preferred Nuage. Do you know what Nuage is?
I didn't know. You said it was kind of a French word before. When we're off
Yeah,
screen, right?
it's the word for like the mushroom cloud after a big explosion.
Benny? Good position to be in. Oh, he's just baiting. It's just a casual Alchemist bait. Set up for a 3-man avalanche, a fall with a concoction as well. Benny, that's next level stuff, my guy.
Already a scent of death on the
Easy clap. Never in doubt.
He gets it as well. So first blood over to the Wind Ranger. Bottle going to be coming out. An incredible timing here for the position 2. You mentioned you asked kind of who I was favoring heading into this one. What are your thoughts, though, with the draft? Is there one team you feel like has a little bit more of an advantage?
I'm still really heavily in the camp of I base a lot of my assessment on how lanes are going to go. And in my eyes, I feel like this bot lane is going to go just fine for No Runes. You've got the Blightstone on the Enchantress, so you don't need to go it super early on the PA to get a lot of harassment out. You can just focus on last hitting, and then you can look to join in as Serum with the Blightstone looks to harass out people like the Tiny, 0 armor, brings them into the negatives. DP, a little bit more sustainable, but your ability to be able to get away from this harass, especially now with the nerf to the movement speed on the DP, I think that can't be in terms of importance, undervalued, because you're up against an Enchantress that now has a 35 movement speed advantage over you. It makes it so hard.
Yeah, when I read the changes, I really thought the movement speed would hinder the Death Prophet side lane a lot more than kind of mid in particular, because it's just the distance you need to play to continue chasing Kyros down to get the Spirit Siphon going. Mid lane, it is important as well, but I felt like not as much as some of the side lanes, but all we've seen so far has been side lane Death Prophet.
Yeah, for sure. Top lane looks like it'll be Hiko playing that position 3 role, and Jupiter being the one being the pos for. I mean, Dawnbreaker, really good to be able to put in the way of a squishy Vengeful Spirit, excuse me. And we know whenever you're going up against a Undying, you don't really want to be giving that Strength Hero the core role. So might be looking to go for a kill here onto the Alchemist. Careful, trying to keep the space.
We'll be able to do so with a concoction for the moment. Does eat a lot of damage until 555 is able to help him get back to the tower, but we are seeing those level 2s from No Runes and how powerful it can be.
Jupiter even just going to try and clear out a couple of these harpies. I would almost leave it solo just so that it's the one there, and yeah, it makes it a lot easier to have to kill that creep and then look to stack it afterwards and then make a pull that isn't quite as effective. Just little plays like that can do a lot to end up winning you the lane. Even getting the pull off here. Nicely done.
bottom lane, we had some battle going as well. There was a nice toss under the tower to get some harassment onto the Enchantress. So Serum still got multiple tangos to play with. Mini was able to do a really good job as well to kind of protect the Enchantress to kind of get away from any extra aggressive damage. But we just see kind of the poke and prod. Both sides are really just playing the game of, you know, getting rid of the resources, and once they start to dwindle down kind of the tangos themselves, then maybe they can capitalize and get that kill.
Yeah, they're out of regen right now, except for the AoE coming through from the flag bearer as well as one tango, but looks like Serum for now, he's happy enough to just farm. Doesn't want to take over any of these creeps super
Top
early.
lane, Benny. He's actually going to try and stand his ground in the acid spray and man fight. One more magic missile with a right click, and Hiko claims it. A suicide of his own life, but he feels it's worthwhile with taking the Alchemist down with him.
Yeah, he bought out before the death as well, so made sure that he was spending all of that unreliable gold coming through. Gonna have the boots making the laning stage even better for him. Guts in the mid lane, as we would expect. Lina winning the lane. What a surprise. You know that there's not going to be any rotation coming through from an Undying because it's just not going to be effective at all. It's all on the back of the Tiny. So I'm sure that's all he's saying. Just keep me aware of a lot of these Tiny's movements, and then I'll be just fine. I'll win the lane for you. Don't worry about it, boys.
Yeah,
they've got two win conditions then, if you've got the Lina and the PA, right?
Yeah, their scaling potential late game is being very, very scary for Belrogs to be able to deal with. We just saw Pride Guts was able to stop RoboZ from getting the top water rune, and then the Enchantress even secured the bottom water rune as well. So RoboZ is playing with what that thought is top lane, 555. He's got the Tombstone leveled up as well. In a little bit of trouble is going to be the Dawnbreaker. Hiko's going to try and turn to kill off, and oh, they will be able to do so. Nicely done. So this means that Dawnbreaker is going to be able to step out to the right side, and Hiko wants to continue putting the pressure on. They've got another round of the Celestial Hammer. They need to keep their distance, and well, they'll force a spell usage and at least dwindle once again the resources of Benny.
Well, you can see Jupiter really wants to look to go for this kill if he can. Dawnbreaker, level 3. 2 points in the Luminosity is kind of surprising, considering the early nerfs to the Celestial Hammer damage. Really does feel like you need to put a little bit more emphasis onto it. Don't think he should be any danger of dying, though. Might look to scout out, see if there's any camps starting to be stacked up inside the jungle, but I suppose he knows that Undying really hasn't left the lane, so it's unlikely.
Like you were mentioning, though, really, the advantage that No Runes had was off the back of the lanes, and it's really proving to be the case. Was just a 2,000 net worth lead. It's off to a great start for them, and we're going to continue to see Serum.
What's this rotation going to be like from Serum? I mean, he's going to pick up the Invis Rune, nice. Just stealing that one away. But, I mean, even just going for ganks against RoboZ is kind of nice as the Enchantress, right? You have the enchant to be able to spell off that wind run. Means that the Lina, as long as she's able to get that initial Dragon Slave, Light Strike array off, you're going to be in a really good spot to try and convert. But that's why Pamplona is looking to stay around that sort of area. Hellbear Smasher to come back to lane. Don't think they'll have the damage to be able to kill Hijack here.
Top lane, Hiko. In a bit of trouble here. Benny gets a long-range concoction. Jupiter's going to be able to help out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, Hijack will be forced to TP back to the T1 tower as well. So again, both sides continuing to skirmish it out. Jupiter is fighting underneath the acid spray, but as soon as it expires, he's going to be chilling for the moment. We're not done just yet. As back to bottom, Mini's going to look to jump in and try and kill off the Tiny. He's got the Hellbear if required for the bonus damage, who instead just chases down the corridor to get a little bit of extra gold.
He can get one more clap before he dies as well. Clap him. Nice. Give him the clap.
Up him! Up the cheeks!
Come on, bro. Oh, come on!
Oh, no.
Where's the clap? I'm so sad.
Top lane. Ampalona's going to look to TP in. Jupiter juking through the trees, but 555's going to be able to block him off. They do have Serum nearby, though. And Jupiter's still alive. They'll get the kill onto the Tiny. Pamplona just TP'd up, and now Benny as well is going to be cautious. He recognizes he can't continue to move on forward with that concoction. He's just going to use that instead to get some distance.
It's an Alchemist that isn't really farming, though. You know, he's 3-1-1 just to try and keep them away inside of the lane, just shoving waves out, and that's exactly what the Venge wants, right? You're going to have this period of about 17 or so minutes most of the time, maybe a bit longer. I haven't actually seen too much Venge since the change to the passive gold, but all you need is the Ags, and then you just become completely selfless, just building all into auras and throwing your body in the way to be able to make space for this 2-win condition lineup that you've got in the PA and the Lina. But the read early on.
Oh, Enchantress is such a silly hero, man. I just saw a level 3 Enchantress just do a half damage to Undying and just zone him away. Like, yeah, have fun defending your Alchemist.
Yeah, they kind of know exactly where the Undying was, right? And if he's not showing up as coming back to this lane, they're like, all right, let's go for a bit of a dive here.
Bottom lane, Pampalona with the toss potentially. One TP starting to come out. He's got the creeps to the north to be able to jump boot, but 555. There's no stun, so Mini's just going to look to TP out. Serum, is he fast enough? It looks like he is. So they've done a really good job. They pulled them away from the tower. They do have another creep wave connecting shortly, but Exo's going to soon expire.
In that meantime, up top, they're looking to put a little bit of pressure in onto Benny. Not too many TPs to come up towards this top lane with the exception of RoboZ. They still do get 1 kill, which probably they didn't need to give away, but much more important to try and protect your tier 1 tower, I suppose. Feels like Benny, though, now that he's reached up to that level 6, he feels much more confident in being able to just stick up in this lane and look to try and shove it out and farm on his own. A little bit short on the Celestial Hammer there from Jupiter. Might just be trying to take out the trees instead. Reduce the amount of areas to juke around in for Benny.
This game is really not looking too good for Belrogs at all. I feel like for them to come back into this and make enough space for the Alchemist, it's going to be off the back of RoboZ. He's third in net worth, Javelin completed. Might have a fight by the Arcane Room, but Guts able to pick that up and just assassinate the life of the Undying. And our Guts is going to stand his ground in man fight. They purge off the win run. Oh no. And now Pampalona should be able to step on out into the trees, but I was just saying the Wind Ranger needs to be the hero that can snowball this game to make the space for the Alchemist, and well, he's brought down in the river.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to go for this Wind Ranger pick, you needed to play a lot more around Pamplona making the rotation towards mid, right? But the thing is, you've got this Enchantress with a Blightstone PA lane, so it doesn't really feel safe to leave the Death Prophet, but you got to give up something to earn something, right? So it's just one of these instances where there's no winning choice, it's just which is less bad for you. Because right now, it feels like you've just tried to put a little bit too much both ways, and you're not going to win out either way.
Bottom lane, they're attempting on Hijack. Laguna Blade's still on cooldown for the moment. They should have the damage with some of the right clicks. And look at Guts, 141 damage already to be working with the help of the Falcon Blade. And not only that, across the map, they're even fighting to the Alchemist. They'll get the kill into the Death Prophet, but it looks like with the reinforcements, Benny will turn it back around as a deep attempt from no runes is going to be punished. They lose the Venge, and they also lose the Enchantress. So a really good job at defending their own jungle.
Yeah, defending the jungle, obviously very important for an Alchemist to be able to accelerate with that Greevil's Greed farm. Again, has only just the 1 point into it so far. Needs to make sure that he's leveling up the Acid Spray because of how poorly the laning stage went. Going straight into the Radiance, but again, it's just a matter of how much of the map have you lost, how far are you going to be behind a PA, which it's not really something that you expect to happen super early on. I mean, PA is only 1 item away from that Battle Fury. Very nice start for Mini.
Would like to see both sides start to put a little bit of emphasis on making some stacks at the Ancients, because the PA with Battle Fury can farm that, the Alchemist as well will be able to farm that as well. Balrogs. Smokers 3, and well, it's going to be Serum that's killed off. It's not the worst kill, because it should help them lead this into a tier 1 tower now with the Exorcism committed. And Pampalona though to the right, to the left side.
Should see him. They've got ways to be able to push this wave out though. And with that Exorcism being committed, I mean, has it really accomplished that much? An Enchantress kill and a tickling of damage to a tier 1 tower? I don't think so. So now I feel like you just need to make sure you're shoving out the next wave, pick up those early farming items. You don't even need to push towers, honestly, on no runes. Like, you could wait for the BKB and then look to make an aggressive movement. PA still going to be a little bit until she's got that Battle Fury, so you're fine with it being a passive game. Of course, you can't leave an Alchemist completely on his own, but he's actually revealed down on the bottom side of the map, so with Alina coming through to potentially get this kill, although nice Observer Ward to be able to protect from any kind of rotation coming through.
Top lane Serum's gonna enter into the jungle where RoboZ and Pamplona have sprung the trap.
Few plinks.
They'll do a killing spree here for the Wind Ranger. Still second in net worth. Not having the worst game for the moment on RoboZ. Gonna try and catch Mini in the tree line, but will not be able to keep up. So, nice read coming up from the Phantom Assassin back towards the mid lane and getting very close towards the Battle Fury.
This is the thing, though, right? The Enchantress was there to win the lane and to make it difficult for you to find pickoffs onto the heroes that actually matter. Again, it's the first, bottom side, actually. This could be a hero that matters a little bit more unless they don't have a stun, and then he's going to be A-OK. Just getting there for a little bit off the stack.
Oh, they might still get him.
Lock up
Look
the
at
smoke
this.
as well.
Oh, they tossed the Wind Ranger in.
Who got who?
Dawnbreaker's relatively tanky for the moment with some heroes playing behind, but Hiko's gonna swap himself. And that's enough because they can go in with Mini nearby. So Pamplona goes down. And stalling out. I mean, Tiny, you need this blink. It's a lot of their playmaking capabilities on Belrox. They don't have a hero to start the fights until Alchemist gets that blink, maybe second or third item. So slowing him down is very important.
Yep. And I feel like Serum's just going to keep doing the exact same thing that he's been doing so far, right? Looking to place some wards to enable his cores to farm safely in spots that are less likely to be dewarded, and then just throw himself out there. He wants to get up to level 6 just so that he has a little bit more of that survivability. But then again, it's going to be splitting up the map, making sure that Hiko gets into his Aghanim Scepter. I said around 17 minutes. Looks more like 16 to me with how effectively he's been able to farm. And yeah, of course, Lina closing in on the BKB, PA closing in on... I don't think she actually has anything queued up just yet, but you would imagine it's... Do they need the Deso? I guess they do. I mean, they've already got a little bit of... a lot of right-click damage coming through, so I would imagine it's Deso second item for Mini. But you could look to make plays in like 2 minutes' time just with the 4 heroes except PA, right? Might even be doing it around mid lane very shortly.
Top lane, Pamplona. Oh, this is looking like a freebie. DP out now, son. DP out. Oh, he made it. Very nicely done. All right, some time. Radiant's about to be completed for Benny. Still needing a little bit of gold. This is incredibly late Radiance time. And the fact that the Phantom Assassin got his own farming steroid at 1.5 minutes beforehand. Looks like Mini is going to be working towards that BKB with already one component. But you've hit your timings on no runes. Like, you are not worried at all. This farming steroid came out early for PA. Hiko's got the scepter, like you were mentioning, at 16 minutes in, which can be a really big issue for the hero that you are very slow to farm, and one item, if you don't get it, people can just run over the game. So I feel like no runes are incredibly happy with the status of this game one.
Yep. 70 gold away from BKB on the Lina. She's got the regen rune as well. So, like, you're just hitting everything all at the exact same time. This is exactly what no runes were playing for. And now they could just look to smoke up together, go for an aggressive play, pick off a high priority target like that Alchemist. Although they're going to try and get a free kill here.
The Extra is going to be committed towards the Vengeful Spirit, so they're going to be able to take care of Hiko, but now they'll turn it back around as Guts tries to show up. But the damage is not there to kill off Hijack. They need to be able to reset, but they're back in though. 555 doesn't have the capability to get out. A swap closer towards Guts positioning. It's like in the end, it'd still be the 1 for 2. Is that the worst though? Because Exo committed and they're not going to lose a tier 1 tower, I don't think.
Won't they? They're dealing an okay amount of damage. They don't want to go in just yet on the PA.
They're going to go in instead.
Never
Mini,
mind.
look at that with the Solar Guardian. They should get the slam down stun, but the LSA follow-up. Down goes Hijack. And now Mini instantly jumps towards Pamplona as well, making sure the Tiny cannot back off with the team.
Damn, I was dead wrong. I thought they wouldn't have the damage to be able to take him out just yet, maybe needing PA to get into that secondary item first. But well, clearly underestimating just the level advantage that they've been able to have. At least in the meantime, Benny's been greedy. He's been sitting back. He's been farming. He's going to look to try and contest this Roshan. They see that it's going on, but they're going to be a little bit too late.
You are right indeed, Benny.
I mean, getting those 2 pickoffs at the start, of course, was probably the best that Balrogs could have hoped for, considering how the start to the game went. But yeah, like you said, they apparently just didn't have the damage to be able to convert then onto the other key objective that allows the Alchemist to farm better, to allow you to maybe find a kill onto the PA before they make use of those key first timings and get the PA without an Aegis. Now that can't happen.
Mid lane, a little bit of jump, but Pamplona's going to be right. This neutral item on Wind Ranger is incredible. Lens of Pursuit is goddamn silly. I had never thought about it, but like no one wants to really, quite often, no one wants to stand your ground against a Wind Ranger that's focus firing you. So you try and run away. Well, what are you going to do? You slowed, extra damage. This seems like a very good item for Wind Ranger.
And how about Specialist's Array for Alina?
Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
with the DD
very
and
cool.
Working on MKB. Yeah, very cool.
Very fair, very balanced. I like the fact that he's going into the super early MKB, not wanting anything to get in the way of both him as well as PA doing a lot of the damage. You know, you're probably going to look to build into some kind of evasion just to sustain against this heavy physical style, but it's going to be all for nothing.
That Radiant's completely negated now, mainly. Was it, what's 80%? Is it the proc? I don't remember now of MKB.
Dyer's middle tower.
Yeah, 80% chance to piss. There we go. DD activated. T1 tower's going to go down mid. Let's see if they want to consider about going for another objective instead. They're going to evade into the jungle.
Hijack,
They will
you
run
can't just walk
straight
here.
into hijack. An easy pickings. Like you mentioned,
They
cannot
might
be
just find
wondering.
Benny as well. Meany is the one doing the scouting right now.
Look at the
Daytime, will that
daytime.
allow
I
them
think
to
they
see
saw
it? They
him.
do.
They do. Yep, the jump forward. Jupiter gets confirmation of Benny's positioning. He's going to try and get back to the T1 tower. Balrogs, they are starting to TP down. They might be able to kill off the Dawnbreaker, but the swap away Hiko is able to keep Jupiter alive. And now they don't have answers towards Guts as the double damage went onto the Lina. Is just ripping them apart. The damage early on is too much for Balrogs to handle. Now Robo Z might be stuck in the tree line as well. He's going to try and cut his way through, but no, the power shot. It didn't cut the tree that he needed. The change to the power shot for some reason. Not being able to cut all the trees down. He got unlucky there and, well, that'll condemn his own life.
I mean, let's be honest, Ares. When was the last time you saw an arrow being fired into trees that destroyed them?
Yeah, well, that is true.
Some kind of anime shit going on.
Hey, what are we doing now? Is this, I thought we
You got one yesterday, all right? I don't want to start this.
So Lina, pretty cool hero, huh? Dude, we've been on this Lina train for a while, and we kind of stopped preaching it because just no one was picking it, and we're just like, all right, like we still kind of feel it's strong, but we just kind of put it on the back burner for a bit, and it's good to see having a good game. Guts 5-0 on 3, MKB almost completed. It was a really nice pick out of no runes at the 8th.
Yeah, they banned the direct counters to it as well, right? In the laning stage and even early mid game before those BKBs start to come out. Puck, Kunkka means that you are kind of in that no man's land, I like to call it, where very easy to be able to be killed, but you also need to be farming as you are having the potential to be acting as that true carry. But this game, they don't even need to just lean back on the Lina to do all of the heavy lifting.
Oh, not again, hijack.
Not even any
health
crits, and he's still going to die.
Like that. The minus armor coming through from Hiko, along with Mini with the Orbit Corrosion. They've got the ward on the high ground as well, but they're not even looking for 555. They want Benny instead. They recognize this thing undying. It's going to be easy picking, so let's just go for a +1 kill. Benny, they want to try and force the BKB. Looks like he will just slither on back to the T2 tower.
Double magic missile. Bang, bang.
Double
Just trying to
poggies.
harass him a little bit. Yeah, you got Aegis left for another 15 or so seconds, so they're just like, you know what? Let's just take a tier 2 tower. It'll give them a glyph refresh, but it was about to come back up anyway. Take the outpost control, take away the Alchemist's jungle, take away another tier 2 tower, set up for second Roshan, take the Roshan, win the game. Very, very tried and true strategy coming through from No Runes here. I like the way that they're playing together.
Dude, this magic missile range with Aether Lens is going to be ridiculous now. Because he's got the eye, the Vizier.
Vizier.
Vizier, yeah. Vizier. Holy crap. Missile's going to be chucked from so far away.
Other side of the map. Basically as good as the Dawnbreaker ulti.
Benny.
The Dawnbreaker.
Oh, they're fine. Oh, this is not a good position to be
Oh,
in.
no.
Guts on the high ground. And there's the missiles bouncing over to Hijacked. A BKB, that's going to do nothing versus the right-click damage. Look at them go. He gets some distance away, but it's all on the back of Balrog just putting their own bodies on the line. Core supports, it doesn't matter. Just hope that Hijack can get out.
I didn't see the Avatos combo come out from this Tiny, but I'm going to need him to drop that Eye of the Vizier. Like, a 20% max mana reduction on a Tiny is so huge. It means that you're probably only going to be able to get, what, 2 combos off max? Oh, another hook back.
I swap into the Solar Guardian there. Might be able to get the first life. But Hiko can now play with the illusions. A long-range swap back of Robo-Z with the BKB down and dusted. It's looking like it might be all she wrote here. An Alchemist lineup down 15,000 gold. Hiko's getting some tips as well for good measure. An interesting draw.
Territory.
Oh man, look at Mini.
He's not Mini, I'll say that much. It's mega.
Giga Chad. Right?
Sure. Looking very, very strong right now. No runes. Again, like, this is not a weak team. This is a team that took it all the way. They could be sitting top 6 right now, if not for a couple of very small mistakes coming through against SG Esports. And now they've just got very strong map control. So they can look to play wherever they want. They can look to take this tier 2 tower. It'll be Hiko doing the majority of it. Again, because he's got the Aghanim Scepter. You don't really want to commit onto him, but you're kind of forced to. Unless they accidentally make a small camp pull up on the top side of the map. But bottom, that's the one that they're really looking to go on to. Guts is the main target, but look at this. He just says, well, they haven't been on the map for the longest time. They're either farming in the jungle, but only Alchemist really wants to be doing that, so they're probably coming for me. So I'm just going to TP away to the other side of the map. At least I'll have Avenge to be able to back me up. That's with Roshan potentially respawning in about 15 or so seconds. How long we got on the Rosh? I want to wager. 2 minutes.
140.
Oh, it was 2 on the dot. Let's go.
Okay.
You know, when you're on, you're on.
Yeah, right. What else have you? What else have you been on him?
All day, all day.
Right,
Just everything's been on point.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, Gaben's my uncle. You know, he tells me all these things.
Tower is under attack.
Do you have any secret information about Part 2 of Battle Pass?
Yeah, it'll have the CM persona in it.
Oh, thank you.
And a bunch of other unreleased content.
Oh, dope. Appreciate it.
No worries, anytime. That is a Lincoln Sphere now finished up for Guts as well. So basically the only way he was going to die is if he gets either tossed back or shackled into without being able to pop the BKB. But his reaction times have been pretty damn good so far.
Dude, what am I looking at with this hero, man? I can't... The Venge is actually frustrating me just seeing this build. He's waiver tearing from across the map, and it's giving them so much... Like, you could use this as a scouting tool.
Yeah, Scriff, can you zoom out a little bit? I think we might need it to see the full range of that wave of terror. There we go. Can't even see his name anymore. That's how far out you need to go. Kind of silly. I mean, you've got an Enchantress that's just scouting with the creep constantly, right? They've got the vision advantage. They've got everything to be able to play around with this.
I'm incredibly surprised there's a 3% probability for the Balrog still. I mean, how really, it's with an Alchemist lineup, I just double what the net worth is for the enemy team. Like you say 18k, you're right. You screw it, 36k instead.
I never got that mentality of like, it's an alchemist, you know, the net worth isn't worth as much, blah, 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 you know, because net worth is net worth. You're still a pretty strong hero in terms of like right-clicking, and I feel like people underrate Acid Spray and Unstable Concoction, especially once you've got the Blink Dagger. He doesn't, but if he's able to get into it, I feel like they've got a very minor chance. Just, you got to make sure that you're picking off that Lina to be able to begin things.
Yeah, and the issue if you're going for the Lina, then Hiko can always swap. And no runes, they're going to now have a second life to play with as well, so...
Even just these things like the positioning from the Ench and the Venge, right?
Man, look at
they
that,
know
Serum.
that it's very hard for them to die. I mean, now they've got no
Swap
tombstone.
in, 555. Look at all the information that Hiko's providing them. A Solar Guardian directly dropped on the heads of the Venge. For Spirit's not going to be an easy kill. And meanwhile, Benny is getting mauled down by the right clicks. Can reposition, but it comes at such a grave cost. And everyone else's health pool is hijacked. He's just trying to catch up to one member, trying to find Destiny. The zombies expire. He should have another round of Celestial Hammer to be able to get into the tree line. The pinks are there, but the rest of the team, they're coming for Hijack instead. He was the one on the hunt, but now he's the one that's in trouble.
Oh, got him.
They got it. LSA from Guts, godlike streak for your position too.
Yeah, that was
And
pretty
now
much your
look at
one
me.
chance to come back into this.
Ah!
Yeah. Yeah. And he's got the fan of knives now as well. Isn't that great?
Oh yes, very, very cool.
Does it really need to be pure 16% damage?
I think this hero is like top 5 carries of the patch. So
Yep. What, who's there?
Done.
Faceless Void, PA, I think Naga's up there.
top 5? I haven't seen Naga, so have you seen a
I
Naga
think it's
game
been
yet?
slept
Oh,
on.
Pamplona? Alright, well, yeah, okay. Got easy kill.
It's a shame that he can just buy back and come straight back in.
And it's a shame that the win run does nothing into the MKB from Guts, and now Kenny as well. Well, Benny, Kenny, and GG's are coming out shortly. What a
Can they get
performance!
No, they cannot.
Oh. Get the rampage. Come on. Go in. What are you doing? Give us a rampage.
He's winning the game, bro. 30 minutes in. That's
Aw.
all he needs. And yeah, no runes. Very, very clean victory from start to finish. So nice performance coming out from them. It would have to be a little bit disheartening from Balrogs because it wasn't a horrendous draft. I feel like anytime you've got an Undying, you really want to rely on winning the lanes. So they did the next best thing. They said, all right, the strength hero that we picked up at the start, it's actually not that significant. We're going to run it as a position 4 instead, and then put something else that really doesn't care all that much into that position 3 role in the Vengeful Spirit. It can work, the Venge. I feel like it works really well with these dual cores that you've got with the PA and the Lina. Of course, Lina, you're hitting a lot. Same sort of thing with the PA, so you're going to take maximum advantage out of the Vengeance Aura. They had good scouting coming through from Serum. It was just a really solid team performance, and we touched on it during the draft, but the 5 ladies buff, the girl power, ended up being able to pull them across the line.
Big girl power chant.
A chant?
Just something.
I mean, I know all of the words. If we ever do karaoke together, to many Spice Girls songs. So how about we do it then when we go out next?
Sounds kind of boring though. Like you got to give us some entertainment.
I mean,
Come on, it's 3:30 in the morning.
No.
Give me something here.
Oh god damn, it is 3:30 in the morning. I don't know. Like I don't think the Powerpuff Girls even had any like slogans or mottos or anything like that.
Girl
No,
power.
no, I got nothing. Yeah, sure. Let's go for that. Girl power. Woo! There you go. That's all you get.
No runes. Yeah, honestly, incredible performance from them. We when we saw the draft, we definitely felt like they had definitely a bit of an edge in this, but Balrogs, we felt like they could also to be able to execute the lineup at the early stages. Felt like they might have issues towards a late game and maybe the scaling potential of like a PA and Alina. it didn't even get to that stage where Balrogs were able to play with some of their timings. Just the laning phase was too much for them to handle. Something you mentioned in particular was really the big thing that we had to keep tabs for. So heading into game 2 is going to be exciting to see. Balrogs, can they maybe swap some things up, put a lot more emphasis on the draft to try and ensure that they don't fall too far behind? Because if they do that in the next game, then all of a sudden you could be at the threat of being eliminated from the TI-11 qualifiers. But off the back of game 1, it's going to be no runes with this game advantage. We'll see you guys after the break.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And we are back with game 2. The lads on No Runes taking on Balrog's Esports. Stanley, it's going to be exciting here because it is a elimination match, an elimination series, and No Runes, they are the ones in the driver's seat. We've got a draft and we've got a lot to update ourselves with. The draft is almost done and dusted, so we'll walk ourselves through it. No Runes, they've got a Timbersaw, Treant Protector, Lion, and the Ember. And for Balrogs, a Tiny, Queen of Pain, Ogre, and a Templar Assassin is being picked up.
So, can I just tell you, for No Runes, this Timber, Treant, and Lion are the most picked heroes by their players by far in the position 3, 5, and 4 roles. So, they might have just said, let's try and get our most comfortable heroes, the heroes that we've played the most, both, I'm assuming, in scrims as well as in officials. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen for the remaining 2 because Kunkka is the one for the mid lane, and it was a Monkey King, position 1. So, I think this Ember Spirit is just going to be put mid against the Queen of Pain. Of course, you could dodge out the not the Stifling Dagger, the Shadow Strike if you're on point. It's a reasonable response to the TA as well with all of that burn damage against the Refraction. And it's just a matter of what do you now choose as the position 1 to deal with this. Could it be a Juggernaut? Wouldn't hate a Juggernaut coming through, but maybe no, with the Treant Protector. Makes it a little bit more challenging. What else is there that they can look to go down the route of? Troll is another potential option.
Are we
I
gonna?
really don't hate the Troll these days.
Are we gonna gloss over the Shadowfiend ban from No Runes?
Yeah, that is a little bit odd, isn't it? Maybe just thinking that they feel that they've countered the Quap with their Ember Spirit pick, and so they're thinking that maybe they thought the Quap was being put into the side lane. I mean, I've also seen a position 5 Shadowfiend be picked a couple of times, and they basically say, no, don't worry, I level Raze, and then he was paired together with, was it a Bat Rider? It was someone that had like a crazy amount of slows, so he's basically like, look, it's basically as good as Sticky Napalm once I hit 2 Shadow Razes, so just look to go for kills super early.
Interesting. Where were you seeing 5 Shadowfiend? Is this...
C ranked queues. So this is,
right.
All sorts of crazy stuff happens there.
Yeah, the depths of C Dota. So let's see, the Void and Terrorblade going to be the carries that are taken out of the pool. So No Runes will not have this to be able to select from, and we'll see what No Runes want to ban out. I feel like we.
And Troll's pretty good these days. I mean, to be able to get that in Snare now going through spell immunity is kind of big, right?
Yeah, I think it's a big
very
change.
reliable way to lock down the Queen of Pain, for example. If you're able to get on top of her, you've got decent lockdown with the Ember Spirit and great lockdown with Lion and Treant Protector, BKB piercing one with the Overgrowth, and of course all the instant stuns that you get with the Lion.
Are they?
They still think this Quap is being played elsewhere.
Okay. There must just obviously be something that Balrogs have in the back pocket to be able to flex the Queen of Pain into a different role. We do see some other teams have the capability, and back when Quap was a little bit more popular as well, we were seeing it very often actually played as a 3. So
from all the stuff that I watched, they hadn't flexed it that much. It's like probably the 5th most preferred hero coming through for Robo-Z. They end up picking a Weaver, though. So this most likely is going to be in the... Could this be position 4 for them? Like, this is something that they do put position 4. It's more likely to be 3. I mean, it's South America, so Weaver Pos 3 is very standard for them. But there are certainly teams in the SA region that still do like to pick the Weaver as a support.
Does look like it'll be... Yeah. So we got the 3 Weaver. Minnie's going to be picking up the Morphling as well. Looks like a relatively good Morphling game overall. I like the matchup versus the Templar Assassin.
We keep saying that, but then it keeps losing. So what's up with that?
Do you feel like it's going to be... Can they kind of change the story this game for the Morphling this time, or is it going to be a bit different?
Now, do you think it's a good Morphling game because of the spells that you're able to use, or do you think it's a good game because you don't feel the heroes counter it, or both?
Both. I think Morphling really relies on having a melee hero in the lane to play in front of you, and the Tree Protector can definitely do that, so he can get through his weakness of like level 1 and level 2. That's really where Morphling's going to have a lot of issues. I don't think this is a lane where they can really kill him as well. It's not like I think often you need like 2 heroes with stuns in lane to put a lot of pressure onto the Morphling, or early on heroes with a lot of damage just to make sure he can't CS early, and I don't think they particularly have that. I feel like TA is very good to be able to steal Refraction. TA, you could even consider Weaver, maybe with chucking out the bugs, but I think
honestly, everyone's good. Everyone's good to be able to morph into this game. Like, to be able to give yourself a Bloodlust, kind of nice. To be able to have a Blink with the Queen of Pain, plus Waveform, you can escape from anything. Tiny, Avatos combination, why not? You know, it's there's a lot of good stuff to go into with this Morphling. I'm just a little bit concerned that you do have ways to kill him, right? Avalanche, Toss combination into the stun from the Ogre. Both Queen of Pain and TA, when they get the Shard, can have a Silence, which is one of the other really nice ways to be able to counter that Morphling pre-Manta Style or BKB, or rather when they're not available. So there are options there, but I still think the lane's going to go well enough. They've picked their comfort for a reason on no runes, so I think they should be just fine.
Yeah, and they pick their comfort in games where it should be able to thrive as well. Like, the Lion has a purpose in this game. A lot of control versus the Queen of Pain, someone that can be very difficult to get that initial stun and then the follow-up afterwards. So a Lion will definitely be able to help out there. Then you've got the chains that could follow up, and the burst coming through from the Timber if he's nearby. So it's going to be exciting to see, because this is a hero who we don't see often, but you mentioned just how comfortable they are with playing these in particular. Not for Jupiter. Had a pretty good performance last game as well on the Dawnbreaker, and we're already going to see. Look at this. Just an instant run with the boots, the smoke, gets a ward down. What are they looking to do with this ward placed from Radiant, kind of by the top outpost? Is there anything crazy?
I mean, they're not a great level 1 fighting team, so maybe just look to see in this mid lane if they feel like the Shadow Strike isn't going to be as effective for the Quap, put a few more points into the Scream and try and scout out some of the stacks that are going to eventually need to be taken by either Quap or the TA. The thing is, I feel like you're going to be able to get a decent amount of farm in all 3 cores on Balrogs, though, right? Like, maybe not so much top. Timbersaw plus Lion can make life a little bit more difficult for the TA. Depends what she levels up, actually. You know, if you get meld into some slows, and if Timber doesn't have the Timber chain leveled up, maybe you are a little bit more vulnerable than previous.
Run, Tiny. He's got win lanes, should be fine. Come on, get out, friend. He's chilling. All right. They're going to be starting with 3 heroes down bottom for the moment. Hijack's got a Quelling Blade, and Bologna does not, so it will take will take quite some time to be able to kill off at least the majority of the trees to lessen the impact that the Tree Protector is going to be able to have.
He'll be fine. Up top, it's just very standard gameplay. I mean, I don't think Hiko's in too much danger of going down here. They did get the meld level 1, so they're trying to at least secure a few more of those creeps towards the end and get a bit of harass going, but it's certainly not a kill lane, at least until, I'd say, level 4, honestly. And even then, it's kind of optimistic to try and go for it against a Timber when Jupiter's going to be looking to try and give as much of that net worth and, more importantly, the experience over to the Timber Source so that he's just in no threat of dying. Even just allowing a Timber Saw to get a lane pull feels a little bit awkward, to be honest. As Jupiter just dances in the Ogre's face right now.
It is a bit awkward, though, because Jupiter won't be able to go get some experience where Benny's pulled the creeps as well behind the tower. This is important because they're missing 3 creeps though. The ogre wasn't there to be able to drag the wave, so Benny's going to miss out on at least 1 CS, and now they're going to lose creep equilibrium as well. So a really nice start to no runes in their top lane.
They're doing everything right. Doesn't have the sentry to be able to block up the small camp, which I feel would be pretty important to be able to get things back going in your favor. Jupiter, he has a slight... Actually doesn't have the movement speed advantage over the Ogre, but he needs to make sure that he's keeping well away now that Ogre had that big movement speed, sorry, level 1 damage buff. But yeah, here's this enormous creep wave coming through, just leaving Hiko with absolutely nothing to be worried about.
First blood occurs across the map as Mini was left alone. And you see, look at that. Okay, I'll hold that thought real quick as Jupiter's taking a little bit of damage for the moment, but he will be okay. So this is 2 games in a row now where Serum has left bottom to go rotate to shut down RoboZ and take the water rune. And as soon as Serum did that they gave a tip over to RoboZ. And then we see the back and forth. Because Serum was left Mini alone, they got the kill onto the Morphling. So instantly RoboZ tipped Serum back saying, yeah, I don't know if it was worth it stealing the water rune when we got the kill onto your carry.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something where... Oh, hold on. Bit of action up top here. Looking a little bit low on no runes so far. I wonder if that's the sort of thing where in the future, maybe their coach is going to be saying to them, look, most of the time, you'll see a Tiny with the tree grab trying to deny away a lot of these creeps in lane. And maybe they know that that's the way that Serum likes to play, make a lot of these early rotations, secure the runes. So if you don't see the tree grab used, assume that you've got that Avalanche Toss combo available for yourselves. And well, Mini actually is kind of taking a little bit of damage here, having previously used the waveform. He's going to need to come back and use the healing salve almost onto himself. I'll get another Tango. And I just got the creep regen. What's
recognize as well, this is the second Morphling game we've seen go Bracer. It wasn't Mini that we casted go the Bracer in the previous Morphling game, so I wonder if this is a bit of a South American thing. I haven't seen I haven't seen Eastern Europe played so far, so yeah, maybe it's just an SA thing at the moment with 7.32.
Yeah, I thought that was specifically a Viper thing. You know, just wanting to be able to sustain a little bit better in the lane as might be able to stop the water rune from being bottled up here. And it looks like RoboZ will get both. They might get a kill in exchange for it though, but no, Guts is forced to just come back to the lane. Otherwise, he would have lost multiple creeps under the tower. So nice rotation coming through from Pamplona there.
So I'm trying to look at the reactive armor change, and really it's just a bunch of writing and a bunch of numbers. Do you want to let anyone know, and everyone know I should say, if the reactive armor is better than what it was before?
It's worse.
Okay.
Just look at the brackets in like the 3rd and 4th bits. I mean, the armor's a little bit more towards the very end, but it's the HP regen that's really the significant stuff early on.
You see Lion? Jupiter's not in a too good of a position at all. Maybe they could turn it around with Hiko showing up. Okay, Jupiter's just baiting. The Lion, he recognizes his limits. An easy task for him to play. And bottom lane, we do get at least a kill for Balrogs as well. They're able to take down the position 5 Dream Protector. So kills across the map.
Still holding on to that healing salve. They'll know that you don't have the greatest mana pool available for Pamplona, so he feels safe enough to move on forward and secure all of these creeps in the lane. Dream Protector's run out of tangos though, so maybe Mini was thinking that he could have just had a little bit more of that regen coming through to him. I kind of want to see Serum get just the 1 value point in the living armor though. Don't want to be dying just after you TP back here though. Oh, did you see that? It cancelled the salve as well, the swarm.
On Mini?
Yeah, he just used the salve.
No. Oh no.
That's really big for this offlane coming through from Balrogs. Now you're going to need to spend some more on the regen. You still don't have that level 3. There's no TP. I mean, Serum's just ended up buying a magic stick, but that's not going to help your Morphling at all. He doesn't have any lifesteal coming out to him shortly, so you might just get bullied out of this lane entirely. Especially now with the Urn of Shadows available.
At least for Radiant, some silver linings. The fact that Guts was able to secure the power rune. So he's got a haste now to work with. And I do feel like Lion's going to look to leave top with Hiko being level 5. Now you're at the stage where, even though the TA can be a pretty good laner into the Timbersaw, Higo should have a fine time. So Lion can consider about playing down bottom potentially if they get a little bit too aggressive and capitalize on the squishy Weaver. You could even have Guts look to TP down with the haste and help out killing them if they get a little bit too aggressive in the lane. So they do have ways to continue to help the Morphling, who is top of the last hit. So Mini is still finding his farm.
He's finding his farm, but I feel like it could be made a little bit easier, right? This isn't like the last game where you had a backup win condition. This is all on the Morphling, you know, and we've seen Ember Spirits pop off. We've seen Timbersaws do a decent enough job, but they're not the ones that are going to be sieging the high ground. They're not the ones that are going to be trying to man fight one-on-one against a TA or be able to catch and burst down a position 3 Weaver.
Looks like it's up to his shenanigans, trying to see 555 and Robo Z. Just across the place, 555. Oh no. So close. 3 heroes moved over. Even Pampelona tried to get there in case it was required for the tiny. So a lot of space across the map. Timbersaw level 6. Meanwhile, mid lane. Any trouble?
He has to be careful here. He just waveformed.
Should be okay. And meanwhile,
Very
under the
close to
T1
being able
tower,
to pick up
though,
that Spirit Vessel.
she's not going to have the same fate. They don't even need the level 6 from Destiny. Just Guts, with the help of the extra stun lock, was enough to get a really big kill onto Robo Z.
Nicely done, nicely done. Even looking to scout out the Invis rune coming through there, and an immediate smoke looking to connect up towards this top side. They know that, well, Ember Spirit, he's got the ability to just join in with the rest of them and not lose out on too much of that farming time. This is all going to be scouted out, though, by that Observer Ward.
Refraction's going to be available if the chain control has to be perfect, but maybe that's where the Chakram can come into play, instantly getting rid of the protection. And our Guts is there as well for the extra control to bring down 555. And this is going to be able to open up the tower now. They don't have a catapult. It looks like the damage with the overwhelming amount of heroes could be difficult for them to deal with. Now, bottom lane Mini is under a little bit of pressure. Waveform is still there. So we'll make it onto the T1 tower. It looks like the Morphling's going to be okay.
Yeah, TA got a little bit of glimpse of that movement coming through because they used the Invis on the Ember Spirit a little bit late. So he walked underneath this Dire Observer Ward to the south of the Tier 1 Dire. And well, like you said, the smoke was perfect. Instant rotation coming through. Not expecting that rotation to come quite so quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Mini's still playing around
Be
bottom.
careful here.
Yeah.
Spirit Vessel's coming through onto the Weaver. Unfortunately, he'd used the last charge. So I wonder if they want to try and make a move somewhere, get a kill, and use that to really just start hunting the Morphling at that stage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Look at them how they're surrounding
Multiple
the T1 tower
towers.
mid.
I mean, they're just hitting multiple towers at once, right? They're going to try and make sure that mid is the one to go down first if they can help it. Much
Seems like
easier
Dire
to be able to take a top. They want that kill onto the Morphling. They want no creeps to be preventing this dive underneath the tower if they look to go for it. I feel like they need Robo Z here, though, to be able to get the... Well,
Mini may have bitten off more than he can chew. 4 heroes this time. Although the double Earth Spike might get the waveform off. Mini's going to be into the right tree line. They won't have a stun to chuck out. And our Guts is here with a double damage rune. This is not going to be looking good for Balrogs. You got to get out. This is not a fight you can take deep inside the lane, or maybe with Robo Z. Sonic Wave cuts away the life of Guts. A big kill for them to find, because they've got the catapult wave to be able to pump some damage into the tier 1 tower as well. Oh, Timber cancelled his TP.
Much better start. Much better start from Balrogs this time around. He'll still be able to take a tier 1 tower on his own, but yeah, great join of the team fight there by RoboZ. I was a little bit worried when they didn't have the Quap there for the additional damage to be able to take out. At the time, it was the Morphling, but Ember Spirit is just as important in terms of setting a lot of that tempo and preventing the TA from having her own farm disrupted. She's keeping up and actually has overtaken the #1 spot on net worth.
Ostac's the moment for her to be able to fall back on and farm up at the jungle. The Dragon Lancer completed working on the Deso. We'll see how they're going to be able to slow her down. Guts and Destiny together going to run into the Tine in the jungle, so should be an easy kill for Guts to be able to continue to find. Working on the Maelstrom next. The Ember's having a very good game. That prior death down bottom. He's even going to go forward for another. Guts with the ward on the high ground. Sniffs out the Ogre. Sees a freebie and he jumps on it.
Something that we've really seen stand out in the South American region, right? The strength of the Ember Spirit players. It seems like no matter which team it's on, there's always someone that's got it in his back pocket.
Can they get the power in though? An Arcane Guts. Or they get the deny.
Oh, he's out of mana? No. Okay, he's just fine. Really
Sarah might be in a bit of
spine-tingling
trouble
stuff.
bottom lane. DP up from the Dream Protector. He's going to be chilling. Spirit Vessel used from Hijacked. At least he's got one more charge to play with. Balrogs, they are smoked up as 3. Going to look to try and part their way into the jungle. See who they can find. Maybe a wraparound. Again, Guts is not the easiest kill for them to find, so they'll set some wards up for a fight soon to break out.
How many vessel charges? Just the one. So if they could look to find that Morphling, that would be the ideal scenario. But he's in the safety of the top side of the map. No towers for Balrogs to be able to play around. What I do like about where Hiko's farming, he's taking away the entire Dire jungle. I know it's not really safe to be able to farm there anymore.
They're
because,
trying.
yeah,
They
there's no
need to be
point.
perfect with the chain control. Just gets the remnant out. 555 wasn't able to find the fire blast, and now they're going to jump in. There's a pogo stick on full. The wraparound from Hiko. Do they have the stun lock to get the damage out? The finger of death. They still get the connection before the blink away. A big kill for them to find. RoboZ cut down, and now Serum's even going to use the overgrowth. A toss back with the replicate for a minute closer towards the other members of No Rune. So double kill picked up on someone you wouldn't
Hiko feels
expect.
invincible here. He's already got the Lotus Orb. So you don't care about the Spirit Vessel anymore. Immediately countered. You had like a 2, maybe 3 minute window where it would have been really effective against this Timber. You can even, just as long as he's playing alongside the Morphling, look to assist him too.
Yeah. Extra armor is going to be really nice against the bugs, along with the minus armor from the Meld and Death to come out eventually as well. So nice item from Hiko. It's going Halberd next to really make it a difficult game for the TA just to be freely right-clicking throughout these fights.
Yeah, just to get it that early, right? Most of the time we see Timbersaws go into, you guessed it, the Soul Ring, but obviously that just really doesn't feel like an item anymore for almost every single hero. It's only the ones that aren't going to benefit too much from right-clicking, like perhaps an Enigma is still going to look to buy into it, or maybe they just lean into a Arcane Boots instead to be able to, you know, eventually disassemble. You can go into an Octarine, stuff like that.
Do we feel like this is a good enough TA game for if she does continue to find her farm that she could take over in the mid game?
You got plenty of ways to be able to lock down this TA. That's my issue, right? So it's not so much on the TA herself. You've got the potential to be able to farm, sure, but it's on the rest of the team to find the pickoffs onto the supporting cast. Like, if Ember Spirit isn't there, TA's life is so much easier.
Oh, it looks like with Guts' game so far, it's going to make it very easy for him to be able to put that pressure onto TA throughout these fights. Working on the BKB is the next item, so it's going to make it very difficult for Dire to blow the Ember up before the fights get too chaotic.
And even Morphling himself, I mean, he's, what, 700 gold away from being able to pick up the full Manta, so doesn't even need to rely on the Timbersaw to be nearby for that Lotus Orb save beyond that. Very natural buy for the Morphling as well. We'll continue, of course, to shove out the lanes with the Manta Illusions if people are revealing on the map. Bottom side.
Jack? Oh no, doesn't even get the kill into Jupiter. And they got to be cautious with Mini showing top. He's very far pushed forward, and 4 heroes showing bottom should be
Oh, he's already
a
waved.
deterrent not to be farming this aggressively in the lane, and well, they should be able to capitalize. He's got the attribute shift really just to buy some time. Wait for him up in a couple seconds, but the fire blast just before he's able to escape into the trees.
All right. Really key movement looking to come through there. Ends up giving the bounty over to Benny as well, which you love to see. Pamplona, he's still about 500 gold away from the Blink Dagger, so of course he's going to look to try and prioritize that as much as he can, especially while this Morphling is off the map. That's main priority number 1 has been removed, so he's just like, look, let's take a little bit of me time. And finally, the single point in the Bloodlust comes through from 555 onto the TA. I was kind of expecting him to get that instead of the second point in the Fire Blast. Doesn't really add too much value. And when you consider that you're in this, I don't want to say it's a race between the TA against the Morphling in terms of who's going to have better net worth, because TA almost always is going to, even without the steroid. But if you could buff that up, why don't you?
Yeah, even the Queen of Pain, someone that is going to like the attack speed, especially going down this Orchid route, which I'm a little bit hesitant that she's still committing to, considering how far behind she is. Like, this is an item you kind of prefer to go when you've had a really good start, because now, I mean, Timber's already got Lotus Orb, Morphling's already got Manta Style, Ember's almost 2 components into the BKB. Like, this Orchid, all you're going to get out of it is being able to kill the supports, which maybe is what you're looking for, because you did mention, like, those supports are really the one that they need to kill off as top lane. Serap's got some heroes playing behind him at the moment. They're going to be able to jump instantly to try and blow up the Weaver. The chain control's out. They'll need to finger a death for the damage. And that's where Jupiter's able to come into play. But Hiko's got so many reactive armor stacks that they won't even be able to blow him up. But off to the other side,
They found the
Ember. They caught out the Ember Spirit, but Benny's now left on an island, surrounded by 4 members of No Runes. They'll get rid of the carry on Balrogs. Might be all she wrote, though. And Bologna still playing on the outskirts, but no one wants to reinitiate.
That's a really early purchase of the Psionic Trap as well, just to be able to maybe prevent the Lion from being able to get that chain stun off if you've got it in the right position. Of course, might have even enabled that kill onto the Ember Spirit. I actually want to have a quick look if there was any trap damage that ended up being done to him. Yeah, he was silenced twice inside that Roche pit, so some great micro coming through there from Benny.
Top lane, there's still 3 heroes around for Balrogs. They're going to look to jump in and void the Timbersaw, dealing with the supporting cask. As Serap's the target for the moment, Jupiter's going to try and offset this with a TP out. That's ambitious. Will not be able to escape, and now they'll go for Hiko, but the stun's there. Who cares about a Lotus Orb just to stop him from escaping? But he still gets the chain away, the Spirit Vessel reapplied, and finally they'll get the kill. But they're going to be cautious with the Queen of Pain. Chains into the damage with a slide of the mails from Brock. They'll get the Quap, and now they'll turn to Hijack next. The detection might be lacking. No sentries laid down inside Dire's jungle, so Hijack will be able to Sakuchi on out.
Really like that one coming through, obviously prioritizing getting an overwhelming amount of stuff that need to be Lotused off. So they use the Orchid onto the Timbersaw first. Obviously, he doesn't want to be silenced. He's just going to be a sitting duck. Immediately after it's purged, that's when the Spirit Vessel went on top of him. That's what enabled them to get the kill, bring him down, and then you are kind of lacking a frontliner that's able to go in first and feel super reliable. Ooh. Not too often you see a Veil of Discord picked up on a Treant Protector, though. It's another one of those unorthodox builds coming through. Provides a decent amount of stats in the active for how much it costs. It's only like $14.50, I think. $15.25. Still pretty cheap for a nice value item. Now, I did have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Looks like he might be saving for the Blink Dagger.
Jumped in with the chain control. Beautiful position from Jupiter. Now they're going to turn it. Gotta be cautious, because Guts with the haste might be able to catch up to more members. It looks like Balrogs recognize they cannot stick around to protect the Tiny. They're going to get out straight away and cut their losses.
Can I ask my question now?
No, because they are smoked up. 1 second. Benny? Let's see if they move to the troll. There's the scan. Yeah, Benny's going to be in some trouble here. Leave the ancients
wait for the
fast
boys,
enough.
though.
Benny, get out. Benny, get out. Oh, no, he's going to come back for that neutral
bait.
creep. No. Dude, why does that always happen? Always when they're coming, the neutral drops, you've got to go back and you get baited by it.
Oh, you hate to see it. You really do. I mean, if he keeps running, it'll, like, TP all the way over to him, right? That's how the old neutrals work. All right. Looks like there might be action top. I can't ask my question yet. Jupiter He's been playing pretty well. We were talking about the Comfort, by far his most played hero, and he's making Lion look like a top support right now.
You might cheat. Hang on, this is deep, man. It's just a Lion. I don't know if this is worth it. You'll get the kill. Hijack will find it, but you're probably going to lose 2 supports off the back of this. 555 trying to step to the secret shop. Robo's considering about jumping in for the wings. They get the Orchid out. They're not going to have a way to be able to cancel off the Sonic Wave. Guts is going to go down. All right, maybe it's worth it. The bait from the Tiny to jump in and force an extra member to show up.
Absolutely. They feel like they've got the strength. That's their big thing right now. Like, the team fight is very good on no runes. But if you don't have these big ultimates, if you don't have the Lion making that initial jump with the Blink Dagger, then it just feels so much more underwhelming. So with that, they're going to claim the Aegis. They'll go back. I'll finally be able to ask my question. Do you think he's going to try disassembling this Dragon Lance into the BKB still?
I hope not. I really hope not.
Never know. I mean, we're seeing a lot of players make, in my opinion, mistakes out of habit, you know? Because we were on that last patch for so long. The glyph, other stuff as well, just like thinking shards do different things than what they actually do. Just little things like that. I mean, still going into the Soul Ring.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I really was expecting a lot of the Dragonlance builders not to be as popular. But I mean, it's incredibly core on the Templar Assassin.
I mean, it's still high value on it as well. The amount of gold that you have to spend for the stats you get.
That is a really good point. Still with what it's able to provide you. But I think a big reason why it was even so popular to buy was just that disassemble capability where you could, if required, have a BKB a little bit earlier, because that can always be the difficulty. Like if you need 1,000 gold to find that last component for the BKB, I mean that could be sometimes probably 2 minutes depending on your farming patterns. So we'll see. Dragonlance, and at the moment, at least they've got a BKB going elsewhere. It's going to be onto the Queen of Pain here. So I've been impressed with how RoboZ's actually been able to perform once the Orchid's been picked up. But this
standing right underneath a trap right now, though. This is one of those traps with extra vision, too, because of the Aghanim Shard. I was considering if Mini wanted to pop the Manta really early, just to keep pushing this bottom lane out, maybe force a TP movement.
Guts gets the BKB at the last second, but a defensive use of it means that there's a big window for Balrogs now to fight, and yeah, Benny recognizes that. Sees Serum underneath the trap. Jupiter's making the attempt onto the Weaver, but he's got to look to get out as soon as Benny reveals himself in the river. But now that Timber's a little bit split from the team, they're going to toss him away. Reactive armor starting to stack up. He's got to use the Lotus Orb early, so will not be able to purchase Spirit Vessel or the Silence. And Timber's going to go down. Second death of the game, and this is a window now for some objectives to be claimed.
You might have slightly superior team fight on no runes, but you've absolutely got better pick-off on Balrog's side. All those silences, all that burst damage, even just the damage over time with the Spirit Vessel. I suppose this is where that team fight might start to become a factor, though. Sierra coming in with the Veil and the Overgrowth.
The follow-up as well from Jupiter, but the stun only lands onto one. They'll deal with the first slap, but they're going to be cautious because Ember, once again, he might tick out to the orb, but as RoboZ jumps in to get the kill. The help of the Arcane Rune playing off big there for RoboZ, so his cooldowns aren't going to be too long if another fight does break out.
At least they get rid of that pesky Wraith Pact, but they're going to take away all of their vision. It feels so scary to play around this area right now. Serum gets hit by... What's going on here?
Mini.
They're still looking to make action.
Pamplonna's going to jump in. Silence is there. Mini's going to be okay with the attribute shift. They'll turn it. This is too deep. Balrog's not respecting the turn potential. They thought they could blow up Mini. They'll lose the Tiny, but the rest of the team do a really good job of splitting away and retreating.
Okay, so still able to defend that one. You do lose the Aegis, though, so now TA becomes #1 priority. She's died 4 times, so hasn't had a flawless game, but still that farming potential is always there. It was something I was talking about in the draft, right? These 3 heroes, very hard to catch, able to split push out waves relatively quickly. I'm guessing that RoboZ wants to wait until the second Roshan to go for the Aghanim Shard, but it does kind of feel like you need a little bit of that extra damage coming through from the Sonic Boom with the Aghanim Shard damage. But when you look at what you're up against, all of that damage coming through the Shivas kind of does have a similar level of importance.
Looks like Balrogs are gearing up for a smoke. 5 men from them. To top do they go. The lane shoved out, maybe anticipating someone to try and push this. There are 3 members of No Runes grouped up for the moment. Jupiter's going to get the smoke pop. This could give time for the rest of the team to be able to reset. They don't know where he is.
Lion?
They don't see where he is.
Jupiter?
No way. No way. They're all out. Mini up to the north. The blink on cooldown for Tiny, so we won't find him in the tree line. But down to the south, though, they at least get 1 in Serum.
What the hell, man? Hide and seek champion 2022.
Out of position.
He's still there. He's still just... Look at him. Do a little dance. Come on. Do it, Jupiter.
Don't leave now.
I'll TP out. Oh, there might be Guts. Just checking if it works.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
He gave him his bottle. He thought he was TPing from base.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's kind of big. You
Yeah.
don't feel really safe fighting into all of these silencers and spirit vessels and everything else that they've got coming your way. Stuns as well on top of everything. So you might end up losing a tier 2 tower. The radiant structure's already fortified, which means that you've lost another tier 2 tower. Roshan coming up within the next 2 to 5 minutes. It's a big area of the map to be able to give up. I wonder if they're just going to be preempting perhaps the movement through into their own jungle.
They see Mini, I believe, with the cliff ward.
Top tower is under attack.
5-5.
Absolutely. They should have seen it with the dragons hitting him. They know that someone's playing around there. This time around, he uses the Manta style to push in the creep over a little bit further. Someone needs to respond to it. And now, with the Quap there, maybe they look to make a play with the rest of the team to go in towards the middle area of the map. 20 seconds left on Ember's BKB. But right now, they are still having issues with shoving out these lanes. Even Treant Protector leaving top. But kind of feels like they need to address that a little bit more. Luckily enough, the Sentry Ward that just expired up there did clear out one of the TA traps. Looks like they are preparing for that big smoke coming through. Will it be underneath this ward, though, that still stands to the left-hand side of the triangle? Don't believe so, but maybe if they don't see them moving left, they'll play a bit of the guessing game and think that's exactly what they're up to. Look at Pamplona's position, though. Right underneath the ward. Tons of TA traps giving that additional vision. It's the right place to be.
Look at the lanes, though. Like, top's getting shoved out. They've got very good vision as well from Dire. Kind of around what Radiant want to be farming. So seeing no one is almost in itself just confirmation that something is occurring across the map.
They'll see it. Smoke's about to expire. Mini revealing on the map. Immediate pings coming out from the entire team. And that's the go to be able to go for the smoke. Hijack revealing in lane. Not obviously revealing the smoke because you would assume a Weaver's going to be walking around in Viz. Serum. Don't want to walk into 4.
Oh no, nice entry placement. Very nicely done. Just getting that instant vision out of the sentry. And now I don't think they can play around their triangle. They've got the ward in the back line. Another ward's going to get...
1.5.
They see Mini for the moment. A little bit of dash away to the left side. Oh, there's a big core if Jupiter can get it. The BKB from Weaver's Courier. Okay, nicely done. Still, Mini's in trouble. They'll get the first one. Manta's on cooldown. If they can apply the silence, they're going to be able to do so. Guts is nearby to be able to help out. Benny's going to jump in, but there's the control. Do they have the damage? They do! Oh no, Mini! The Mantiu's pride is going to come at a cost in his own life, and now No Runes, they're going to lose all control up top. This is going to give Balrogs the opportunity to set up for Roche.
Will indeed. They'll be the ones with that first understanding of where exactly it is. That'll allow them to maybe even get some of these D wards off. They saw where the smoke popped on the Morphlings, so anytime someone's going to be making a bit of a patrol through your own jungle, you know where their likely wards are going to be looked to set up. Got a gem in the queue on the Ogre Magi right now, and yeah, this should be a pretty obvious D ward. Perfect setup for that eventual Roche. Hijack should be able to clear this one out. Yeah. It's a little awkward now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Well, what do we need to see out of No Runes? Because they've been losing a lot of momentum. It's felt like for, honestly, the past 10 minutes, it's been all Belrogs' game. So what does Radiant need to do in these fights?
It does feel to me like Timber is pretty tanky, right? As long as he's got teammates around to make sure that he's not getting, like, 1v5'd. The issue to me is that Serum is getting picked off at the start of this, and, you know, eventually you're going to throw out a lot of spells coming back your way. You're going to have, you know, Timbersaw coming in. You're going to have an Ember Spirit with all of his magic damage. You're going to want to pop that BKB. He needs to be in position to get a good overgrowth off once those BKBs have already been used. Oh no, the increased trap vision actually reveals the fact that the Observer's there in the mid lane, so they're not even going to have the freedom to play around this. As they look to go for the bait. Maybe let's... oh, no, they got the gem on the Quap, so not going to even be a concern. Get the initial jump onto Weaver, maybe? While he doesn't have that BKB.
Looking to spring a trap. Gonna go towards a Templar Assassin. Benny's falling incredibly low. They might be able to deal with the first life. Benny's gone. Can they set themselves up for round 2, though, with a respawn? The Overgrowth's going to hold them back for the moment. Guts is inside the middle. A BKB actually goes back in with the Remnant. Mini's going to be able to follow up as well, but they're going to be cautious here because the turnaround, it can be there as RoboZ jumps in the middle, but the instant use of the Lotus Orb gets rid of the silence. So Mini can stand his ground, pumping out the damage. And now Belrogs, you got to get out because here you go. On pursuit, but will not look to catch up. So an incredible fight from No Runes. They deal with the Aegis, and they get 2 members killed off as well with only using 1 buyback from the Lion.
Just highlights that importance of Jupiter previously sniping that courier with the BKB on it. No way the Weaver dies if he's still got that one available. Now he's got it once he respawns, but might just be that little bit too late. You've given him the option and the potential to come back into this one. Now even the TA can look to get burst down.
They got a Tempest on Hiko. It's a lot of damage from RoboZ. Lotus Orb's going to protect him for the moment. Dire going to have the numbers advantage with Benny jumping to the middle. But he doesn't get the help because the early use of the BKB from Benny, but still with the Timber Chain to the northern side. Timber's going to be fine. No Runes, you still want to stick around. Down the line, a lot of your stun lock to be able to prevent Belrogs from getting that damage out. A 5-on-4 and they've got to get out. They don't want to stick around, but look at the vision though, the traps. It's scouting them, the smoke is there. They're jumping from Pampelona, but no hesitation. Mini pops a BKB, looking to turn it back around. They should be able to get the kill onto the Tiny, but where's the turnaround? Look at the silence. Beautiful read, taking out the Treant Protector, making sure there is no overgrowth for them to help out throughout the team fight. And now it's just Mini.
Silence.
Another trap is going to be reapplied, but the Mantis now still on cooldown, so he won't be able to deal with the Spirit Vessel. But the buyback and Hiko's positioning might be enough of a deterrent.
Woo! Yeah, take a bit of a breath after that one. That was a really good fight. They, of course, had the vision to be able to play around. You know, they get a little bit lucky there with being able to find out the Treant Protector. It's because of the gem. They got to make sure they take out this Quap. The gem is just ruining a lot of this gameplay that's coming out from them. They have no areas to safely play around. They don't have the ability to use the Lion to his full potential because of that. You know, you want to have the vision. You want to get that Blink Dagger set up. You want to use your stronger team fight to be that one that, I mean, even just that something like going in first on a tanky Morphling when you know you're not going to get turned around and immediately burst down, so that you can make the counter initiation from your Lion and your Treant Protector. It's little things like that that just feels so awkward. So to have the Treant Protector burst down inside of that silence, it just means that you're not worried to pop your BKB. You're very happy to do it just to be able to secure those first couple of kills, and look at what it's net you. Few kills and a buyback out of that valuable Treant Protector.
Yeah, the buyback is really the big one now. for multiple reasons. It's just going to slow down that blink to help out with his positioning, like further out in the middle of the team fights. And well, now if you kill the Treant Protector again, honestly, with him being down for maybe like 70 seconds, that could help out with you getting a T2 tower, because like you're saying, he's incredibly important to a lot of the team fighting on Nova Runes. So this is definitely a big opening here, even though it's, you know, often you'll look at your diebacks, the win conditions are often there for like a call with a dieback, but the support is just as useful from being able to open up the map.
Still though, Balrog's in a good spot. Win probability says 66%. That's about what I would give them, to be honest, considering the Roche fights in particular have gone so favorably towards them. What's coming up next here? Like, what do they really need to address on some of their other heroes? Because I feel like they've been doing a pretty good job on Balrogs of just kiting around, you know? They're going into a Crimson Guard on the Tiny. Not sure if that's the build, but I do like the Force stuff. I kind of want to see the Tiny go into a Force of his own, just to be able to protect against even simple things like the Overgrowth. Get another Lotus. Why not?
Because it does feel like Radiant are playing off the back of a line stun into the chakram and hold them down in the chains, or, you know, like chains into like Timber, etc. Like, it's very similar. You're wanting to keep people locked into place, and with the Force stuff, if you can kind of kite them away, because they have a lot of mobility on Dire, the Sakuchi, the blink on the Ogre, difficult to catch up to the TA with all the movement speed that the Ogre can provide with the Bloodlust. So yeah, I'm too in agreement. So I don't know how much this Crimson's going to do. And in fact, Pamplona feels like it's an Aeon Disc, which is required next for himself. So he's going to go away from the Crimson Guard.
It's better than the Crimson, I'll say that.
Yeah, well, I too would agree. 5,000 net worth lead.
Look at this Arcane Rune up top. It's ready.
Ooh.
Okay. Got the full Kaya and Sange on the Ember Spirit. Means he won't have buyback, but here's a big buff up to the damage that he's able to do. He's doing a pretty decent job so far. As long as he's had that BKB available, that's been the real tipping point. If they could get Serum into this Blink Dagger, things become much easier, though, for No Runes. Like, he's had to play pretty aggressively a lot of the time, which means that when the Quap makes that Blink in, you end up finding him a lot of the time, even just from the Shadow Strike, right? Goes into the tree line, means that you're able to pick him up, and bursting him down is of such high importance. So if you don't actually need to be right up there in the thick of things, then you're pretty happy. Could be considering a smoke, maybe just trying to get some tier 4 items on No Runes first. There we go. Ninja Gear helps out a little bit. I'd almost look to give that one to the Treant. Like, who else do you even give it to? I guess
probably
he's got the Psychic Headband, though. He's got Headband.
That's a very good point. Psychic Headband is kind of what you want. Maybe more 25 Agi.
If you can go for some solo pickoffs, which is kind of nice, you can maybe drop the boots later. I don't know.
You cannot.
That'll be nice.
This is really important for Radiant to control their triangle. With Roshan potentially up in 2 minutes, if you lose this ward, it's going to make it very difficult for you to then be able to contest Roche. So I think there needs to be utmost importance for them to always be playing around the triangle and protecting their vision.
They've stalled this out quite nicely, though. You got level 20 on the Ember Spirit, an extra little buff to the Sleight of Fist damage.
They see Serum top. Gonna try and tip you up. The Avalanche! Oh my!
How did that not reach?
I don't know. I thought it did.
Do you want to fight into
Hijack
this
now? He might be in
though?
trouble. The jump in. They don't get the trap instantly. Was paying attention to the other side as Jupiter finds the initial stun, and that's all they needed as Weaver just pops.
I was saying before that they needed to take away this gem on the Quap, but they did the next best thing in Buy Their Own and just pop it onto Hiko, right? Like, it's actually providing them with a ton of information. Cute little play as well, not wanting to stand right underneath the outpost, touching it just as the Timber Chain launches, so he's a little bit closer to safety.
Serum's getting closer, man. Almost 1,700 gold. The bank for the blink. Oh, finding up. They're doing... The net worth lead was, what, at the most, it was about 7,000 for Balrogs. Slowly being cut down, slowly. Only a 4,000 deficit now.
And they've even got a telescope now on the Lions, so just buffing up little things, right? Like Timbersaw being able to use that halberd from a little bit further away could honestly be a key to turning around this team fight. They've been pretty good with the BKB usages in response to the Timbersaw so far on Balrogs. But how much emphasis are No Runes going to put around making sure that they keep this outpost on the top side of the map? I don't think it could be overvalued enough. You got to make sure you have this. You've got to make sure you've got some kind of control around that Roche pit, because it has the potential to spawn in 3 seconds, and you got to be ready for it when that happens.
Guess don't look.
I'm not looking. I'm actually looking up in the air. I'm going to say 52. Damn.
No, I think it was 224.
Yeah. I was close with my second one. I said 130, and it was like 120 something.
Well, you were exactly right on one of them.
I was exactly right.
Yeah. Do you want me to say it again? Is that what you're wanting?
No. You don't need to. I'm not that ego-driven.
Are you sure? I don't know. You're like exactly right.
I'm a little bit ego-driven. I'm not that ego-driven. Serum? Ooh.
Again,
so
dude?
close. I mean, he's doing a good job of keeping the lanes away. They did lose that outpost control, which is kind of bad, but he's just slowly closing in. I mean, he needs to just prioritize himself for this next little bit. Get that Blink Dagger. Go into the jungle if you need to, but you're so close to being able to pick it up. Come on, hit the Wild Wing. Yes, the Veil for the Wild Wing Ripper. He's doing it. All right, that should be it. 10 gold away. Right when Roshan's only about 1 minute.
Dude, what is stupid? What? Oh god.
He's got the Mana Restore allies as well, so always going to have plenty to be able to fight with.
I guess it would be nice for a Timber if you ever lose mana. It's not like they have someone with a mana burn on Dire, but you'll take what you can get to be able to buff yourself up. And Minis, they gave him the Tome as well, so feeling like really the level 25 is the important thing for the Morphling, who is incredibly farmed. The KDAs look nothing crazy at all, but the Morphling is going to be a hero that's very difficult for them to deal with. Really, the way to do so is they need silencers, because you have this Aghanim Shard now, so keep in mind you can shift through any stuns.
Good thing for them, though, is they've got plenty of stuns on Balrogs. 3, in fact. So just immediately revealing in the lane there on Guts. I wonder if they were, they're pinging it out instantly, saying this is where they're playing around. He just walked up to that Crit Wave and hit it.
Charging forward, they get the jump. Jupiter's in.
They get the initial.
A good force
Nice
up to be able to reposition. Tier's going to be pushed to the right side. Now they can turn it around with Guts. He's in trouble. The comp is out. Where's the follow-up? The Hex is going to be there. The reveal from Roboz is perfect. Taking care of Guts throughout the team fight. No runes. They've got to back up now. They've got a ward that can maybe split on if they want to reinitiate. Look how they're playing.
Can't give up this third Roche.
Pamplona on the front line is going to look to get the jump into the Morphling, toss back into the Fire Blast, the tank control, but the Ravage from Jupiter, the stun onto the 4, the AoE damage as well as they're crumbling Guts. Remnants towards the backline as they're going to get out. Dire, you cannot stick around without the resources to take the team fight. They will crumble.
Holy crap, Jupiter. What a stun. They just lined up perfectly, and he just knocks them down one by one, completely wins them that team fight right in front of the Roche pit. And it's got the super valuable Aghanim Scepter onto it. Who do you even give this one over to? I feel like you got to give the Aegis over to Guts. He had to buy back for that one and came in through the back line. Actually give it to, wow, the Morphling. I'm not sure if that's the better choice. Maybe feeling like they could go up onto the high ground considering he's so close to 25?
Yeah, I agree. I'm worried that the Ember might... he's going Aeon Disc at least. Okay. So he's going to have kind of a backup plan. Yeah, and it's inside the inventory.
The Ascetics.
Okay, oh, very true. Okay. So he's got at least something to play with.
And a Lotus Orb for himself and all sorts of stuff. The team, I'm sure he's saying, please team, protect me.
Well, we saw how important the Hex from RoboZ was for them in that last fight to get the opening to kill off Guts. And, well, now the Timbersaw, he's got his own Hex now from Hiko. So they have this capability now. Not only the Lion can find the instant stun, But the Timbersaw is going to have that capability to do so as well. So this might catch Balrogs off guard, but he goes, if they were wary of the Timber and checked instantly, they would have seen his item build.
Now, have you checked the TA's item build, or more importantly, the quick buy?
Oh, I like it.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes, give me the rapier. He just wants to be able to burst down that Ember Spirit in 2 hits. You won't be able to, of course, with the Aeon Disc, but they don't know that just yet. He's been doing a pretty good job of not showing on the map.
The flames rush forward.
Oh, he's tempted. Will they be able to scout this out? They're walking underneath the traps inside the mid lane. No one with the gem playing around that sort of area. It's all on Timbersaw. So for now, we're going to take back the outpost control. More places on the map to be able to farm. And for once, since like, what, the 20-ish mark of the game, it feels like Balrog's map is shrinking.
It looks like no runes lost their net worth lead, let's say like 28 minutes into this game. So finally it's back into their favor. And a massive
Aeon Disc Gaming, we've got 3 in this game now. There's one being queued up on the Lion as well. Everyone wants to survive.
Living is good, man. Playing Dota's fun, not sitting on the side
Living
lane.
is good. Very nicely said.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Smoke up, Balrogs. Let's see. Great scan. Beautiful scan. It's going to be able to read
Making
this.
sure to stay in the trees, stay on the right-hand side, make them come to you, put
Look at
your
the
tanky
wraparound.
boys.
Well, they're going to know.
Oh, they
See
know,
exactly
they
where they
know.
are. And Hiko's just going to move forward. He wants to put himself on the front line, but they're even going further around the sentry.
Look at they found though.
Look at the trap
They
though.
found
They're
Guts.
going to be able to find Guts. The Aeon Disc is going to be there. Guts will be fine. Mimo to the northern side though. Hijack.
Another Aeon.
He's got his own Aeon Disc to play with. So either side's forcing this early. They don't have much room though for Radiant to play with. They are very stuck on the right side.
Guts didn't BKB though, so he's got an advantage that Hijack doesn't.
They're going back in.
Oh, the full
Look at
wrap.
this, Benny! Under the trap! 2 hits, Benny! Kills off the line. Easy pickings, but back to the river they go. Trying to deal with the Timbersaw. Mini's control for the moment. The Lotus Orb's going to be able to buy in some time so he can freely spellcast a blink out to the left. But Pamplona will not escape. A 1-for-1, but they do get a buyback out of the line. Take that as a victory for Dial.
What is the overall buyback status looking like? Tiny's got one, and looks like another 5 heroes. Is that all the cores, with the exception of the Timbersaw and the Ember? Oh, Timber's actually just got his as well, so really means that even a kill onto a core this game isn't actually going to mean all that much.
Up the high gun they go. Mini's even
Get
just
it
going
onto
to
the Ember.
waveform forward. Damage is
Right.
ramping up. Benny jumps to the left. And he will be fine though, playing with the
Satanic
Satanic.
use. Not the greatest glyph usage though. Still has 50 seconds left on that Aegis. Feel like they still want to commit with this next wave, especially since they know that the... maybe not. Maybe just wants to go back, hit an ancient camp a little bit with all of that lifesteal. I'm sure he's saying, oi, let me hit them as many times as I can. And well, he's going to have to back off just a little bit low on the mana now.
That's where the lion comes to play. Suck his mana back.
True.
Come
Where's
on.
the triple suck?
Zuck.
I paid for a triple suck. You heard me.
I'm going to avoid that. So, what are you doing down here, brother? Keeping the lane shoved
What's his
in.
Aeon Disc, man?
Get it?
Oh,
Did
you
have
mean the tree protector?
Yeah, the tree.
I was talking Lion. He's just hitting small camps.
Ooh, not like this, not like this.
Oh, the smoke. Will they pop it?
They should know. I think Ropers saw the
know.
blink part. Oh, they saw the Nature's Grasp instead. They've got confirmation at least the Clops here. He's got the gem and they're going to
got
be
him.
able to find him. He's still ducking to the trees, and meanwhile, Radiant, they're connecting through the outpost.
Oh, they're going for the back line.
555, look at the wraparound. Guts as well with the jump in. Lion's in trouble for the moment. They don't have the damage until Benny's able to show up. So they'll
Dieback.
kill off the support. It doesn't have a buyback to be able to rejoin them. 555's in trouble. Mini gets a waveform on forward, but it's the battle that carries. Morphling up against the Templar
Great
Assassin.
overgrowth.
The damage, it's minimal at best, but as soon as the refraction expires, the TA just melts under the damage, and now it's Radiant who can clean up. One by one, they all start to fall as Hijack a time lapse back into the lane, but they know exactly where the Weaver is. They're going to chase him into the tree line. They get the Hex. They get the kill. Weaver's gone, and what a team fight for no runes.
Mini, he's all the way up here on his own, feels confident enough, and yeah, the tip is very well deserved coming through. Hex coming through, but he doesn't care. He's got the living armor onto himself. 20 bonus armor. How are you going to kill this man with all of the lifesteal that he's got, with all the levels, as tanky as hell? But, well, this is finally some high ground being sieged this game. Glyph refreshed, but it's not going to be enough to hold them off for long enough. Might need to, though. They're going to go straight tier 4s. Yep, that's the trigger for them to back off. It's a big win coming through from No Runes and Balrogs. They're sweating. Another loss, and they're out of the SATI qualifiers. No Runes so close to punching their ticket through to the next round.
I'm trying to see what they can do differently in some of these fights. It feels like that their read to kill the Lion is... I don't hate it at all, considering he's a lot of their control, but... that last fight...
Just with how quickly he dies, I think it's that, you know? BKBs are so low that you need to get the absolute most out of them. Yeah. You need to get the absolute most out of them. So I don't think committing like 5 seconds hitting into, I don't know, an Ember Spirit that may not even die is valuable when you consider the impact of like 1 second. Lion's dead, you know? Especially when you know he doesn't have buyback.
T.A. Lapia. Oh,
he's also got level 25, so extra refraction instances. We saw how quickly he melted last time. I mean, come on, man.
So I'm trying to work out. I checked the fight recap on TA, and the adapted strike did 600 damage, which I don't know how it's doing that much at this stage of the game. I'm not a Morphling player. I'm trying to see if like this Ag Shard is buffing it up, which I know it doesn't, but I'm like double checking how it did so much damage because he popped. The refraction was gone. Hiko, he wasn't even playing with a scepter as well, so now he's got multiple chakrams to play with. So I'm very worried. If refraction goes, if BKB goes, then Benny seems to be vulnerable in these fights.
Seems about right, though, right? Look at all the agi he's got. Like, 333, I think, he's got. So when you times that by 2.5, kind of makes sense, right? When you take into account all the hero 25% magic resistance.
Does he go more agi? Just buy agi on agi on agi? Hiko? Positioning. Perfect spots for him to move forward. A great start onto the Ogre. Might be able to get rid of the first life. Roboz pops a very early BKB down to the southern side. They're going to try and kill off the Tree Protector. They should be able to do so. Refresher pot from Roboz. So he's got another round of the BKB, but uses it instantly.
I think he just missed on the Sonic Wave, which meant that he had to pop that refresher. They're going to be feeling very happy about that. A buyback on Serum, but still got a lot to be able to contest around this Roche Pit. They've got the vision, they've got the outpost, they've denied away the Balrog's vision. They're going to be getting this Aghadim's Blessing. What? Oh yeah, went and bought a Moonshard completely for himself on Mini as well. And will he get the Aghadim's Blessing for himself? It feels really good on this Morphling, and I haven't seen it in a pro game just yet. Just to be able to steal 70% of a TA's attack speed seems phenomenal. I don't think it's percent, actually. It's just 70 flat attack speed, but it's still a lot.
Even just a 20 reduction in morph, honestly, with a game like this where there's so many incredible morph targets. So,
is it stealing stats or is it borrowing it? Stealing implies that you never give it back, you know?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Oh, Mini, look how aggressive he can play. He's got the second life to work with. They're in trouble. Look at the damage on Benny. He's doing a lot of damage on the right side. Just freely right-clicking from afar.
He's got the refresher shard on Serum.
They're going to be cautious, though, because Roboz, a second round of the overgrowth, but he's got an opportunity to blink back to safety. That's a pretty good start to the fight from Balrogs, as Serum's going to go down as well. That's a dieback on the Tree Protector.
Gems on the deck, too. 2 gems.
Gems! Gems!
Backpacked his Aeon disc there briefly on the Weaver. I was like, oh, you sure you want to do that? But doesn't get punished. It wasn't the greatest second use of the Overgrowth there. Great first one, but second one doesn't catch on to anyone outside of, I believe, the Weaver, who just time-lapses his way to safety.
They're actually going to look to take the fight. It needs to be where Benny's playing the backline. We saw that was the real example right there, where he was just behind the tower. They weren't on the TA. He was freely right-clicking with no one up in his face. They can replicate that, and they might have some success, but it's not going to be easy to do so outside the base.
Yeah, a big part of it was just the spill damage as well, right? He's had to get rid of the Dragon Lance. You don't want to hold a Grove Bow this late into a game, not that they even have one. So
What did he buy?
as long
Dire's
On
top tower is
Benny.
under attack.
Swift
the Swiftling, yeah.
Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice scan.
They're just throwing him up here solo on Mini. They know there's no glyph available.
They got the ward on the high gun on Radiant, so they're going to see Rogues moving forward. We're busy once again trying to target down the line. Pampalona's going to be in as well to Guts, but the chain control's not there. The Quap's gone. They got to get out. It looks like Benny doesn't want to stick around. He's going to blink to the right side. He can't duel against the Morphling for the moment with the numbers advantage that Radiant are playing with. They'll still get the first life, in fact. So Belrox dealing with the Aegis. Can they set themselves up for round 2? But the Hex is out straight away. The Earthspike's going to buy him a little bit of time to get at least something off, so the Morphling can retreat to the left, but it's not fast enough. Mini! They kill the Morphling. They're going to toss them on forward. They're onto the Timbersaw next as well as Balrogs. They'll live to see another day. A dieback on the Timber. And they are not out of this one just yet.
Rapier Gaming, anything is possible. Oh man, the fact that they've still got the potential to come back into this one. It was another great Earthspike coming through from the Lion there, but Jupiter just wasn't in place to be able to get that second usage off the Hex, the stun coming through, the additional damage from the Finger of Death, and unfortunately just caught without a few cooldowns available on the Morphling. Did he? I don't think he even used the Morph there. I think maybe stealing some of those stats could have been the key difference maker.
What's the call now? What do you do for your Belrogs? Do you walk it down, try and knock on higher ground, force a buyback, or at least get a full set of barracks?
I mean, you need to force some kind of movement back. I feel like if you're committing a little bit too far on Serum, does anyone have Boots of Travel on Balrog, or do you have an Aghanim Scepter on anyone? Like, if you could kill Serum, that's huge, because he doesn't have buyback, he doesn't have a way to heal up a lot of these towers, so it feels kind of awkward to not have the Tree and Protect there. I mean, he doesn't have TP for 10 seconds, so they might just end up losing at least one lane.
Good old Living Armor. Full spell, make him work for it. Looks like the Rapier is still doing decent amount, but not Rapier stuff. Someone is starting to set up onto Serum in the tree line too. Tiny doesn't have a gem though to catch him out, so he's just going to be on lane cutting duties instead. If someone shows, they might...
Has to be a little careful though, like with no Tiny, they feel a lot more confident in being able to go. You could really be conservative on that BKB usage without the Tiny's Avatos combo.
So Benny's buyback has come back up now. That's a big thing for Dai. Of course, if he dies, he's not going to be playing with Rapier, though, so...
Yeah.
You're going to be lacking a lot of damage.
I just noticed the time. 2 minutes. Till we get some of these 60-minute items, tier 5s. Ex Machina, anyone, for, let's say, Queen of Pain, with all those different refreshable items?
Any Ex Machina enjoyers?
I feel like that'll be the go for Morphling and Queen of Pain if they get them. Such key items
for
for
the
them to
Apex
pick
as
up.
well.
I mean, Morph's got to the state where he could buy moon shards for other people, you know? Not that anyone really wants it, but what do you even do with all of this mana at this stage? Not mana, gold.
Gold, yeah. Let's see. You probably backpack you backpack Mantle?
I mean, you
Or
back
something
the
else?
bots.
Do you reckon he gets kited in fights? He's gonna be pretty goddamn. I guess he's got two
You got two
waveform charges.
waveforms. Yeah, and you could go a Swift Blink or something.
Okay, sure. So backpack bots go Swift Blink. Yeah, all right. Just do
I want to
do
see
his
if they're ever going to
shenanigans.
get nullifiers on either of these teams, because we've got... Count the Aeon discs. Let's have a look.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4. 2 apiece.
There's a 5th coming for the Treant Protector.
Okay, there you go.
And there's been 4 staff saving people. And there's been
What
Glimmer
is-
Capes.
So last time yesterday we had a 60-minute game, but only one team was able to get outside the base and get those tier 5 items. It looks like this
Not this
time it's going to
time.
be much different. Yeah. Okay, this is... I'm going to have this ward down bottom. This is pretty important here for Balrogs with the Observe ward by the outpost. I believe they do still have a gem on Radiant on Hiko, but it is giving them so much information, and it's a potential now for them to smoke bottom and take a fight where they have vision.
Well, now they know that they had vision all this time.
Bye-bye ward.
60 minutes.
Holy.
All right, 4-split Giants ring. You love it. Who do you give that to? Timber?
Probably Timber? Yeah.
Yes, giant
kind-
Timbersaw. It's like Ag's Labyrinth, bro.
Dude, I kind of want to die to get the Giants ring, because you got the Bloodlust as well. So,
True.
dude, look
There's
at
time.
this.
There's still time.
There's time. There is.
Radiant are scanning.
All
Look
right.
at this big boy. This is the Agative's Labyrinth, bro.
Dude, what a hero.
Ex
Oh,
Machina. There we go. Give it to
Oh,
the
who
Quap.
got it?
We've got it. He has not given it to Quap. Looks like he might have sent it back. Could be
Well,
giving
because
it to
Shadows is
TA.
pretty big. I think there's a
Do you
very...
give this to TA? I don't think TA needs the Ex Machina, to be honest.
Double BKB,
You don't think double Hex, double Bloodthorn, double BKB, double Shivas is good? I do.
Yeah, no, I do as well. Obviously, they just feel like Benny can't right-click without a second BKB. I think that's what they feel like.
His armor. Overgrowth undispellable now, level 25. That's pretty big change. So
What? That's new, right?
Lotus Orbs or BK. Yup. Any Lotus Orbs, any BKBs now suddenly drop massively in value.
Oh, he's got
I wonder if
Refresher.
they're going to have a look. Yeah, I wonder if you're going to have a look over at any of these Manta Illusions as well, just to scope out if Morphling had any of those tier 5 items just yet, if he had them in the slot. But at the moment, still holding on to the Ninja Gear. Almost level 29. An extra second on the Adaptive Strike stun is kind of nice. 35 strength as a 25 talent. Do you think that's a little bit underwhelming? Because
Where am I looking? Sorry, who's this?
Morphling.
Okay. Yeah, it's shit. It's horrible.
There we go. I knew it was going to come out. Can only hold off for so long.
It's only 5
Man, how
o'clock in the
unlucky are they
morning.
getting? How unlucky are they getting with some of these neutral items? They have been hitting a ton of creeps. There we go. Book of Shadows coming through. Untargetable. Feels kind of nice. You could still get splash damage, right? From the Psyblades and AoE.
Yes, I believe so. I don't see it enough, but yes, I believe so.
Rations
Quick
up.
thing to mention, Benny is going to have enough gold for buyback and rapier very shortly. He also has a Deso too. Here we
Oh,
go.
so what? You just keep the rapier on the courier?
Oh god, I don't know. Oh my.
You don't want to be the one to go into Roche first. Like, that is the circle of death right now.
Nah, just do it. Oh,
Okay.
but they've got the high
Don't
ground,
have high ground
Balrogs.
advantage.
Swings gonna
Yeah.
pop. Look at he go.
They are Obi-Wan right now, staring at the Anakin of no runes. They have the high
Sarah.
ground. Can they punish?
Train's in a pretty
This
good
could be
spot.
Amazing blink overgrowth.
Trent's in an incredible spot.
Oh,
They get the initial
not
jump
quite, though.
towards the backline. They go. Robos is going to try and target down with the Timbersaw for the moment. Hiko's going to be okay, pathing himself to the left side. Meanwhile, though, they're doing a really good job to be able to kite the Templar Assassin. They've wasted the first BKB. He doesn't have a second one to play with. They'll kill him off. No one to protect the TA. Rapier dropped on the deck. And now Dyer, they got to get out. You can't
got
stick
it.
around. Mini, he's got the Rapier, so he's looking to clean up. A waveform to the left side. Straight on top of the Tiny they go. But Dyer, they are next to Pamplona. They might think about jumping back in if they see an opening.
TA's got the rapier purchased again. He's going to bring it through to him now, trying not to reveal it too much. He's going to be in the middle of the creep wave as it gets delivered. I think I saw a ping coming through there from the Lions, so we've got Jupiter, who now knows of this potential, might force them back away from the Roche pit. Oh, man. Still 5 buybacks left, surprisingly enough.
I
5K.
really... oh, Didi?
DD?
Nice.
At least see him inside the hood. Oh, look at his armor. It's fully electrified.
I still kind of want Benny to have the Machina. I saw him get kited last fight, and I was like, I don't know. Wait, Benny? There you go. What's going on here? Hiko, you got to step out? All right, there we go.
He does.
Wait for Mini. That's aggressive.
Book of Shadows.
Protect 555. Mini's got the Machina, so BKB is still available. Roche is falling. This is big if Benny can get the Aegis. Ember's going to look to jump and snatch it, but Benny finds it. Got protected with the Aegis for the moment. Look at Mini just going to work. TA, she brought back prior. That's going to be all she wrote. If Benny dies, gets a refraction off the last second, but the right clicks are coming through thick and fast. Second life, how can they set themselves out for round 2? RoboZ trying to turn it back around. The Hex is out and Benny jumps. Ember's gone, but he's got to buy back to be able to rejoin. But Balrogs, you've got to get out. You need to retreat. Benny needs to stay alive. It looks like TA will just slip into the nighttime. Hijack, though, he's going to be the one that's in trouble. They didn't see him. Oh, no.
No, they weren't aware. And Mini just goes, all right, Ex Machina, let's go. Run it down mid, swap in the Manta style. We've got everything available. You've got only 3 heroes to play around and no Aegis anymore. Got to swap in the Scythe of Vice here on Robo.
They gave
the blessing. Yep.
And they just gave the Machina to Benny as well so he could refresh. So he's got BKB back up.
Mm-hmm. They got to find the Ember. I think you got to take him out of the fight. I know you just can't handle this Rapier at this stage.
X is there. Weaver should be okay to the right side. RoboZ trying to find the opening. To the Weaver they go, but the Lotus Orb's going to protect it for the moment. Instant use of the BKB. They need to hold them into place.
Undispellable.
But Benny's not getting any right clicks out. They're kiting the TA. Refraction gone, and their hopes of making it through the qualifiers are gone as well. It's a glyph or delay, but it will not matter as no runes. They made him work for it, but in the end, it'll be Radiant taking this series in 2-0 fashion. They will knock out Balrogs from the lower bracket.
Oh, but damn, did it give them a little bit of a scare coming through there. Anytime you see the Rapier, it's always like, can this be the real difference coming through? And, well, Balrogs, they were so close, yet so far, bowing out in that lower bracket, and no runes. Their dream towards going to TI will continue.
Man, what a game to close us second series out. Going the distance here, 66 minutes. Dan, what's going on, man? We were expecting kind of with this patch games to slow down a little bit, but we've got 2 60-minute games now. Is this a little bit of a, I guess, a tease, or going to show us what might be more in store for us for the rest of the qualifiers, not only for these regions, but for other regions as well?
It's always the case around TI, right? Teams find a way to, if they don't close out the game with their initial strat, with what they think is going to succeed in the draft, it becomes very conservative around like that 40 to 50 minute mark. And by that stage, everyone's just like barely dipping their toe in the water that they're going to, there's going to be instances where it drags out to 60 minutes because they think, oh, that's all we need. We just need to get a little bit lucky. We don't feel confident enough because, I mean, there have been a bunch of different instances across many different regions where teams have literally been hitting on the throne and suddenly the game turns around in game 5 of a qualifier, and then suddenly you don't make it through to TI itself. So you don't want to be the one that gets a meme made about you if it's not a good one. So for Balrogs, unfortunately, might be, there was nothing meme worthy. They put through a pretty good performance, but it was just no runes day.
Yeah, perfect way to put it. Just no runes day, and they're going to be able to take this in 2-0 fashion, which will push them forward into the low bracket round 2 to take on Ravens. But we still have 2 more elimination series left tonight. So still 2 more teams that are going to be sent packing here in the TI11 qualifiers. Next up is Wolf Team versus Carly. We're going to have a bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll see you guys for the 3rd series of the night.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, Dota fans. We're here taking a look at our second set of best of threes today. Trent, look at that. We've got a match here, don't we?
Again. All right, we're doing pretty well here. Great
Nailed
strats.
it.
You know, who else is matching? Sorry, I know that you're going to do your whole intro thing, but this is really important. The entire team of Cali, are you looking at your Dota client right now?
I am a little bit.
They all have pictures of a cat, and they each have different outfits of heroes on the cat. One is Earth Spirit. One
like
is
this.
Dazzle.
We're going to
One
take a look at
is,
this weekend game.
Is Animage? Yeah. Don't worry, we'll put script to work.
Catty Mage.
One is a Beastmaster. Oh my God, this is adorable. Okay. Anyway, all I want to say is the Cali are also matching and in good spirits heading to the series.
Catty. That's what we're going to be calling them now.
Boom, got him.
It's really bad. Well, a rough series earlier on today we saw as well, getting up to the 60-minute ones in the previous games, but no runes. They're going to continue on, spoiler alert. And speaking of which, we've got a wonderful, still full schedule to go here, which we can take a look at, as well as the bracket that's coming up for the rest of the event. But you can see here after the two quick 2-0s, we've got Wolf Team, Ali facing off against each other. And then, of course, a little bit later on today, it's going to be the other matchup, which is Mad Kings facing off against, I believe that one is Infamous, or is that one Infinity? That one's Infinity.
That's Kings Infinity. Yeah.
So those will be the two matches that we're going to be taking you through today. The INF, every time it always gets me.
Yeah,
But we also have a we also have a full bracket that has been somewhat updated to sort of give you guys a little bit of an understanding as to where you actually sit within the entire scope of this. So the key thing to remember is that it's top 3 that really matter. Obviously, you still want to be able to put yourself in a position to go directly to TI, but getting into that sort of last chance qualifier is also a huge win for any of these teams. Now, that doesn't matter too much for today. As you can see, this is all just elimination sadness, but the matches tomorrow that also are going to be coming up, the Infamous SG, Hikori Tempest, the winner of those is going to Singapore in some fashion. And then, of course, all these teams on the bottom side of the bracket, we're getting into what's going to determine our final top 8 after these matches are done. So a lot of stuff that's interesting to see.
Yeah, and what's really interesting when you look at this bracket specifically is I thought Wolf Team was going to be Hokori. I think this is a huge changing of the guard thing. Like, I know that Hokori was coming into it. People definitely believing in the team. They had more DPC points, but, like, this Wolf Team lineup that we're going to be watching here, if you're like maybe a long-time watcher of the scene and maybe you just haven't spent that much time in SA as of late, you're still going to recognize all of these names. Like, these are some of the biggest hitters that are in SA. This is like one of the best Brazilian squads you can assemble, really, of these older players, right? HFN, ADR, Tavo, King RD, and Duster. Like, these are all LAN experienced players. And to see them in the lower bracket is kind of crazy to me. I saw Tavo tweeted, I believe, devastated yesterday.
Right. Well, and obviously it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but because there are so many of these different teams that are that good and it went the full 3 games, it was that moment of like, oh my God, that we actually dropped back down and they've got a long road to get through. And of course, doesn't necessarily, bode well that they have that immediate reaction that pops off on Twitter. But I think it's also worth noting that, like, to feel that thing and then let that motivate you. We'll see if Wolf Team can come back stronger here this next day.
I think it shows they recognize the power of the upper bracket. Because
Right.
most people will save that till when they're eliminated, but they're just like, damn. Like, that was, the easy road is gone now. This potential of just straight up winning a couple of series and being guaranteed to at least make it to the LCQ. So, now, Cali, not a team that I'm as familiar with. I haven't had a chance to really watch many of these players. Much more of the up-and-comings. We're formerly called South Team before.
South
Team. South Team. So, we'll see if they can try and hang here. Managed to take some W's last season in Division 2.
Right, which is, again, one of those dynamics where I don't think everybody coming into this is going to just completely back Wolf Team 110%, right? It's a Division 2 South American team versus one of the most prolific and most, like, well-regarded team that's sort of been there throughout the history of sort of South American Dota. But at the same time, you kind of have this dynamic of a growing scene, and within any growing scene, it's dangerous down here. These dudes could absolutely pop off, and we'll see what ends up happening. But certainly an interesting one to come up in just a few here. Is there anything that you're sort of in watching the games the last couple of days with the new patch that's popped out to you or felt like it's different? There's a lot of talk about, like, our game's going to go later, our game's going to be shorter. What's the effect of these glyph changes? Like, I feel like the flowchart of Dota is very different than it kind of was before in a way.
I think for me, it's I'm definitely looking a lot at the actual, like, the flow, as you said, with the pacing, because there was initial concerns of, like, death ball. Right? I think that was like one of the first calls that people were worried about with, like, some of the glyph changes and stuff. But it's been looking fairly safe, balanced. Like, people were worried it was gonna be too fast. I don't know. I feel like to me the biggest thing is still just, like, the lanes and this idea of just how much is it worth committing to the lanes versus committing to the rotations on the mid. So that to me, I think, like, when we're specifically talking about, like, your mid player trying to control and win the game and losing the small camp, that should be putting more pressure on them to get those runes and to stay ahead in their lane. But there's also now the flag bearer creep, so there's, like, a benefit to stay down bottom if you're support. It's very interesting.
Right, and that dynamic doesn't feel like it there's as easy of just everybody's going to do their thing. You're going to fall in your small camp. You're going to stack the ancients. You're going to clear through those. There's more dynamics for how you can go. And the other thing is that people are getting those level 6s later. They're getting all the levels later. That dynamic change that's happened too slowed down the game a little bit.
I cannot believe we saw a level 25 tree today in the last game after we were just talking. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, I know. We were. I think that we had that conversation off stream, but we were talking about, like, how crazy that talent is. That it's like you're overgrowth. You're just sitting there now, and you're not moving. There's nowhere to go. It's nuts. Yeah.
No.
I'm really curious if the dynamic keeps on going to longer games, because there have been I think more 60-minute games than I've been used to seeing recently, which I am kind of in two minds about, like, on the one hand, hell yeah, we can see more tier 5s. On the other hand, like, oh God, is this what we're going to be getting all the time? Is it going to be like every one of these matches, every one of these series, at least one a day, we get 60-minute items? It sounds like it might be kind of crazy.
I did notice that in terms of the hero changes, in our region specifically, Visage popping off. In all regions, though, the hero's actually
Ooh.
undefeated right now.
What?
Visage is 9-0 at this point. It's the highest win rate, and 9 picks
Yikes.
that's no slouch. Like
No.
that's kind of insane. The highest picks hero right now is Undying at 14 picks, and he's got a 35% win rate. You know, that guy who we thought was like really good. So Undying,
Yeah.
boo. Marcy, way up, and Visage actually unlosable, apparently. You can't lose. You pick this hero. GG.
Somebody should have told the rest of these teams, just pick it. Get it in there. Although probably that's also a dynamic that happens more because you get it in like the second phase or something. And oh, here they are, the old folks' home of Dota. Is that too rough?
No, dude, it is. It is. These are our boys. These are our
Yeah.
guys. I know all of you.
Exactly. Every single one. I'll look up the ages real quickly. Got a
HFN,
25
he's
HFN.
25. Ooh, ADR's 29. Coming in on the big
Yeah.
3-0 pretty soon.
Oh, man. It doesn't get easier. I guess Duster is going to be the youngest at 22.
Yeah, King RD is 30. He's our man.
That's right. I feel like Tavo is also. How old is he?
He's 27.
He's 27. All right, never mind.
You know, old King Ao, you know?
That's right. The one and
These
only.
guys were dominating
Whoa.
for
Game over, apparently.
Yeah, I told you. I mean, they know. They looked at the numbers. Tavo played it twice. They won 2 games. Do you know how many games they've won so far?
How many?
2. Okay, I don't actually know.
Got it. At least 2.
That was before the qualifiers, you know. But he
Yeah.
was winning games. He's been rocking out here in some of his matches. So
Oh, and they're so
bring
young.
on the Visage.
Dude, they all look so young. Oh my god. That's awesome. I love this. Oh. Although I will say that now I have like a bias that I want the old people to win because I want to believe in my heart of hearts that I could still do it out there.
You still need some
no.
Darkseer buffs before that's gonna happen.
Exactly. These guys are going to get rolled. Dude, Wolf team, they won't know what hit them.
They do look so much younger, actually. Oh my god, this is crazy.
Yeah,
It's actually
is-
the boomers versus the zoomers.
it literally is.
This is awesome.
That's so good. This is what we got to get, guys. This is why Dota has to keep getting bigger and bigger. We gotta like have the young versus old mentality. It's awesome. Chaos Knight Wyvern, though. Enough talking about the players. Chaos Knight Wyvern, the first 2 pick for him. Very interesting.
A lot of just like coverage, I guess, when I see that hero. I see Wyvern versus Visage. I think good. You know, you got a little bit of just like general push sentiment. Wyvern's pretty good versus that. Chaos Knight is a hero that could join in and fight as well if you're being, contested early and you really need your carry. He can show up, but he's also happy to just sort of farm it out if given the opportunity. So I think that's a fairly balanced way to start this.
Okay.
Good team fight as well. Good scaling too. The instant Medusa after is interesting though. That I'm not as sure about.
That one to me does feel very strange. I mean, it kind of gives you an idea of the way they want to play it, which is just like, drop these heroes into a lane. You're not trying to outmaneuver people. You're not trying to any of that stuff. You're just going to try and be a big rock in front of them.
It's an interesting way to think about it. I guess they just believe in the scaling at a certain point because it's like I wouldn't say it like particularly counters CK like that hard because I mean it's a little bit back and forth. I guess overall I'd rather be the Medusa versus the CK, sure, but I don't think it's like the worst situation.
You remember when Mystic Snake just insta-gibbed the illusions?
Yes. Now if that still worked, that would be a major problem.
Yeah. No such luck. You know what would be kind of cool? Maybe it's doubling down too much on this for Wolf Team, but a Brewmaster, some Dispel Magic on the illusions.
Oh, now you're just getting crazy.
I like that one a lot.
I wonder, I don't know. I feel like there's going to be something sneaky with this Medusa, but I don't know what it is. I look forward to seeing it. In my head, I'm thinking things like I've been seeing the Luna Visage. I heard Dan Alganeri talking about it a little bit, and I went and looked it up, and just like seeing the birds and like the global aura and stuff is pretty strong, right? It gives a lot of push early on during nighttime. So I kind of thought maybe if they were going to open Visage, that might be something they'd eventually angle towards. But like how you can't make that work with a Medusa, I presume, unless there is some like really active Medusa build they've just thought of before. And it's HFN. I don't know why I'm digging so deep into it. It's literally just HFN. It's the #1 hero. When we used to cast the SA DPC, they would literally just first pick Medusa. Because they would lose with every other hero and they would win with Medusa. So please ignore everything I've said for like 3 minutes. I need to like rewind my brain back to HFN winning every single game on Medusa.
It was a while ago, though, to be fair. That's been a long time. They decide instead to take the brew themselves, Khalid. That's an interesting one. I mean, it's really good against Dusa. Just lift her up in the air and leave her for last.
That's one of the best counter picks for sure. Like, just overall, not much more than that. Just feels good. It's a nice feeling.
Totally.
They're actually just picking things they've been winning with. Like in like the Moon tournament, they just like won all their games with Medusa, lost to the other carries.
Yeah,
that's what's happening here. Winning all our Visage games.
Dude, why not?
Let's just outskill. Comfort is king.
The clockwork coming out now. Simple. Jump in there, find that Wyvern in the back line, get the battery assault action going. I love it.
Pretty okay versus Brewmaster as well. You have some tools, like you can maybe flare and find him at the start of a fight, hook shot into push, and maybe if you have enough chain stun, you can actually kill him before the split. It's not that ridiculous of a scenario.
Dude,
not sure how he'd fare versus the new one.
I keep looking at all these pictures of them, and their like hands are over the face. The lighting is all dark. They just look sort of,
they're in their twilight years, Gabe.
I know. I can see the age on them, and then whenever we pan back over to Kali, it's just like happy-go-lucky faces. Like the pain of the world hasn't hit them yet.
Yeah, it's like the Nintendo summer music playlist is going in the back.
Totally. For this, it's like Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I love it. ABBA.
You guys got that new Hans Zimmer? Yeah, put it on.
ABBA is interesting, too. This was a hero that was getting so much more popular after a while. And I feel like the sort of extent to which Ags changes this hero, if you can get to that stage, I feel like all these heroes late game have some really cool stuff coming out from Wolf Team.
Oh man, it's wait, oh yeah, I need to read on that. I gotta look at all these because I remember looking at ABBA being like, and not sure how to feel about that. Also, yeah, that Agnes thing was crazy. I did not know it was 1600. I'll be the first to say, that's a massive radius.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like that's crazy to me. I just assumed it was 1200 before.
Right. No, it was so huge. It was way too large, to be honest. I'm looking back through the double different patches because we got both of them, right?
Yes, yeah.
I wanted to double check on ABBA again. Yeah, the aphotic shield stuff, I think, just makes it better earlier on. It's still quite strong as a hero, and I think that being able to like even take off things like Arctic Burn or stuff like that can be kind of nice.
Is Arctic Burn dispellable?
I think it is. The damage.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Really?
Oh, wait, I might be thinking of a bug that.
Oh no, you're right. It can't be dispelled. Oh
God!
Shit. Look at you, Trent.
I got you, buddy.
Damn.
You know why? Because they're actually, if I'm not mistaken, there used to be a bug where if you dispelled it, then you could be tagged again with it. So it was actually bad to dispel it. So they just made it undispellable since you can only be tagged once per cast.
Like it.
All right, but we got ourselves a Doom, another buffed hero. We just got a lot of like little buffed heroes. Heroes are feeling good. We got Burrow and Doom on the same team though. What's happening here?
I don't know. That's a weird one. I'm not sure exactly. I feel like I like the way that it sort of works with maybe putting it into position 5. Who was it that was doing that for a long time with Brew?
Oh, 5 brew was. I mean, LeBron did it quite a few times. He was definitely a 5 brew player. I think it'll probably be 4 Doom, but that is is that really that worth it versus ABBA? I guess it kind of is. You like trade out Doom either onto the carry or onto the ABBA himself.
Okay. I guess the thing that worries me is that just the lane in general sounds kind of rough. Like Brew, Doom together against like Medusa, ABBA. I feel like, I don't know, maybe they do enough to Medusa where it's kind of annoying to play against.
Yeah, I think you might get away with it just because like the ABBA spam might not be enough, even with the reduced mana costs.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll find out. It should be interesting. If that's even what the lanes end up being, you know, depending on what they show here, could wind up being like some like mid Doom or something. If that's what they want to do.
That's true. Last pick Invoker. And immediately into the Kunkka. They knew that's what they wanted. Very, very prepped and ready to go for poor old James there. So Adriano Invoker.
Looks like
seems like
as
a
expected.
good matchup. I like what I'm seeing so far from Kali. I think they've got a pretty good lineup here.
Yeah, I think everything looks totally normal except for the Doom. And the Doom's not crazy. Like 4 Doom is like a super wild thing. Typically, you often see it because the Doom was picked up early and it gets flexed into it because it'll work. But they just really see a situation where they think it's going to be good. He's also has the sweet guitar. You guys can't see it yet, but he does. So that's a big reason why he's probably picking Doom. And then they end up with the Kunkka counterpick versus the Invokers. So they have a lot of team fight. They have some single target potential versus a Medusa, which is always nice in terms of like the Doom and just like full isolation. Then again, it's also a Medusa, so she doesn't care as much as a lot of other carries when she gets doomed.
What do you think? Thoughts, feelings, sentiments?
I mean, I definitely know Wolf Team better. I mean, I looked at the record of Cali, and they did pretty well. Like in terms of like some of the teams that they took games off of, like the like that no ping roster. They used to be one of the top teams. Like some of the players, like Leo Style was on that team. They took their games versus them. So clearly they're skilled players. But the Wolf Team, this is a pretty solid, well-rounded lineup. I think that they intentionally balanced it for many stages of the game, so they're not under any pressure to really rush things. And in the end, I do think they look a little bit more stable heading late.
Okay. Well, I'm curious to see if they can pull it off. For me, at least, I look at this and I wonder if, like, coming out of the laning stage, Wolf Team might run into some issues there, particularly like the Kunkka counterpick against Invoker. We've seen how strong that can be in the past and how much that can set the tempo for the rest of the game. But we'll have to wait and see as we get ready to go into this game number 1 here. And both teams already heading out across the map. Smoke up from the Wolf Team folk. And going to try and get down ward. But of course, we had to have the pause. That's how it happens.
We'll just chill out a little bit. It's fine, you know?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Well, welcome to the SA qualifiers. I'm supposed to say hello to our lovely chat. I see that what you guys talking about? You guys talking about? We got SA fans here. Lots of SA fans talking about all the players. That's nice to see. It's good. It's good.
Okay.
We got going on about people being old in their late 20s is peak esports cringe. Thank you, two dads. I love that one. That's a good one.
Oh, nice.
I also concur.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah. Oh, stop roasting our guys. 30 isn't old. Piss off. I'm 31, so it's
I'm
okay.
32.
He's 32. It's all right. It's just jokes, guys. Everyone relax. Have yourselves a fine little Sunday. It's a video game, guys. We're watching a video game, okay?
It's true.
I think you got to take yourselves a little less seriously.
No, I'm sure it's fine. This is serious business, Trent.
Sorry.
Get your serious pants on.
All right. Can I wear serious shorts? It's pretty hot.
I'm actually wearing shorts right now. It's pretty warm where I'm at also. Was that a D ward? Or no, he didn't. Did Duster get a deny on a ward or take one away? It looks like he did. A little bit of XP there. Finding one out. Not bad, not bad. Everybody into the pit, though. Man, Monty on this Doom over nearby Hermit. They're going to walk out into a world of hurt here. The battery assault trading hits. The arm moves on in. They got the cold snap connection. A couple more punches. And Hermit going to be going down. First blood given over to the Invoker. Bad, not bad. I believe, though, that sets up for multiple bounty runes. And wait a minute. Visage also getting smacked. Tavo in some trouble. Doesn't have another stun, though. Can't get there. Look at that. No freaking regen at all on the Visage.
No regen. In this
Yeah.
year, I mean, that's what we can do. And the only problem is when people have started hunting couriers a lot, I've noticed. Not as
True.
bad when you're on, like, the offlane typically, especially that dire offlane. Like, who's getting that courier? But I've been seeing a lot of position 4 players trying to hunt the courier. I think that's a great play because people are greedy, bringing out, like, all stats. So if you manage to get a ward down and snipe the courier, it's so beneficial.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, so overall these lanes, the most interesting one I think is going to be the top lane. I think trying to see like how the Medusa starts out. It's HFN, right? Wants to get a solid start, get going on your Medusa style gameplay, and then a position 4 Doom. If it's only Duster here on this Abba, starting with the Orb of Venom as well, that's pretty interesting. Because like, can he trade that well with Orb?
I guess. I mean, it's kind of unclear, I guess, also. But he'll probably get level 2 before too long, I would imagine. I mean, against double melee, it's pretty nice. And then Medusa can come on in for a couple more punches along the way, too. Why not? Sounds good.
Sorry, you guys Mango brought out. Instantly eats it, though. Okay. And he just brings out 6 tankers. I mean, as long as he gets more regen, this is totally fine. So Duster will just keep doing his thing. I do like that Monty went for the boots, though, because obviously it makes it hard for the Abbot to really make good use of this. He just runs away from him.
Yeah. It's making a long run around there as down bottom, kind of keeping our eyes on it. And the chase punches should be fine on
Duster's
Hermit.
owning.
It's good.
I'm actually surprised he didn't like dive the tower a little bit and try and get hits.
Yeah, I guess because they had to run all the way over here for Monty, although he did end up finding a creep eventually. Takes the Hurl Boulder. Not the best thing in the world, but does have at least a little bit of extra harassment you can throw out there, which is pretty annoying.
Oh, and meanwhile, down bottom, though, all these shenanigan attempts here from the Clockwork. Rena's going to scout that out, grab the wave, bring him over, make him mate, have a little fun time here, and fire him up. But yeah, Duster is just playing fantastically. Ever since hitting level 2, the build's working out exactly how you want on this hero, managing to bully them individually. He's in a situation where he's playing the creep waves to the point where they can't actually gang up on him. So in both situations, 1v1, because like 1v1 Abba rules in this situation, right? Like where you have this Orb of Venom and you're punching another melee support. You just don't want to get outnumbered. But because of the way they're splitting the creep waves up and he's managed to get off these poles, Hermit and Monty can never just like gang up on him.
Right, yeah, they can't really come on in and make the contest in the way that they want. And HFN is going to try and disrupt this one too. Eventually gets the creeps pulled back into the other side and now going to beat the hell out of the Doom. And Monty in trouble. He's got an aphotic shield. This guy's dead, I think. Wait, no, doesn't go for it. Duster leaving him at very low HP instead.
This is the I'm everything for my Medusa. Like that is the most HFN move I've ever seen in my life. Where he just needed like one right click and like he maybe gets the kill, but he's like, yeah, but that might be like one creep.
Right.
So like you know what I'm definitely gonna get the last hit on? That creep. So I'm gonna go do that.
True. Yeah.
And as long as you accept that as Duster, that's fine. Because, you know, he's keeping his regen high. It's an expensive hero to do this on. He does not want to have to keep buying regen if he doesn't have to, or he's never going to progress and getting to, like, boots and stuff, so.
Tribute to my house.
Well, and this at least has set up HFN to have a pretty good time. Does have a lot of creeps that are in this wave here that are going to kind of get messed with a little bit as Duster tries to get the pull off, does the stack first, and actually is going to get the pull onto the flag bearer creep. So if he can get that one denied, that would be really nice. That's an interesting thing. I haven't seen as many teams try and really focus on getting that pull on when the flag bearer creep respawns.
Yeah, I actually, I've seen a couple battles over that too. Like, I'm always trying to hunt that thing down now as we grab ourselves the second kill here for old King Ardy.
Yeah, takes it down. Just a little cogs catch there on the Wyvern after the Arctic Burn had already been used. But yeah, interesting dynamic. And Monty again making the move all the way over into the jungle. These camps have been blocked this entire time. Super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to watch a Medusa lineup do it, but it has completely slowed down anything that a Doom can do. It's equally as powerful as versus like an Enchantress or something. It's just annoying. But he does get it now. He has found the creep. It is time to be burned.
All that mana burn. They tried to go toe-to-toe against Duster, and a little bit more difficult to do that when you've got that mana burn there. But still, they turn, they punch. HFN moves on in, keeps the pressure on, and just able to zone back this Doom consistently. Now, we haven't really talked a ton about the other lanes. Medusa and CK are doing quite well. In the mid lane, as we're going to see some good damage there onto Tavo, should be able to survive them and be fine. It had been very Kunkka favored, and Invoker's been able to catch back up for the last couple of minutes as they rotate in. And Clockwork underneath the ward, unlikely to find a kill here, but just wants to secure the rune.
Yeah, and likewise up top. So let's see, it's DD top. So ADR also TPing down bottom though.
To make that rotation, finds Rena in some trouble and gonna die. So ADR makes the move, gets the kill, playing it well.
And to be ahead of the Kunkka, or at least even neck and neck, is just great at this point, right? Because typically this is, Kunkka favored matchup that he goes for. And this matchup isn't as good as it was before, though, because before you also would steal Invoker's small camp. Because there wasn't anything Invoker could do about it. Because he's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, stab me? He just walks up, he just Die-Bringer's the small camp. He can point it at the Invoker if he wants. You need heavy rotations to punish. So with that being gone, it's not as ownage, I guess, for the Kunkka at this point. But his earlier rotations can be pretty worrisome, specifically versus an Exort Evoker. But since this is Quaswax and he can also make rotations. Do you know what I have been loving, Lyrical, about Invoker games? Okay. I've been watching a lot of Invoker games, Quaswax, where they get the position 4 to buy the urn and they just follow them everywhere. I would love to see that. But he's bought the urn himself.
And James is going to make the move up top here. And with the DD, should be able to get the easy pick off onto Duster. They're kind of wrapped around with King RD. It's not an easy one to make with the Kunkka still in the area. And HFN is still kind of low from that earlier fight that they had. But with the EMP out, the boat's already been used. Stun there onto Clockwork, can maybe turn and has the rum buff keeping him alive. Fairy Fire also. James wraps out, gets away, and has a bottle as well. The urn charge, though, the urn is bringing him down. It's going to be his death.
Yeah.
So not able to escape from that one in the end as Auntie tries to back away. Can't get out. Invoker all over the map right now.
That is painful. I mean, I like that he stayed to try and commit to the Clockwork, but because everyone else also stays to that, that's what gets the Doom killed there too. And so now you have a Invoker with 2 more urn charges after just grabbing those. And now, even a regen mid for him too. So there you go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I say that.
Nice.
Oh, Louis.
They got him. That's a frustrating one. And now Cold Snap with the urn. Another kill for Adriano.
Oh, he almost got it. He almost denied it.
Almost. And then he just gets the full regen. Dude, this is a scary start. When Medusa and Invoker are leading the top 2 net worths in the game, this is not the way they wanted it to go.
Yeah, and then Tavo as well. He has the levels, which is all he cares about.
Right.
Radiant's
Okay, all right. Okay.
He's like, see if I care. I mean, this is the interesting dynamic, though, right? Is that you've got Herbert and Monty that both have some decent farm. Well, you get the tornado. Reyna, again, in trouble, tried to go for the Reality Rift to get him out, but just ends up dying to the battery assault, although James now moves in, finds the X, boat gonna follow with the Torrent. They've got the connection. A couple more punches onto this Invoker, but actually cogs him in to pull him away from the Kunkka. Did to go for a hit, but how did that happen?
Well, that was impressive. He's going to maybe die for it. I guess he has to hit this Torrent.
Yeah, nicely played.
Wow.
That was nuts.
That was pretty cool. It was like the world's smallest pullback. Just get in here. Go this way.
It was a teammate vacuum.
Meanwhile, Monty just goes back to chucking some mana burns on HFN in the jungle. No wonder he's tipping him. He is annoyed.
This is a nice kill if they can get it now. Doesn't have a boat, and with Duster nearby, this gank is done. King out. Oh, finds James. Oh, and what they thought was going to be a good turn of events for them falls apart so quickly. Hermit does have level 6, and that's going to be enough to stop the chase from Wolf Team. Still very back and forth, only 1,000 gold separating the 2 teams.
And Cali know their mission. They're throwing down the Observer Ward. They still have the vision of HFN. They know he's in there still farming. is James, though. Big trouble. Can he get a similar save here? Maybe. Oh, that vessel's so much damage, though.
Cold Embrace tries to live through this, but not going to be enough. They move in for Monty. Does have level 6. Thought about the Doom, but the Tornado comes out. Doom, round 2 on to the Invoker. If he could get this kill, this would be a huge injection of gold.
There's no way.
I'm not sure if he's going to be close enough. No, doesn't happen. Oh, that one hurts. You would have loved to get that as the Doom. Can you imagine that solo kill XP?
It would be absolutely massive. There's that tome sitting mid, by the way. Guess that's Ava's, huh?
Wait, what?
Secured for later. It's just sitting in the ground. Ava's coming. He's going to pick it up. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Duster gets to be level 6 now.
That's what you like to see.
Top lane, they're sitting here with the split. They want a actual core hero to show up here. He's obviously not going to split just for the clockwork. I thought that would work, and then he'd instantly split for the clockwork, but... they certainly need this tower, though, because we've been looking at all the other cores and talking about how the Medusa and the Evoker are looking great, but Tavo also, like, he got levels, like we were saying before. He's actually catching up to both the Kunkka and the CK, though, at the same time, so not only, like, from knocking down that bottom tower, but he's going to start invading into that Radiant jungle and looking to be a part of a mid-tower takedown right now.
Yeah, sending everybody to the mid lane, and you can see that no reaction at the moment. Kali did not want to make that move and come and contest, at least at the moment. But now a smoke up with 3. I kind of feel like it's going to be coming too late, though. They've got these birds here. ADR is set up and ready for them. King Ao could run right into James. Torrent not going to connect, so they find him there. Auto attack is on. Battery assault. They got him caught. And the rest of Wolf Team, after tanking the gank, actually can't get there in time. Louis moves on in, denies the tower.
Okay. Deny there. And yeah, so I saw a script hovering over that. Take a look. This Brewmaster is rushing the eggs. Like, a big fat rush. Very interesting. I have not been privy to a Primal companion game yet. Have you?
No. Haven't either.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm taking a look at it. It seems very interesting, and I can understand why it'll be beneficial.
Right. I mean, they did the thing where, as Duster gets ran at here, they buffed it in the last patch by allowing you to, as the blink back comes in, they knew that the rotation was here. Wyvern does have Curse available, but very spread out from the rest of Wolf Team, and it's going to end up being just a quick kill onto Wyvern. But they allowed you to get the spell refreshes when you recast Primal Split. So you can get 2 rounds of everything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
True. Or like 2 rounds of your, yeah, that's true, yeah. Which is the refresher orb, yeah. And if you have a Primal Companion out, then when you refresh, right? Yeah. Interesting.
I think, isn't it that it refreshes just naturally? Am I remembering that wrong? I'm going to double check it. No, Primal Split now refreshes all Brewing cooldowns.
Yeah. So to, like, refresh your Brewing, right? Like the guy that's out there. But then it makes another one. Am I dumb?
We'll talk about it after this fight as James is going to get saved. No, you're not dumb. Ooh, Winner's Curse. Not enough for a kill on the ADR, as there was no amount of damage coming through. And, well, it does make sure that the CK gets out of there, but they lose both the Kunkka and the Wyvern.
Yeah, okay, because like your Brewling dies.
Yes. Your Brewling dies, another one resummons, but previously what would happen is, let's say you had the Wind Panda out and you tornadoed.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah.
That's lame.
Yeah, so they allow you to get 2 rounds of spells off for all you fine people in chat out there, at least from one of the pandas.
Well, I look forward to meeting this panda. I hope he's a nice, upstanding, young bear thing.
It's a panda.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we can call him a panda.
Stomp on a boat. They get the split off, and now turn on to the Invoker. He's dead at the very least. Did get one last deny before he died, but they move on in and kill off the familiars.
Yeah, was Tavo trying to deny? Is that what he was going for?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he left the birds there to try and get a deny on the Invoker when they came out of Stone Form. And then he just resummoned, yeah.
Oh. Wyvern backs away. Not wanting to get into too much trouble there. Sanjin Yasha's the pickup after the Dragon Lance for Medusa. Very interesting.
You know, HFN's been getting a lot of space, and this is the absolute classic HFN game, right? He just gets all the space in the world. He absorbs all the farm on the map like a vacuum, and he relies on his mid to sort of like sacrifice a bit, and that's been happening to ADR. I mean, he's been lurking around with Tav a little bit, looking for kills. He then dies down bottom. And we're in a situation now where he's somehow fallen below all the other cores. He's going to fall below Brewmaster here pretty soon.
I know. That is not what we were anticipating. This is looking a little bit scary.
Yeah, he was leading like crazy. And of course, he's going to have the Boots of Travel soon, which will accelerate his farm and his impact a little bit. But it's not like it's the Midas or something coming out at this point either.
James.
Oh, King RD.
They found him. I mean, the X-play works pretty good when you go in reverse, as long as you find him. Boat's there. The run buff keeping him alive. Wyvern, though, goes on in and gets the taunt onto Clockwork. It's not going to be enough damage, but the torrent to follow. And Mr. King out looks to be okay. Hermit moves on in, goes for the quick
Primal
punch.
Companion.
Reality Rip pulls him back in. Primal Companion not doing quite enough damage, dispels the magic, the cold embrace. And Reyna still eventually going to die. They get a ward up on the high ground. That spots everybody now. And a resummon onto the Panda. Hermit dispels magic after they get the slowdown, and Hermit just walks away. Dude, this dispel magic, this is kind of cool. I like this. Stuns.
Doing it versus Grave Chill is kind of insane. That is a really good counter.
They do have a chance now. Jump forward, Stomp is out. Tavo, the bird's gone. Just like that. Very low on mana right now on Hermit, so needs to pop stick if he wants to go for another Primal split. But in the end, it is going to be an X, a pullback, and eventually a kill as they don't quite connect on the stomp. Actually, Mr. King out, still getting chased down. Fire Panda onto him, and Hermit gets the last little touch.
Oh, this was really good. I like this.
It's kind of cool, right?
Yeah, so everything we learned in that team fight by how he's playing it, as well, Louis probably dead, but that's fine. So what Hermit's doing is that he's constantly using the Wind Panda because a lot of Visage's damage is coming from that Grave Chill. And like just spamming that out and taking that away from both the birds and Visage really reduces the chase power that this hero has. Like they want to like win the fight and then chase you down and get the final kills. Those aren't happening. And then he's resummoning the Wind Panda when he needs to. Even though the cooldown doesn't get refreshed when you do the resummon, he can't let that Wind Panda die. Or then you lose it for the 70 seconds.
True. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic to see it at play, because the other thing that's interesting is the way that these like fights are taking place, whether it's Cold Snap or whether it's Grave Chill. Like they kind of want to sort of bully one person and catch them over and over again. And if you've got that Dispel, the hard Dispel, it's really a good way to interrupt things. Hermit's hunting right now with the Wind Panda again. Tornado. Immediately take it away. King R, he moves on in. James gets pushed up to the high ground, though. Has to go for a resummon. As the split is out, Dispel, chase down, looks for more. The boat gives the apply to James to try and keep him alive, but with everybody surrounding him, I don't think this is really going to work. They got to lift up onto the Medusa. James tries to run away, but they do have the ice wall down, and eventually he dies.
This
Hermit
is me.
in the
This
whole
is me.
world.
This is how I play Brewmaster every time. I'm watching him this whole fight, and I'm like, he's doing everything. He dispels his Cyclone. He resummons here. He's chasing in the back line. And your allies are just like dying. You're not winning the fight, but you're like pressing so many buttons where you feel like you should be. And you know what? That's why Brewmaster's just not fair.
It's a rough one, man.
Well, clearly the whole team unable to get their marks off on that fight. Like no Blink Doom, no Blink Stomp or anything available at that time. So it's going to be the next engagement here for Cali. And I imagine that's going to be around the Roche pit. Like if I'm Wolf team, I'm starting to think about getting this Medusa and Aegis and really cleaning up these other tier 2s and taking over that Radiant Ancient.
True. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. They're looking really solid now. And of course, this is what you would anticipate from this type of a lineup comes online later with just the strength of Medusa, who is level 15 and going in for a butterfly. So just maxing out those stacks, or rather stats on the green lady. And Wolf Team, head on in, find Rena. This CK has not been able to have a decent game and does have Armlet trying to survive, but will not happen. The Torrent, ooh, he moves on in. Is it just going to be in trouble and likely dead now? He walked into it.
Thought there was something coming, I think, maybe.
Right.
Thought the team had some sort of a play to assist, but obviously not the chase. Or the case, rather. And the chase is on for Doom, who points down the trees. Nailed it.
Yeah, get him out of there. Run away.
But yeah, I mean, there's your Roche. Flowchart Dota is happening. Feeling fine. Getting back into this game is basically going to be a big blink war stomp, it feels like, from Monty, as well as a lot of continued control from Hermit there on that Brewmaster. Yeah, it's the damage is a bit tough for them until the BKB's out on the CK.
Yeah, that is kind of been the issue, is like question of like, where's the damage? They have so much control between the Brew, between the Kunkka, between even the Doom with the Stomp and Doom itself. Well, I mean, Wyvern ulti, but they just don't have that that damage themselves. It feels like you have to catch like Medusa in the curse or something for it to actually work.
That is true. That is actually the big dream. I mean, they have a lot of team fight. They have the tools. Like, with between a Wyvern, a CK's crazy amount of burst damage, a Doom being here, maybe Kunkka able to rat and split push a little bit more than other heroes in safety. Oh, I say that. He gets flared in the tree line.
Uh-oh. Oh, they found him.
That was a really bold TP.
Yeah, that one hurts. He's going to drop. And the Sunstrike moves in. They bring him down. They do have a curse available if they want to go on this here. They make it happen, and the turn onto Visage just got obliterated. Oh, yeah. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's nice. You don't often see that work, to be honest.
No.
I mean, it's those kind of situations where they're like 5-hero killing a tower, feeling like there's no way that you're about to get cursed. Because, I mean, surely Wyvern's not out here, right, guys? Well, that's going to stall out their push a little bit. It's not like they need to go high ground right now, but I'm sure they wouldn't have mind poking away at the tier 3 for a little bit.
Yeah. They got a lift up here onto Duster. It's a little bit annoying. Wind Panda goes invis. They still spot him. Hermit runs it away. Does get stunned, but Rena moving in. Does not look like they're going to try and chase this any further. Oh, maybe they will. God, those dispels onto the freaking familiars. It's so
like,
nice.
It's so
another
ridiculous,
one,
actually.
Dude, King Ao, he's always there, but they have the BKB, double BKB. Turn, wants to chase. Medusa, Stone Gaze, trying to bring him down. Monty dead, but there is no Invoker for this fight for a little bit longer. Can they win it in that time? Duster pops the ulti. King Ao is dead. Now the boat going to be able to separate this fight a little bit, but I mean, Medusa still is the one that's just too hard to fight into. They can only lift her and try and walk away. Looking
It is
rough.
really interesting to see like how much more Dispel magic you get, right? Because of this Primal Companion. How much of a better counter it is to Visage because of that.
Yeah.
Particularly when they don't have Grave Cloak.
If only there wasn't a Medusa.
Yes, if only.
Well, HFN ready to walk high ground here, and they will lift her up. Do have Winter's Curse, so everybody else kind of dangerous to be near HFN. But that's the value of just having a Medusa up front and center. You don't need to bring anybody else nearby. Glyph used. They're going to get a replenish after this one. But this should be the tower taken and most likely the racks to follow. You see nobody else having any interest in getting into this. Rena just off on the other side of the map farming up.
It is so funny to see, like, the attempted, like, when you try and kill the birds when they're in the Gravekeeper's cloak, and it does, like, a tiny bit of health, but if they move too far away from Tavo, then he just one-shots them
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
Dispel
it's true.
magic. It's not often your birds would be that far away, though. Like, it's 1,200 range. It's such a big aura now.
True.
Or I guess it has been since that change, rather. Not so much a now thing.
Yeah, and it's the type of like dynamic too, where you can't really get in on top of the visage itself to try and stop it. That's good. I like that.
Thanks, Griff. That's lovely.
10-22, man. Game looking hard, but the
It's-
like net worth differential that's basically just the Medusa. If you can
Yeah,
kill HFN,
It's actually not that bad. 6K is not that crazy. This feels worse.
right?
Yeah, so just doom someone that subtracts their net worth.
True. Just doom
And
somebody.
then it's even just doom someone. I mean, how hard can that be, right? And he's got a Philosopher's Stone, so clearly like Refresher Orb any second on Doom.
I do kind of wonder, like, what the avenue is to deal with the Medusa in this game, because it feels like it should just be ignore her with like the Brewmaster lifting constantly, but their ability to like find the backline and stay on them consistently is kind of tough. But they can still keep on like lifting Medusa.
Yeah, I mean this was a what was it, 8th overall Medusa, or sorry, fourth overall pick Medusa. So like 1, 2, 3, and then 4. That's how counting works. In my brain, that made a lot more sense to visually say that for you guys, but that's okay. So they had a lot of time to respond to this hero. They had 3 additional picks afterwards, and that's the strategy they went for, is like the isolation of just like, maybe some heroes are cursed, maybe somebody's doomed, someone's getting tossed up in the air, and ideally, you just want to make sure the Medusa's like last, because that's where she suffers. She needs her front line at least a little bit, or she's not able to just win the fight completely on her own.
Mic issues and lag. Kunkka reconnecting. So we should be ready to go back underway again in just a couple of seconds here, hopefully. And okay. I figured that's what he meant. Not Nad. Things to watch for. Is the CK going to come back to fight, or are they just chilling?
Oh, let's see. He's got his 8-second BKB into a potential AC. Aegis for a minute 20. And no, he's definitely mad chilling. They have a tier 2 mid. He is definitely chilling. I mean, hey, this is giving lots of time to Wolf Team to decide what they want to do, right? The other team already, the ones pausing, they go tactics all you want on Wolf Team, in my mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Talk it up. What are we doing? Draw it out. HFN's got the colored typing as well. He's got some pink words. Very cool.
Like it.
Yep.
Still has a minute left on Aegis, too. All right, they're ready to go. Let's see what ends up happening here. Medusa's hanging out in the air for a little while. And it's a spell, and then hits the tower, gets away. Yeah, it's pretty rough.
We have to add the what's the net worth value of Alacrity? Because we have to add that to Medusa as well. It's a pretty powerful spell,
I think so.
70 bonus damage right now. 58
We
bonus
are-
attack speed.
They found him right there. That would be huge. King Ao chasing, wanting to get a kill. Hook shot in. Brings down Louis. James is nearby. Ooh, battery assault breaks his CP. In trouble. Going down very low and accepts his fate as the familiars will be there for the stun. And after the tier 2 goes down, HFN continues the spree walking forward. Boat? What do they got over here, though? It's going to be the Lincolns already out. Doom down. Can they chase? Can they kill? Rena is on the wrong side. Can't get over. And a little bit of just extra separation. Tries to get back to the rest of the team. Pulls him on in. Tries to kill him off. But no, the save is there from Duster in the end. And he is going to live. Oh, it hurts. Rena turns now onto Tabo, trying to bring down the Visage, but goes into stone form, and Visage is fine. Maybe not now, as they turn on the King Ao. Find him. Rena Keeps the punches going, but Tavo lives through it all. And with the Winter Scars, Tavo is going to drop. As the CK dies, attempting to TP out was not good enough. ADR on the other top side of this fight has been keeping control of Hermit, who will attempt to escape. Needs to get the Dispel Magic to keep him alive, but the pushback, Kog's done. Hermit gets ran down. HFN is eventually going to kill him after they come out of this cold embrace. There is no salvation for you here. This game is looking just about in the books as Wolf Team came to play. Gonna take another Rax.
Yeah, as funny as it would have been if he managed to survive there after the Cogs push out of the Sunstrike. There's just too much damage at this point. Medusa's too strong. She's almost level 20 right now. What are her talents at 20 these days? You got the Stone Gaze duration and the 2 Mystic Snake bounces. She lost her big buffs, you know.
Oh yeah.
Not she doesn't just
true.
massively tank up anymore. Although, you know, Mystic Snake bounces are pretty high.
That's right. I really like that. It's a bit of a weird one because normally you're probably going to be hitting most heroes with it. And sitting comfortably right now and getting is that a Shiva's guard?
Oh my gosh, he just bought a halberd and got killed. Come on,
Yeah.
man. And HFN's even the one that kills the courier that's like trying to get it too.
That's really bad. That's unfortunate. I think HFN is going for a Shiva's next.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know if I've ever seen that on Medusa before.
Get a little bit of armor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get a little bit of vision, a little bit of scouting in the side lanes.
Yeah. Sort of be your own slow.
Yeah, his game is certainly looking good. I mean, it's versus CK too. Obviously, it feels really nice versus multiple heroes.
Right. Moves on in. Shiva's is out. Walks forward, and Rena just has to run away. Oh, but the taunt. Oh, it's on a bird. Ah, that one hurt. That was not what the way they wanted that to go. Oh, it would have been good if it was on the big bird, but not on the big bird. James will be able to get out of there.
Gets saved.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower
Damn.
is under attack.
That one's rough, man. 12 to 25, and they're playing it very safe. Roche capable of respawning in a couple seconds. We'll see what the timing is. I say 30 seconds. Trent?
7.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, the add ours together, we're still not there.
No. Just can't quite make it. Well, this looks more like an appropriate sized lead for how the game was feeling.
True.
About 12K here, you know? Oh, what a good Boots of Baron game.
Oh, yeah. What's your read on the Brewmaster in general? This idea of going for the Ags. You like it?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Scanning.
I think that it might be a little bit tough in terms of like the duo. I think that it has some nice counterpicks specifically in this game, right? Like this idea of like, oh, maybe I can kill the birds if he gets greedy and they move away from the Visage, or I can just keep dispelling off the Grave Chill is really cool. The constant control is good. It looks like a lot of effort, I will say, for not a humongous reward compared to something more like easy to execute. Like Mars Arena, you know, would be a pretty safe comparison, I feel like. But I like the 100% uptime. I think it makes the hero more interesting, especially because the whole addition of the Drunken Brawler trait where you could swap between the three was a really cool change. But I felt like it didn't have that much impact a lot of the time. And like now toggling through and then summoning, it's pretty cool. I wonder if the Astral Pulse could be useful as a Bruling as well.
Does that disarm, or is there something weird it does?
It disarms for 2.5 and it slows as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Obviously, needing to go into this AC really wants to build up to super buff, beefy status. Do hope we're going to see Renna go for something other than an AC also. Don't want to get two of those ones on the team, most likely. But
you know, if you guys want to try out Panda, one thing on Brewmaster, one thing you can do with the Storm Panda is that you can use the Windwalk twice every cast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you start your attack animation, you press the Windwalk as they're attacking, you'll get the bonus damage, and then when you come back, or sorry, you press the animation, you attack in the fade time, that gets the bonus damage. and then if you can get a second hit out of it. So it's like a big nuke.
I like it.
Yeah.
Paladin sword.
It's silenced. Don't leave your panda. Don't let him die.
Get out of there. Run it away. Oh, that's not good for Hermit.
Dude, that almost worked though.
They found him. Oh, Hermit. Could have been. That is unfortunate. And
That would've been
will
so
go
cool.
down.
So he blocked the hook shot with the Earth Panda and then tried to TP out, but he was too fast, you know. It's King RD. He's got that jetpack. He's going to find you in the tree line.
Auntie eventually going to get ran down here, most likely.
No, he's very sneaky. He's not
okay.
playing the guitar.
Okay.
Just don't play it. Oh, God,
Oh, hello.
Radiant's
Ah! They found him. He didn't have a TP anyways. It was going to be a long walk home. Does get the Force Staff a little bit of separation, but Adriano is going to chase him down here. Hoof stomp.
I was just wondering,
Doom him.
where's his shard?
Radiant's
Doom him.
Invoker, like, one-shots this Doom with shard. Have you seen that shard? That thing is insane right now.
I like it.
You get level
Very cool
20,
stuff.
and you buy the shard on Invoker, and, like, you can one-shot everybody.
Yeah. It's some strong stuff there, Trentster.
Yeah, any support without, like, a BKB or something, like, whew, they're just dead.
Speaking of strong stuff, Wolf Team finish off and get Mega Creeps now. HFN with a unorthodox build, but very cool things going on. And, well, there it is. Immediately runs in. All of the illusions die. Probably have not been able to have any type of a quality of life here as Rena eventually gets dropped down. GG is called. A dominant game number 1.
Yeah, not much more to say about it than that. I think the lanes went pretty well for Kali. It's obvious that they have the the skill of like general just like Dota grind in terms of like their laning mechanics and everything. They didn't come out ahead in the lanes, but number one, I think their draft was overall okay lane wise. Like the matchups were fine. They worked out well. They probably should have done a little bit better in the top lane. I think they kind of got a little bit bullied by Duster on the ABBA more than they should have. But when it got into that like mid game and decision making, you could see the swiftness of Wolf Team really come out with how they played this Visage, and it made it really hard for Kali to like sort of fight them at those major objectives.
And I think that the idea of having this like combo of the Visage and the Clockwork was really good, right? King RD sort of set up his team for a lot of success by just making that space for HFN to have the type of game that he did. 8-0-10, AFK farming jungle. You mentioned it in the draft that they picked this hero just for him. First 2 Medusa and they win. But I did like what I saw from Kali. There were some cool things there, like you're talking about.
There was one point in the SADPC where he won 9 games straight on Medusa, and he lost every other game. It was insane. Like that's the point they were at, where literally they were just picking Medusa. I think it was on No Ping, if I'm not mistaken. It was it was pretty ridiculous. So not surprised to see it. I don't know if you can legally in the rules of Dota first phase ban Medusa. That sounds kind of insane. I don't know if anyone's ever tried, but it might be worth it.
All right, we'll see if it ends up happening. But game 2 right around the corner. Stay tuned, everybody. More action to come right after the break.
and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And welcome back, all you wonderful people. We're here taking a look at game number 2, already into the draft. Not holding back anything for everybody here today. Trentster, look at that. Well, they lost their damn mind.
Huh.
They picked Beastmaster Pudge. You
Wait,
know what that
he's over-
means is
he's over
happening?
there.
Huh!
I have to be scared in the right direction because he's down that way. Down here, I
Right.
just have
He's right here.
don't be mad. Is that? Oh wait,
Yeah.
where is she? Don't
Where is
don't
it?
be
Right here.
mad. You know.
Up a little higher.
Yeah,
Up a little more.
the Pudge
That
guy. He's scary.
That's the one.
This is great. We should always have little overlays below us so we can finally talk about it. This hero and that hero, and this
Yeah.
hero here is so broken. That
Right.
tiny, still
Yeah.
good. Ice
Good
frog.
stuff. Amazing. You know what else is really cool? The drums of Schlom. That is where it's at. That is what I'm hoping to see here in
Gotta
this
get
one.
rid of
The
that
drums
H.
of Schlom.
That
It's so
CH
good.
has got to go. This is the slom.
It's the Schlom. Yeah. Exactly. The drums of it. It's dangerous though.
Oh, they're trying the Zing Q strat. I see the coach in behind in the red shirt. He just rubbed his belly.
I see.
So
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it works for LGD. So
we
we'll
change
see. The
Yeah,
best
it's
teams
true.
in the world. Yeah.
For anybody that doesn't know, there is a sort of what is it? Is it? Should we say superstition? What would we say it is?
Or lore. It's also lore.
Lore. Okay, there's a lore that if LGD rubs ZinQ belly before the game starts, then they have good luck. So that's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Also, how Sonics got their only win at the major.
Can't reveal
they-
that strat though.
Well, I mean,
Or
it's
can you?
been rumored. It's been rumored that they stole a belly rub
Ooh, that's the
Yeah.
way to do it.
with consent. Let me be clear.
Yeah, they're the only team that were able to take down a game off of them in the group stage. Big stuff.
Boom.
That's what you love to see, Mr. Trentster.
Alrighty. Well, the drums of Slom paired with the Beastmaster and then paired with the Pudge. It's I don't know. I'm not say I wouldn't say I'm like mega convinced by the drums quite yet. Like I feel like the rest of Beastmaster is still just really really good. I don't know if we need the drums, but he's actually been mostly banned so far these qualifiers. He's only made it through 4 times, and he's only won one of those games. So we'll see if Cali have the winning formula to make him good again. They are drafting very quickly here. Have their full reserve time. I feel like this might be ultimate comfort draft coming out here with the speed at which they're going for things.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting because then you see this Queen of Pain come out and they immediately have the Ember. So there's that dynamic of being able to like dodge the daggers with Slight. If you can pull it off, it can be a little bit hard to do, I feel like. But then the other dynamic is, okay, you just putting more points into like, the Flame Guard the whole time and trying to run down the Quapper, trying to push in the wave. I want to see how this works out, but I'm assuming it's going to be Ember mid.
One would think.
Too true. You know what's interesting? On all of Kali's heroes, they have taken people that are carrying 2 like cutting implements in their hands.
And on Wolf
See,
Team, they only have 1.
That's right. Yeah,
Whoa.
the Queen of Pain holds a dagger. It shows up better when you're in like the in-game version of it because Beastmaster's holding his 2 axes. Pudge has his hook and like his little other sharpening tool, and then obviously Ember's holding on to double swords.
Well, they were quick on the Ember pick, but they are actually burning through their reserve time now in terms of the second one. Currently, I'm assuming that this will be a Pudge 4. I mean, it could be Pudge 1, 100%. Maybe they just really believe in the hero. I do think that if they're willing to pick it this early, though, I feel like they're just kind of doing it as like a support or something. Although that would be kind of weird. But I also feel like that's just where they're going with it. I'm not sure why. It should be a core Pudge, though, actually. Maybe we'll just respect it as it should be core, and we'll see what happens. For now, it's probably an ET5. Or potentially
Ooh.
ET4 play with a Beastmaster. Could do like Stomp into Hook.
That sounds kind of cool. I will say that having, though, now 4 melee heroes, 3 of them strength, I would be, yeah, they ban out the Timber Saw, but there's some danger there just with other heroes, too. Could get like a Tavo Darkseer, maybe. I mean, I'm not sure if that hero's garbage or not, but he was definitely
Underlord.
one of the best at playing it. Yeah, Underlord,
Underlord
too, why
looks
not?
nasty here right now. I feel like the percent-based damage. I guess how would Pudge fare in that lane? Like, is the question, because like I don't want to put this as a core Pudge right away because it seems kind of crazy to go Beastmaster immediately into a Pudge and pick your 2 cores that early. But maybe at the same time they don't care because they have first pick anyway, so they know they're gonna get countered.
Hmm.
And so they just really believe that this Pudge is broken. So we'll see. If I mean, I hope it's core because I think support Pudge is really not that useful.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you do in that instance. Like,
You just hit all your hooks as 4. You know.
Right, but I don't even know if you have the damage to kill people, to be honest, even if you hit the hooks. Maybe you do.
Yeah, it depends on your pairings and stuff. So we'll just assume it's 1.
HFN wants to farm some more. He
That
picks
we
the
know.
hero for it.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, Enigma, by the way, has been completely ignored this whole time. Speaking of that, HFN farming, and then we're talking, yeah, what do you do versus that? Maybe you try and play a little bit faster before he's ready to join.
Radiant team
You
ban.
think for Kali in that instance?
Yeah. Yeah, like something like, where are all these faster heroes? Why are they trying to
yeah.
battle versus wolf teams so much?
It's interesting that they ban out the Terrorblade, because I would have, like you said, assumed that that would have been a
10
core
seconds
Pudge,
remaining.
and maybe their worry is like, okay, they could run a support one and try and play it like super fast with the Beastmaster or something.
Yeah, which I'm sure is a possibility here.
Yeah.
But I would prefer it if Cali just went like, I mean, honestly, if they have a Chen player, they should just pick Chen. And do Chen
Ooh.
5, Pudge 1, Ember mid, Beastmaster, ET. They could even do the Beastmaster plus Chen lane too, depending on where the Ench is, if they want to do it that way. Because then like Ench only has the enchant once, right? So then you just bring more units.
Okay.
You just take the boar back.
But then the little friends, they're so scary.
I'm surprised they banned the DP. I mean, I guess it is
that's a shit one.
it is a lot of damage still, but obviously without the percent based, it doesn't seem quite as scary versus all their heroes.
Dude, I'd be down for Tavo Enigma. I'd be down for Tavo
10
Darkseer.
seconds
I'm down for Tavo anything. Make it happen. That beautiful man on screen. Let's see it.
remaining. Dire team pick.
But they go Razor. Dude, what is this draft?
I guess
It
is
is going to
just,
be support Pudge.
Yeah, they're gonna try and. I mean, again, that's why my brain instantly just said this has to be support. It could be 5 Razor, maybe. No, it can't be 5 Razor. They don't know the off lane.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
like it.
It's just 5 ET 4 Pudge. That's what we're doing.
It's scary, man.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless they're 4 Ember players. Picking Razor
Oh,
into
there
Queen is
you
kind of
go.
crazy though. Like who picks Razor into Queen? That's not supposed to happen.
That's a good point. Well, last pick, and it is the Tavo Enigma. Amazing. This is something that he definitely rose to prominence on, and I'm excited for it.
Well, he oh wait, he's also no. Is he also at 100% win rate? Oh, he is. He is at 100% win rate.
Oh my god.
All right. So far, there's a lot of heroes at 100% win rate, obviously, in the qualifiers, because we haven't
Right.
had that many games across the 2 regions. But in terms of heroes that have been picked a decent amount, Visage remains at 100%. Obviously, as we said last game, it was picked. It won. It's now 10-0. Second place is Enigma at 5-0, followed by Timbersaw 4-0, and Terrorblade. Oh, sorry, Terrorblade 6-0. Oh my God, jeez, he's cleaning
Jeez.
up.
They're playing well. I think this is going to be another. It's going to be 6-0 on Enigma now. This looks like such a great Enigma game. I'm not really sure what you need to be worried about. I guess maybe like the pressure of Hermit playing on this Beastmaster and coming online quickly. But at the same time, you've kind of already got the answer with Duster playing the Ench. I don't know. Looks scary.
Well, if you hook those Ench creeps, they're just dead. I don't know if that's worth your mana pool, but
That's a
that
good
might be
point.
where we're at right now.
We'll see. We'll see. Monty playing on the Pudge, playing at support. position 4, but we're getting ready to head into this game number 2, and Kali on the verge of being eliminated. Wolf team, after a very disappointing day number 1 for them, have sort of righted the ship and gotten themselves back on track a little bit here. So let's get ready to head right on into that game number 2. Anything that you're seeing that freaks you out?
Yes, very much so. I think the order of the heroes from Cali are troublesome. I think the Razor coming out that late in the draft when the Queen of Pain's already there, that's not even like the worst thing, because like sure, whatever, they're not even gonna lane versus each other, so that matchup doesn't really matter as much as it used to. But just the idea of picking Razor when the enemy still has full choice of all the ranged offlaners, right? They did ban the Viper and the DP, but there was still like the Nature's Prophet, the Enigma, and so they were still able to get something that does well versus it. I guess you could say that by forcing them into the Enigma, it gives some power to the ET. Right. But I'm just I'm not that convinced. And then I think this whole like Pudge Beastmaster lane that they opened up with does not sound that troublesome to me. But hey, maybe he's just gonna hit his hooks. And you know, you hit your hooks, maybe you can just win with this hero.
True. There's a chance. Where there's a will, there's a way. You know, something else that people are talking about a lot when everybody saw this Enchantress shard, the Little Friends thing, was people are like, oh, with Enigma, it doesn't work though, right? Because, you know, you're not going to get the Eidolons to split. But that's not the case when you're on the Enigma's team. So if they pair together the Little Friends, it's 100 bonus attack speed on all of the Eidolons. It's going to do so much damage.
That is insane for 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Because like, like combine that with just any stun, and you're just getting so much value.
Yeah. Or Roche, for instance, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty cool. We'll see if it ends up happening. I have still yet to see a Little Friends picked up in a pro game.
It's coming. You know what? So, when we play next time, I'll get the Little Friends. All right.
Okay. I don't know if I want you to see your Ench.
It's not great. I like that part later in the game where like people start to ignore you and then you do all the damage. Yeah. That part's really fun when Impetus like turns back online, you know? All right, nice. Sorry, Scriff, we're not actually gonna watch mid ever. Oh, sorry, I know we gotta do the cool shot. We will only be watching Pudge. So far, he is 1-0. He did hook the range creep, so nice. Doing what you need to do as Pudge, right? Hook range creep, hook creeps, battle it out to body block the small camp. Oh, look at that! Look at that value. Oh, Duster, why didn't you stay standing in the corner and punching him that whole time? Come on, Duster.
He was worried about the hook. Got to be prepped and ready. Monty thought about it. He was looking. Ooh.
Oh, snap. Snap.
Chase him. Get him. Does he go for it?
I mean, there's not even any point hooking him.
I know. That's the point that's kind of, I guess, a little bit annoying. It's like, he looked like he wanted to hook him. He's trying to put the fear in him. That's why he pump fakes it.
Well, the part that's weird is that, like, I could see it working if you could, like, hook and then, like, slow someone and then, like, keep right-clicking them with, like, the boars or something, but he can't take boars versus the edge.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I feel like Duster's just in another great situation with his support hero matchup.
He's playing against 2 melee heroes. Like,
yeah, again. And it worked on ABBA.
Yeah. Oh, there it is, though. Oh, but they have creeps underneath the tower. That might have been enough if they had the tower shots to boot, but Hermit pulled it back in. Doesn't work out.
Okay, I guess I'll look at the other lanes because James is owning. He's 14 and 15 now and 2 versus the 6 and 0 with the wave coming in. So excellent start. Melee hero versus early levels of ranged hero spells. Not super surprising. We will have to keep an eye on the slights and the daggers, though, as you were saying, because that's always very interesting. You could just watch mid lane the whole time and be intrigued, I'm sure.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And bottom lane is just going to be nothing too crazy. Hard for a Razor to really get on top of the ranged heroes and punish with the Link, but at the same time, you know, not likely to have a bad time farming. So I think this would be good. Only 3 lasted so far from Tavo seems kind of low. And he just lost one to the tower shot, so not the best start.
No, that's a little bit annoying there for him. And, I mean, I guess part of that is you've got this ET that's running up and able to get a bunch of denies on you by getting that bonus damage and everything.
Oh, he missed
something to watch for.
I can check in with you, buddy. He missed it.
Good to know.
Dagger
Hermit
came out
up
he was
top.
too slow.
The punches, Duster is right there on top of him. They get the kill onto the board, and well, they do kill off the Alchemist's courier, which is a little bit annoying. But by and large, things still going quite well.
He got him again, by the way, with the dagger.
Yeah?
Yeah, so he had to pop the flame guard. And now he's going to have another dagger here. So if he misses it again, James is in trouble.
Jumps forward, waits for it. Good slight dodge. And ADR gets punished.
So ADR tried to big brain that, right?
Yeah.
He thought that James would think is that he would pump fake, and so he thought that James would instant. Yeah. Anyway, he did the dumb thing, but he overthought it. If that makes sense.
Well, overthinking, it's a rough thing to happen. Rain it out bottom, and Monty, ooh, very low, but gets away up top. And instead, it is going to be down bottom, where they go all in on Tavo, find the kill for him. Trying to find some extra damage onto King Ao, but can't complete it. So first blood, heading on over and taking down Tavo.
Oh, Cali's starting things off right this time. This is what they need.
True.
That is 3 points dagger now, though, so James has to be very careful about missing these. It's a lot of damage.
This is just one of those straight up, if you hit it, it's going to go very well, and kind of needs to. Does manage to throw that one.
So this is going to force out the Flame Guard. I mean, he knew the cooldown was coming back, but then the question is what happens on the next one, right? Because then the Flame Guard won't be up, and that's one they can't miss. And so when ADR goes to the Blinken, it's like a coin flip, right? Because if he instant daggers, James has to just instant sleight of fist before he even sees the dagger. Oh, nice hook up top, though. Guarantees that one.
Pulls him back. HFN wants to sit in his acid spray, but eventually they're going to get to run this guy down, although he's taking the damage. The DOT gets the self-deny. All right. Haven't seen that one in a while.
That's pretty big brain.
When was the last time you saw a hero deny himself?
I did have an Alchemist just do it the other day. But we were casting it
where
he did it. But I mean, other than that, it was wild. It's only Alchemist these days that you tend to see. Oh, we did have there was an Oracle deny in one of our games too recently.
Ooh,
for a
like
Wyvern, one of those ones.
Yeah,
but it wasn't a self-deny,
Yeah. Stun, done. Monty in trouble down bottom. Rena tries to make something happen, but ends up falling. The Eidolons come on in and clean up. Tavo going toe-to-toe against Luis. And, a couple more punches. The Malefice, he's in some trouble. They have a toss back, and it's a double for Tavo on this Enigma.
I actually thought he might survive with all the bonus armor, but it just wasn't enough. Considering how hard he was punching, the survivability was not quite the same. Well, now pressure is on here for James to make rotations on this Ember. But you imagine, let's say he runs up top. He gets one bola onto Duster. That should set up a hook for free, right? Unless he's got a creep, so that could be an issue, as you see right there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, interrupting that one. That is going to be a little bit of an issue, too, because he's not leveled Searing Chains yet. But maybe in the future there will be a nice way to set up those mid-game fights. King Ao throws away, Luis, and won't be any extra aggression into that one. Although they move on in. Yeah, Rena in some trouble. Tries to turn, wants to get this kill onto the Tiny, but I don't think that one's going to connect. They will kill off the Razor and throw back in another, interrupting before that stomp comes out. And, well, the ET just going to die. And Wolf Team, these rotations, this looks like a different class of game than we saw in game number 1.
And that patience there as well in the Sonic Wave. Just could have got it and just exited that whole strategy just so much sooner with the kill, but instead holds the ultimate. Now you can keep threatening the mid lane Ember here.
Oh, yeah.
I like the tossback play there as well. Because it was just going to be a free kill on the Razor, but King RD just tried to ensure they got the double and it all paid off. Sometimes that's a bit risky, and then obviously you miss both kills, but
yeah.
Wants to accelerate his Queen of Pain as much as possible right now.
And they have level 6. If they need to, they can drop Black Hole for here. Need to be careful. Monty could have gone for some type of a hook for a save, but instead trying to save it now to see if he can bring down the Tiny. Hides off to the sides, but James makes the rotation, and they manage to get the kill. 2 stacks now.
Remnant. That's the courier. Nice.
Okay. Cool. 3 to 6, but even though it's like very back and forth, it's a 2,000 gold lead right now for Wolf Team. And Alk is sitting top of the net worth chart. This is setting up to be a very scary couple of minutes here.
It's not too bad yet, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
they need this hook so bad. But
on
they
in.
just don't have enough. They don't have follow-up after.
Hook. They can't get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's
And
like you said,
I'm-
like, they don't have Ebola, right? So.
Right. Hook.
Okay, well, he hooks her.
Blinks out. Toss. And I mean, again, all of this, even if you get this kill here onto the Tiny, it literally does not feel like it matters.
Dude,
They
he
interrupt.
just got Centaur stomped in
Dude.
the river.
I mean, he's getting body blocked now. Duster is literally styling on this dude, absolutely wrecking. Sonic wave through the avalanche on a 3, and then the
all right.
stomp.
Relax.
Dude, James, he's done. Couple more punches. Reyna's also in trouble. This entire time, Alchemist is farming. They blink in to block his movement. Dude, Wolf Team, where was this game won? They are just absolutely wrecking face.
This Centaur, he's the guy. He's like, you saw that other guy? He's got a cart. I don't need a cart. I'm all business.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's got such a furry underbelly. Did you ever notice that?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, it's quite hairy.
Not good.
Or maybe,
What
maybe
else
that's what
is...
gives him power. It's like Samson's beard.
Okay, I like that. Or Achilles' heel.
Dire's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why he just falls down and dies after so long.
Exactly.
Dire's structures are fortified.
James being bullied back. Avalanche breaks the flame guard. They're right on top. Toss, connection, couple more punches. James, he just has to jump away, but Duster's right after him. The madman Duster keeping the aggro going. The root is there. He ends up dying, so he went a bit too far. But we'll always remember him well for the Centaur plays earlier as it falls down dead.
And he never respawned again.
Never.
KRD comes in. Oh, that's dead. That's not
James.
dead.
He's still dying. He's ticking down to the dagger. Does he end up being able to get back home? He's got to walk all the way home. This dagger is still going, and I'm not sure if he
it's
survives
only
through it.
190. The early levels are not that great.
Oh,
good.
does he get home? He gets home.
It was just starting to tick through it too.
Yeah. Still living at low HP. Scary stuff. They just, like, literally, they just keep running at him while HFN continuously farms. Duster might die here, but again, it's like they're playing different games. It doesn't even matter if they get these kills because Alk is so unbelievably farmed. And Tavo just moves on in. They get James. The black hole's down. They managed to hook him out, though. All right, Monty. Some use
Okay.
there at the end.
Pudge is doing his thing.
Love to see it. But they keep going in. Behind the tier 1 tower, Tavo and King RD bring it down the Razor. The hook is not going to connect, and more pressure being mounted as Wolf Team just continuously run at them.
Well,
And,
every
like,
time I look at Wolf Team, they're full health and mana, and there's just like, you know, how are they still staying this side of the map?
I don't know. Avalanche after the Malefice. But more damage is, oh my god. Dude, the trolls are so strong. Hermit trying to do what he can here, but there's summoning more of the trolls. The roar is out, Remnant's in, finding some damage, getting the kills. So they finally push a bit too far. Again, the sort of elephant in the room is this Alchemist that just finished his Radiance at 12 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that is certainly a problem. Is that enough for HFN to say hello? He wants a Blink Dagger and a BKB first by the looks of it.
He's like, guys, I don't know what you're doing. Just keep doing it. I'm farming. Don't worry about it.
Ching, 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 ching. Guys, trust me, my game's going great. I can hear it. It's fantastic.
Holy moly. Yeah, every second that goes by is just getting further and further ahead. And, like, Beastmaster's the most farmed. He's just about half of the net worth of the Alchemist right now.
Duster, as well as gonna help kill Monty here. Duster will get 6 off of this as well, so it's gonna be very hard to kill him after that.
Do they get him down the rest of the way? Yes, they will. There's more action going on. Forced to use the Sonic Wave, and ER continuously blinks in, goes for a quick little punch, and then runs away. But HFN has emerged from the jungle, and Hermit is spotting that Radiance.
Bigfoot sighting, top lane.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit scary.
I sense a connection between us.
Wolf team. Blink reveal from Tavo. Malefice punches, hook, it's out, but the avalanche lets him get a little bit of separation, toss away, but they do bring down that Tiny.
These hooks will punish you if you try and be a little bit too crazy, you know. But Wolf team, they're doing the Beast Ghost. They don't care if their supports just die. This is apparently it's the whole region now. It's not just Beast Ghost every game. It feels like that's what we saw from Infamous as well, where the supports are much more willing to go into these sort of wilder areas, and I feel like a lot of other regions are.
Yeah. James getting punched. Forced to use the illusion rune to take off that dagger. And more pressure onto mid. Tries to go for the stomp. Does connect. Is there a follow-up? No. God. Careful about that. Tavo just keeps on sending on these Eidolons. I don't know how many have died, but it's been a lot.
I thought like she might have been dead there. Like that was gonna be a hook on the other side of the river like that, you know? Ulti was out.
Don't look now. Hermit going to burn down. Very low. The boar. That was nice. That was nice. Stunt. Oh, they get him right at the end. Oh, no. Meanwhile, back towards mid. Monty tries to escape from this. It won't happen. 3 are dying. Just everywhere you look, it's all coming up.
James,
Wolf
don't
team.
move. Uh-oh.
Got it back. They have Black Hole. Got him caught. No punch for the hook this time. And Duster's the one that gets the final touch, but this game is so severely fallen off the rails. Wolf team is in complete control.
They haven't even started going through the checklist yet, you know? Tier 1 tower is still up in the top lane. They haven't gone for the Roche. Now they're wrapping around behind Rena, has the TP home. Bye-bye, see you later.
And everywhere they go, they're getting everything that they want. They're taking over the Radiant jungle, and meanwhile, Kylie really haven't been able to take that same type of control of the top side of the map yet. But they're going to try to. You can see Lewis moves on in, gets a D ward up top, tries to put down some vision of his own, so his team has a place to play the game. But yeah, HFN at this point doubling up the next 2 heroes on the Radiant team.
And Duster just with the confidence to run in here, say hi to a couple heroes. Hi. Yeah, I go and range your spells. I don't care. Goes D-wards, a couple sentries. Just doing his thing.
True.
Oh, Mango.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Good
attack.
James. It's got to hide out here.
Radiant
No black hole this time. But Malefice. Is he going to start denying creeps? Like, James can't feel comfortable. Avatos. No, James! Dude. You're trying to farm a wave mid and you get ganked by 4 heroes. That's got to feel so bad.
And meanwhile, Alchemist is still farming.
Yeah. What does he have coming out to him right now? He just has a Hyperstone. So casual Hyperstone and going back for BKB after Blink.
Okay.
Mid. Jump in. Mr. King out. Tries to find somebody. James goes on in. They manage to connect on that hook. Okay. Tiny dead. And Big Boy Alchemist is moving in. He drops it down. Sonic Wave. Ember's dead. Oh, God. Tavo now hunting for more. Looks for a Malefice. Can't quite connect it, but a good stomp. A stomp from a Centaur and a stomp from an ET. Won't amount to anything. Jeez.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not good when you're in a game like this as a Razor. You got yourself a Midas, and your Ember's building a Midas. And your Beastmaster's like, soon I'll have Wraith back, guys.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe
the plus side of that is that they will be getting neutral items very quickly.
Oh, because
know?
they're Midases. That's true. That's a good point.
Exactly.
Scanning.
Yeah, I never thought about that for being, holed up in their base. You just got to get to one camp. That's nice.
Exactly. Yeah, I need to save it on the camps that are neutrals though, and not lane creeps. That's the only issue.
No, yeah. Don't do that. That will not give you a neutral item. That would be cool though.
Right. Blink Dagger done for the Tiny. It's coming on out. Mid lane almost dead completely on that tier 2, but top side, Hermit trying to get some pressure onto this tower and potentially set up for a kill. When you've got the hook, Dismember, and then also Roar all ready to go, if somebody shows up solo, they might go down here.
They even need ET here though.
You get the tower.
Did he?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Mid lane. HFN wants to farm, so he blinks in and stuns Ember.
Nice.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I think this is the full BKB coming out. Yep, BKB done.
Well, now that I've doubled up everyone else in the game, would you all like to go high ground?
This is interesting, though. Look at them. Holly, they're taking that first step. This is a really good move. If they can get away with this, Roche down about a third of his HP away, and if they don't recognize in time, this is, I mean, taking away this Aegis is nice.
Yeah, this is really good. I mean, the game is basically impossible if he comes high ground with Aegis. It's already going to be hard enough to kill him once, let alone twice. But sneaking this one away, very cute.
Very nicely done. They get the Aegis onto the Razor, and Wolf Team gonna have to make a decision now. How strong do they feel? Very strong, apparently. King Out's pissed. But Rena, they can't get him. Okay. Everybody TP's out. Kali, sneak one there.
Couple of thieves. They all go back to the top side of the map as well, which means Kali can go out, push out that bottom lane, farm the jungle even a little bit. Did they ever finish all their neutrals? Probably not, right?
I don't think so.
No,
Yeah, they've
they
only
still
got
have 3
2
to go. So they're going to want to get those all worked out. Help the team. Hermit will keep being a hermit.
Yeah. HFN's there pushing it out, and, well, can micro the dragon around, but might end up dying if he's not careful. Sends the dragon over, catches the wave, and good to go, making sure they don't have anywhere to pressure for the next tower after that tier 1. HFN's going to go back for it now. Does he manage to kill it? I think he should know now that that means the Beastmaster's around here. Don't bring it to you. No, he's not gonna.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
AC completed. But the creep wave eventually will head back in, and they'll have this catapult here to try and pressure. In the mid lane, a battle's going on. They found the ET, and he's dead. They are godlike on the quap.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oof, my friend, oof.
Dire's bottom tower is
True.
under attack.
They're just waiting for their moment,
Structures are fortified.
hoping there'll be a mistake. I mean, it's a pudge. You're probably hoping for a good high ground hook into some
Radiant's top
towers.
tower has
Maybe
Right.
way back,
Dire's
right?
bottom
Get yourself a
tower
tier
is under
4 hook,
attack.
maybe. Pop that glyph.
Man, poor James. Look at his inventory right now. This has been a rough one for him.
I can't even look at it.
Dude,
I won't do it.
very rough.
Radiant's top
I can't
tower
say it.
is
I
under
won't
attack.
chew it.
Radiant's top tower
What?
has fallen.
Chew
That's,
it.
just some fox and socks, you know.
Okay, don't know it. I don't actually.
That's very
Uh,
unfortunate. I can't believe you
BKB
don't
Tavo.
casually read fox and socks.
That's my cross to bear.
One of your many flaws.
That's right. So why don't we can list them later. As this
Seinfeld.
game has had a lot of flaws for poor old Kali. Like, got to see where they go next. But at least for now, this is going to be the high ground push. And even with the Aegis on Razor, it just does not feel like it matters that much.
Don't worry,
does-
money hits these.
Oh, pulled in one, toss back the other. Stun is there. Gets the dismember, but immediately going to get turned upon. And then finished. Roar is out. Good stomp onto 2. King Ao ends up tossing away the Helm of the Overlord creep, but he will fall down dead. Buyback on the Pudge, gets the hook onto Duster, but Tavo! Oh, the turn, and then the stun onto everybody. They all lined up in a nice little row, and Tavo, he don't miss those. My God. Brenna, BKB as he comes out. Some good damage there, but again, having the AC already done on HFN makes this really tough to deal with. Another good stomp there onto 2, but Tavo, low, dead. All right, they're buying more time now. If they can kite out this Alchemist and keep him under control for long enough, maybe there's a way this could work. But ADR moves back in, they get the stun, and Reyna going to drop. So they kill him off twice. Only the ET and the Ember remain, but they have got what they came for, at least in a little ways, by taking down that tower.
Having the AC as well as the acid talent for the allied armor is really cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Versus an Ember who's trying to like slight you from the high ground, and versus a Razor too with the ulti, it's very nice. Cool idea.
How much armor is that total? It's what, 13 armor? That's not bad.
No, it's great.
Dire are scanning.
Well, HFN more than double, not just the net worth of the next 2 heroes on the enemy team, but his own team even.
Yeah. He's almost into the triple level here.
Auntie. They TP in several heroes and immediately Quap backs out, but now ready to go again if they feel the inkling, the desire. The need for speed, Trent.
I have a need for speed. I also have
right.
a need for Tweed. This friend of the show might just love
Radiant's
this.
middle tower is
Need
under
for
attack.
Scott loves his Tweed. Yep.
James? He's just chilling. Hello? Run. Ava. Toss. Tries to get out. But the Quap, she's coming after the Tiny goes down, jumps in. James immediately runs away, but they get the link, the catch, the kill. They bring down Tavo. Things are getting a little bit
Instant
too
buyback.
cavalier here for Wolf Team.
Always here though.
HFN jumps immediately, catches. Lewis has to back, has to run. They toss in the Quaps while still slept. But the chase is there. The route on 2. They have Roar available. Catches and kills. That is a ton of gold going for James. But no drums of Schlom means that Hermit is gonna die. And even though they lost the Quap in that fight as well as Tavo, this is still just no way to deal with this Alchemist.
Maybe that's the saving item. The drums.
The drums.
Abandon all other items. He's like, oh, I bought Drum of Endurance. I'm supposed to buy Drum of Slum. Ah, no.
That's the one.
I'm hitting it, guys. Why isn't it working?
Bang, bang, bang. Well, no Roche for another minute and a half. And it does look like Wolf Team are going to play it safe and not try and just run up the high ground, which I think is probably the right play.
All right. How many heroes would we need to take away from Wolf Team right now for Cali to win? What if they just lost Tiny? Do you think they still win?
I think you need to lose the Alchemist.
Dire's bottom
Okay, well, that's not fair.
I think that you could get rid of the Tiny, the Ench, and one of the Quap or the Enigma, and Wolf Team would still win.
There's no way.
I mean, look what happens.
Well, I mean, you say that, yeah, maybe. What if we remove the Razor from Cali?
Maybe. It's a possibility. Well, the Stomp is going to connect there onto HFN.
Radiant's middle tower
But the building's going to start to fall. Oh, a hook. Nobody gets first hit bash. The Avalanche was there after. Dies down low on HP. Black Hole's nothing. That's not the way it's supposed to go.
Hey, zoning Black Hole actually pays off. He lived.
Duster. Jumps. Silence. Punches. Gem on ground. Sonic Wave. Couple more punches. Dead. Chases for more. Good Glimmer. And
had the little
actually,
friends.
They couldn't quite get there in time. Oh, man. That was supposed to be it.
He used little friends, and I didn't even see it.
Little friends. HFN jumps in and catches him with the Abyssal, has the stun. Rena dies much in the same way he did outside the base, just happens again inside the base. Has not gone to play much Dota. These later
He's
game things
a
have been
world
happening.
traveler, you know? He's dying all over the place.
True.
Oh, it's a very fast Roche spawn.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, might be the... Oh, look at this. Triple bounty runes. Here we go. Here we go. Duster.
Bang, bang, bang,
oh,
bang,
yeah.
bang, bang,
Oh, look
bang.
at him. Look at him.
He's waiting on it.
Wow. Look at this guy. How can he resist such temptation?
It's true. Yeah, saving it for the old Queen of Pain.
Pings the Roche being up. Like, oh, that was fast.
Ready to go. And are they going to head on back in? Tick-tock, tick-tock. I like that. It's a good voice line. But they're going to be aware of this.
It'd be more appropriate if the Radiant were doing it, you know?
That's true.
Anytime now.
Clicka, clicka. They know that this Roche is up, and they're smoked up. This could be their moment to pull it all back. Drops down a sentry. Gets down some vision.
Bam, 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 bam. If you had one hook.
Oh, I see. I
That's
get
what
you.
we're doing now.
He does have one hook. Dude, are they going to sneak this rush again? Oh my god, are they really going to get it again? Dude, Wolf
Imagine
team.
getting 2 Roches and losing. That's just depressing.
Wolf
I mean, it's
team.
double sneak. It doesn't really count, but...
Wolf team. Oh my god.
Oh, they
Can
scanned
they
them.
get it?
They're all there.
Yeah, they know. They know.
They know Wolf Team are coming.
Dun, 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 dun.
Nice.
Ooh.
That counts. He hit it.
Was it worth it, though? Ooh, jumps the backline, finds the Beastmaster, gets the invis out in time, but the round 2, Roar, Hermit, tries to get away. Does the little salt run, but no, they get him. They bring him down. Brenda's now in trouble, too. The stun comes out from HFN. Lewis tries to TP out, but a couple more punches, and he is dead. 4 gone, and into the pit they go.
All right, who's
just
getting the
say that?
shard? That was me. I mean, Ench already has it. I haven't really... Oh, wait. With Little Friends, we have to give it to Enigma, obviously.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we get
I
more
like
of the Eidolons. That just makes sense.
I like this. This sounds good to me. There's no way HFN doesn't take the shard.
No. Yes. No, not no one. Oh, he left it. Yes, Duster. Take it. Take it to Enigma.
He's giving it to HFN. Surely.
He just doesn't have the time? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
I sense a connection
Oh,
between
well.
Oh,
Oh,
Queen
no,
came in
Quap.
target.
That makes sense.
Lame.
Yeah.
How dare they give it to the one with the good shard?
That's really not fair. If we're going to be real about it.
No. I want to see some Little Friends action here. You know, when I tested it, it works on Roche, by the way, too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Big
But we
fan
didn't
of
see
that.
that there. At least I don't think we did.
Need some Eidolons. The hook is there. Immediately into the Abyssal Blade. Throws the stun. Rena. Eyes set back into the melee racks now. They do have another hook available, but a little bit tough to connect onto it. Monty, no. And Hermit tipping his teammate when he misses the hook. A little bit of toxicity. You love to see it.
They're in good spirits, you know?
That's true.
bit of
Or
laughter
really
there,
bad spirits.
No, why he laughs? He's happy.
Okay, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I guess we can see their faces in the little camera shot, so yeah.
Yeah, look, they're
Yeah.
smiling.
That's true.
Come on, guys.
One last ride.
Wait, what? The Queen of Pain Arcana says let the bodies hit the floor when she gets Arcana? That's amazing.
That's pretty cool.
I did not know that.
I like that.
All right,
Oh,
Little
no!
Friends, I'm waiting.
Oh, the creep. It didn't die quick enough. That's so annoying. All right, HFN about to get hooked here. Maybe not. Monty's looking. The silence. It's there. They hook in. The Alchemist run in, try and kill him. No chance to play Dota for any of these heroes, although they do bring down the Queen of Pain. Okay, that's a lot of gold. Tavo, having already used the Black Hole, though, brings down both the Razor and the Beastmaster. Buyback is available on the Razor if they want to use it. James starting to drop, and the stun. Chase tries to dodge it. Sleight of fist, he's good.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Notes his
Monty?
angles. I like it.
Pump faking. Avalanche interrupt. Toss back to make Pain happen, but they find the Tiny. Look at him. The pickoff game, Trent. It's happening.
And
Oh,
they're
no.
doing something here. Don't look at
That's
that.
right.
That's just a buyback.
Double buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Duster, he's ready with the little friends. If the moment arises, these Eidolons are going to go absolutely insane. Good dodge. Rax dropping. Mr. King out appreciating what Tavo did in this. They have one last smoke. Looking
Go
for the
Monty!
hook. Monty wants him. The hook from downtown, but the Avalanche, no! And then the toss, and then Midnight Pulse. It's all there right on top. The little friends, they're coming out. Hermit dropping low. Unpunch, it's what they needed, but no! They can't get the hook inside.
That is so
They needed to find that hook. And then the blink away. Oh, it was supposed to be their moment to make the comeback happen. Trent, it hurts.
Oh, there's a hook, though. A little bit of venison.
There's a hook. There's a hook all the way back to the fountain.
Little friends.
I did my best AC there.
Is under attack.
Nah, that was good, yeah. All the way back.
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember what his line was from 1 to 2. Because I remember bagel to breadstick, but I'm not sure what 1 to 2 is.
It's pain to gain.
Pain and
Oh!
gain. Oh, all right, here we go.
There's some pain.
God, they're so fast to respond.
They really were. They were so ready for that. James trying to pad the stats here. Hope to make something happen to help his team. They need all of it and a bit more. Where are the drums? No drums available. He tries to go back like a ogre.
Oh, he's taunting. Tavo's
The
taunting.
GG right on top of him, and it's going to do it. An impressive showing as Wolf Team managed to take the series 2-0.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, you can understand this team looking like someone who you should be worried about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just in terms of like the player names, and this was the gameplay that we're expecting. Not a team you were expecting to see this far or this early in the lower bracket, at least me personally. Not to say that Hokorai's any slouches either.
Right.
It's just, you know, eventually you're going to run into those bigger teams down here. And unfortunately for Cali, that came at a pretty early point.
Yeah, and it felt, though, I will say that Wolf Team had moments where they didn't look immaculate. I'd maybe be a little bit concerned going forward because they've kind of just shown this one style of play. And if teams study this, there's a chance you can sort of come up with some dangerous solutions and, you know, might not be the easiest thing going forward for them. We'll have to see if there's some more of that continued evolution. For now, HFN Farming still seems like a recipe for success, though.
Yeah, it's I mean, you know what you're getting into versus them, right? It's kind of like at the major, we often talked about like, oh, here comes an enemy game. I sure hope they don't get like the Chen again. Chen plus
Right.
like, you know, one of the humongous offlaners, and just like kept happening. So when you're coming up against them, like there's two schools of thought. It's like just get rid of it because it's the only thing they know how to play, or really plan your game plan so that you can fight the enemy you know rather than one you don't. But versus HFN, that has not often worked out for teams. I'll tell you that much.
Well, for now at least, that's going to end this series here. A 2-0 victory for Wolf Team that are trying to rebuild and make this lower bracket run happen. We'll see if they can continue that success. We're not done for today, though, all you wonderful people out there. We still got more action to come. And Trent, I'm going to do my outro, so you can just, you're good. Some more action to come. As we get ready to go into this fourth series of the day, Mad Kings versus Infinity. See y'all in a few.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Game time, y'all. We're here. The final match of the day, Trent. And I couldn't want it any other way. It's Infinity versus Mad Kings. How you feeling, sir?
I'm ready to go. Second series here for us. Fourth of the day. It's been a long one here in SA, and so it's things going though. I mean, pretty well on schedule, to be honest. You know, we've had quite a couple 2-0s, so that's helped speed things along here. But we've had some long games at the same time, heading to those 60 minutes ones, and coming into this matchup, I'm really not sure what to expect, to be honest.
You've got an interesting dynamic, right? Because again, it's Mad Kings that are playing from Division 2, playing in they finished fourth in that one, facing off against Infinity, who at various times did look like kind of good. They were a Div 1 team, but they kind of weren't consistent enough to make it up to the higher things. They finished 7th, and it's one of the lower sort of placing teams out of Division 1. And so this one actually might be kind of close. I think that there's a decent chance we go the full 3 games here.
Yeah, it's I have definitely cast quite a few of these lads before on Mad Kings as well. It's you know, the thing about SA is that like the upper and the lower, like there's been a lot of travel for some players where they've gone very high in Division 1 and then somehow still found themselves very low in Division 2. Like it's not as static, I think, as a lot of the other regions can be, which just means it's very competitive, obviously. And so it's still something to watch out for. But overall, you know, you look at Infinity and you're like, yeah, these guys have all, you know, traditionally done a bit better on the rosters they've been a part of. So
yeah. Also, one of the few teams out of South America that has an import, Yuma, playing on Infinity, coming in from Germany. So you sometimes see this where players will start to make their movements across to other regions. And this is one of the times that we've seen it indeed. I think that he played on a couple of NA teams too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was on the Hustlers way back.
Yeah.
He has on his Wikipedia, it lists nationality in Nicaragua as well. So I don't know if that's related, and that he's just like more so in the region, I think, than other players. I don't think he's like I don't think he's doing a big travel necessarily.
If there's like a dual citizenship or something coming on, they give him the Germany tag or something.
Yeah. He's also German. Yeah, same thing. So
right. Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, stuff to ask, you know, potentially later on in some type of
when he wins the qualifier, we'll just be like,
so
give us what's the scoop, huh? Tell us your
when
life
he wins
story.
TI, we can ask him that too, you know.
Hopefully we know before then.
There's a chance. I wanted to see real quickly because we are in the lobby and things are just about getting completed. I didn't see if there was a coin toss yet or not. But regardless, playing on the Argentinian servers again. Nothing really else to write home about. I guess there's going to be a couple of players that are playing. Wait, it says Argentinian servers, but it looks like most of the people are playing from Peru.
We do have Mariano, aka Papita. Most people probably be familiar. He's probably, I mean, who are the big names, I guess, in this game? I'm sure he's probably in Peru, I would guess. I mean, maybe he's actually in Argentina right now, but I would think he's probably with the squad. The most likely names that you're gonna know if you haven't been keeping up with that much SA are gonna be Yuma, as you said. Like he played in some NA and stuff too. PP got pretty popular during his time on Infinity. We talk about PP quite a bit in the SA beginnings of the DPC, but then you got like we said, Mariano, aka Papita. He used to play on a lot of those like infamous rosters that would go to lands and stuff when they'd have the SA qualifiers, as well as Moose, famously of
Moose
Thunder
is the big
Predator.
one.
Yeah, he's a huge one, big one there.
And previously Beast Coast too.
Yeah, for a little bit there, and coached them for quite a while. Yeah, he did some stand-in and coaching for them too, so pretty experienced.
Yeah, a lot of well-known names on the Mad King side's a little bit less so. But there are definitely some folks. Adrian, they sort of were on that Strike Gaming squad, I think, for a little while. But it's an interesting dynamic seeing all these different teams face off. It does look like the region has switched over, so we are going to be playing on Peru. Never mind. And it looks like it's going to be Mad Kings taking second pick. This is always the other interesting dynamic, is whether or not teams are going to be going for sort of if they're more valuing the side or not, because you'd said something that was like 70% or something.
That's right.
Favored for Radiant.
Yes, Radiant was winning 70% of the games, but of course that, you know, Radiant typically means you have second pick. And guess what? Right now, at this point, would you like to guess what the current game percentage-wise, how many games you think Radiant is winning?
How much?
50-50.
Okay.
We're dead even after 36 games, so we're 18 and 18
Wow.
on the sides. Again, though,
Death
that
Valley
doesn't.
made a difference.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. That's always hard to judge, though, like you said, because it often means that, like, does that just mean that, like, second pick is really strong, or like some teams going for this, or blah blah blah. So
Right.
it's always a bit of a mystery when it comes to Dota.
Well, let's get ready to square away the mystery, get it put up into a closet. It's going to be game number 1, Mad Kings versus Infinity. The draft has started. We're already into it. No bans. Everybody has disconnected from the game. Need remake. One
Oh.
player not in the lobby. Game crashed. Perfect. So it's a good thing that we checked. Everybody leave.
Good
And
one.
y-
Good one. Oh yeah, you're right.
Scriff is
Infinity
still
just
with us,
have
hopefully.
Yeah, they just have 4 to 5 players. So that was pretty funny.
Nice.
Yeah,
Like
that
it.
game would not go well for you.
No.
Maybe we could stand it. Do you think?
Oh, I'd like that. Pick me Darkseer.
Just pick me Dexter. Let me do my thing, guys. It'll be fine.
Easy game. This is always the more frustrating types of remakes that come about, though, because invariably there's going to be somebody that like misses up and thinks that the draft is just taking a long time. And that was actually us when we did that. So
Yeah, but we're still in there first. It's okay.
True.
We're good to go.
quick off the draw.
Once
but
Script
yeah.
realizes what's happening. But you know what those observers do? They wait. They sit there the whole time. They go, "Oh, draft's ending," and then they go, "No, no, 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 no," and they saunter back to the green. I've seen them in the green room. You know,
That's
Script's
true.
not at that PC right now. He's getting some
There's
food.
no way.
No,
Unbelievable.
should
Poor
WhatsApp him.
Scriffer.
Scriff.
Scriff. Wait, hold on. Ready check. Ready check.
Oh, ready to check him. That'll get him.
That's the way.
There he is. There he is.
Nice. Nailed it. Nobody can see what we did, but that we're in the lobby now and we're good to go.
Just know that we're getting things back on track, everyone. All right.
Yeah.
Do you know what I did today, Lyrical?
What'd you do? Did you cast some Dota?
I did do that. But before I did
Okay.
that, it is September the 4th. It's the end of summer. Summer's over, guys. I saw the autumn terrain come into the game. Looks beautiful. But it meant it was time to take in the raft. So I had to bring the raft in because that's what you do when you're a father, is that you're the one that has to swim out there, grab that raft, and bring it in. But this time, some of the other big burly men in my family were busy. So I was solo bringing in the raft, at least to the cove. And and it was it was a grand old time. I got covered in murky mud. I went through a nice little swampy, basically it felt like a bog I was swimming through, trying to push through these lily pads with that
Right.
raft. Yep.
That's
And
good.
that was my morning. So did you have to bring in the raft?
I didn't. I
Oh,
just woke
how
up because
unfortunate.
I am 4 hours before you. So I woke up and I was checking if people were, how the games are going. I saw it was a 60-minute one, the one before us. I went out and I got some coffee. I got some coffee and a grilled cheese sandwich, which was delicious.
Oh, hell.
I know, big spender here. Look out. But I did do something that involved water stuff earlier. The other day before I did a little trip down California, we did some paddle boarding. We bought some paddle
Oh,
boards.
look at you.
That is really good. So I got up there and I started to do my paddle boarding thing. It was a lot of fun. I tried standing up. I immediately fell off into the water and my paddleboard flew away from me. And so I had to swim desperately to try and get it in time. It was really rough.
What about, don't servers have those little ankle attachments?
Yeah, I thought it looked kind of dumb, so I didn't want to do it.
Okay. So you're like the
Yeah,
kids in the
yeah.
neighborhood not wearing their helmet. And I have to say,
Pretty much.
and my son looks at me, he goes, "Dada, why aren't they wearing their helmet?" And I have to say, because their house has different rules. In our house, you
Yes.
have to wear the helmet. And I can't just say because their parents are lazy and won't make them wear
Yeah.
a helmet.
Yeah.
I have to be nice and kind about it.
Do you, though?
Well, I don't know. It teaches them good things, I'm sure.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing that I ended up doing while I was out there was I put my rock climbing sort of chops to use. And I found a rope swing. And I had to climb up the bank to get up the side of the bank. And I was like climbing up it. But then halfway up, I wasn't wearing shoes, right? So I just slipped on mud and I rolled back down the hill and I scraped up my leg, and I have a giant like scratch all along the side of my leg. But the second time I made it up and I got to swing out over the water, and I did it, and it looked really cool at first. But then, like, as the rope goes down, it hit flat, and the rope kept going, but I couldn't hold on anymore. So I just like face planted into the water in a very great fashion. But don't worry, Trent, because I wasn't going to be denied. I kept going. I decided I'm going to challenge this. I've fallen off the cliff. I've scraped up my leg. I'm bleeding into the river.
Yeah.
I fell on my face into the water, but I need to sort of conquer this challenge. And so what I did was I climbed up again, and this time I grabbed the rope and I jumped up, and I got my feet a little higher. I got my feet onto the rope, and I held onto that. And then it was a majestic swing over the top of the river, and I released at the apex of the rope, and I just went flying into the air, and I landed in the river, and it was beautiful.
All right. Well, I love a happy ending.
Yeah. So then I thought that was fun, so I'm going to do it again.
Okay. And then finally people came out of the house and said, please leave.
No, I did it again, and I got my feet up, and then the feet fell out, and then I tore my shoulder because I tried to hold on. And so I held on with one hand, and then like my arm went up, and then it was all gone. And then I think I tore my rotator cuff. So yeah.
What are you doing? I would say get a grip, but that was exactly the problem, apparently, was too much of a grip.
The problem was my hands were too strong from the rock climbing.
Yes.
And my body was not strong enough.
All right. Well, on that note, we are actually going to have a game here, ladies and gentlemen. We're working on it. Someone is missing one of their people. They are working on it. And as directed, we need to start ASAP. That's what they're telling them. Like, let's go.
I love that. It's the admins. They're watching the broadcast, and they're like, listen, these stories.
We got to hurry.
We need to start the game. We got to get through this. Oh, that's a rough one. Well, Trent, I had a week to rehab my shoulder by not swinging on rope swings. But I'm going to tell you what, when I get back out onto the water on my paddleboard, I'm going to hit that rope swing again.
I see it. Wait, so the rope swing's near your house. My mistake. I thought the rope swing was in California. There's a chance you're going to see this again.
Yeah, no, there's not just a chance. I'm going to conquer this thing.
No. This is not good, dude.
I don't need my arm to cast.
Well, what if we need to fly somewhere? What if there's an event and they're like, hey, you guys want to come out? And he's like, oh, sorry, I can't. I just broke this yesterday.
I mean, it's fine. I can travel with a broken arm. I'll probably get better health care there. Wherever the world I'm going, I don't know.
Don't even get a cast first. Are there any lands coming up? I need a medical
around. It's just
it's approaching on my TOs. Side. I can knock off about 250,000 of my usual bill. I don't want to go to an American medical debt.
All right, and on that note, we do have the game ready to go. Infinity versus Mad King Esports. Thank you so much, wonderful people out there, for starting the game. And a Monkey King ban along with the Weaver. Okay, interesting.
All right, that's pretty cool. Oh, look at the determination there on these faces. Have you ever seen a man chew as much gum as Moose was chewing there? Okay, now we got the big man himself.
Mr. Papita.
Dude, he is shredded.
He really, I don't know if he still is, but he
I know, but he
for a very long time.
He was secretly the most shredded Dota pro back in the day.
Yes.
Back when Fly was getting all the credit. I mean, not obviously Fly is incredibly shredded as well, but Papita, you'd see him hitting up the gym. I can remember Shanghai. It was like 11 p.m. at night. This dude's just rolling out of the gym, coming to play some basketball. Huge guy.
Well, part of the reason too is because he just had so much more height than everybody else. Also, right?
That's true.
Not that other folks
and that mane of hair. Also important.
What a monster. Well, we do have a draft now.
Very nice guy
Dawnbreaker.
as well. I don't want to point him out like he's the Hulk or something. He's
Yeah, that's fair.
lovely lad.
That's true. Dawnbreaker
Don't cross
Ember
him.
Zeus into Batrider. That is mega interesting.
Well, that's two mid heroes, Lyrical. Why are Ember and Zeus on the same team? I just arrived from 2018 or 2021
welcome.
even.
Welcome to the place now, the world. Dude, look at the blue light in
Yeah,
there.
what the heck?
Holy moly.
They're taking those internet articles a little too seriously. They're like, all
That's
right, so
true.
the blue light's keeping people awake and avoid the blue light. What if we only had blue light? Will we play better? Will that keep us more awake?
There's a possibility. If you look close enough here, you might be able to see the draft screen too. The lighting was set up there. Maybe not. Yeah, I think that the Zeus support now with having Heavenly Jump in the game just makes it so much unbelievably better at being able to either A, be aggressive with this hero, maybe you make a rotation into mid or something, or just go for some type of I don't know, like an annoying dual lane combo. Could be either way. It's really good.
It's all right. So here was one of my theories when I first started playing Dota. One of my friends, the carry player of the group, really liked Slark. Okay, and we quickly learned that Slark was really, really broken because you just got to deward all the wards. And this was back when sentries were like 200 gold and you had to buy 2 at once. It was, is that how it worked?
Yeah,
Or
that's terrible.
Yeah, and then
This
eventually they got
yeah, I
broken
think
up,
so.
and Dust was 180, and you had to buy 2 charges. Anyway,
man.
so that was crazy powerful because dewarding was dangerous, and you didn't even get gold. There was no bounty for killing the ward, so it was just getting rid of the vision, but it was always so reliable for Slark. And so as the support player, whenever he didn't want to play Slark, I was like, man, this sucks. Not having the Slark on our team makes this really bad because I don't get these free D wards. I have to just ward the pillars. And so we tried to think about how could support Slark work? Because he has the pounce, he has the mobility, and obviously it just doesn't work. He's got a nuke and stuff. It's kind of there. But now that Zeus has pounce, the only other really dedicated vision hero who people try to run as a support simply because of that. Now he's just a fantastic support. He's everything I ever wanted. He is the Slark that I looked for 9 years ago.
This is what you needed. It all comes full circle when it comes to Dota, Heroes become carries, become supports, become mids, become carries again. And Zeus, he's just, the quintessential little Mario man.
Great taunts. Has an Arcana too.
taunts.
Yeah, he's really got it all, huh?
Yeah. He's got pretty much everything that you could want.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I
not-
kind
I'm
of
not much
feel
a
like
Zeus player. I feel like I should try him out maybe.
it's a lot of fun. I was playing a couple of support Zeus games the other day, obviously in Turbo because that's what I try and play nowadays. But
Yeah.
the thing that stuck out to me was you could rotate to mid because he's not super slow now either. But you can kind of set up if you're trying to secure runes or something like that. And if the enemy mid is sort of sitting too far forward, all of a sudden, with the Heavenly Jump, you're actually capable of ganking. It's kind of neat.
He also has, of course, one of the strangest things that exists right now with the cast time. What is it called? Cast time increase of 50%.
That's
Man,
true.
that thing feels so weird. I really hate that one. Gotta say, very annoying.
I saw it actually. One of the best instances of it was against Ember, and I kind of feel like it would be interesting against Dawnbreaker, because you need to be able to sort of move the turn rate being lower really hurts, and then on top of that, the time it takes to actually cast her abilities.
Yeah.
You could she kind of wants to hit that perfect amount where she can be overpowered and just run at you and kill you. So Zeus might be an interesting answer for Dawnbreaker just in general.
Well, it's certainly going to be good versus the Batrider, as Batrider tends to rely on vision. And even though they picked the Bat after, it is always nice to know that you're going to have some choices versus that. And a hero who we don't
Whoa.
see that often versus Bat anymore, but used to be a staple, the Oracle. Now, this should be more popular now because, number one, Oracle got a round of buffs over the past couple patches. But more importantly, Batrider is seeing more time in other lanes. So there's actually a higher chance you're going to wind up matching up versus the Batrider, or at least you can take that option away from your opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Although, do you think that this is going to be a mid bat?
that would be my assumption because they
Right.
see the Ember. Like, that would be my guess. But I also think that, like, Ember is one of those heroes that you can sort of flex on a little bit, right? You know, think about like mid-earth shakers and stuff back in the day, or maybe you can get a little bit crazy, or like a Huskar or something, kind of like ruin his life. So any chance to move the bat is always going to be good. And then, of course, I would rely on them like doing the support Dawnbreaker, but we've been seeing a lot of that. I heard there was like some 4 Dawn being played, I think, for 2 games earlier today, or at least 1 game.
That sounds pretty awesome.
Dire team pick.
I think that she did get a couple of like nerfs to damage, but you can still probably make it work.
She still does her lane thing well, I think. I think that hero's still pretty nasty in that regard.
Yeah.
But,
Inch taken
yeah.
now.
Versus the Ember once again. We saw this before, obviously. You're always looking for the Dispel on the Flame Guard, just in case. Embers are very well versed in that matchup, though. You don't really see that becoming an issue all that often anymore, I feel.
Look how close we're seeing. It's funny. Yeah, I think the one thing that I'm really concerned about for Mad Kings is that, 1, they don't have much control, and 2, for Oracle in particular, I think running into Enchantress can be very scary. You start running the creeps at the Oracle, like, what are you supposed to do as this hero? Now, it kind of goes both ways, because you can get kills with all the high magic damage nukes that they've got right now between Zeus and Oracle. Like, Ench might just be food. But the flip side to that is, if she just runs creeps at people, it's dangerous.
Ooh, then we're going right into the Earth Spirit here, huh? Ooh. Taking a sip of some energy, pure, raw, unfiltered energy right now for Moose. He's getting it in there.
The Moose Earth Spirit is like legendary.
Yeah.
Probably his most signature hero. Dude, I am seeing no stuns.
I've seen a lot of fast picks.
Yeah. Is this good? I feel like this draft, I mean, there's some cool things that go with it, right? So you've got like, the damage amp onto Zeus with the Bloodseeker. You can sort of do the Thunder God's Wrath along with Ember running into like Thirst stacks out the wazoo. But I kind of feel like at some point you need to have like just an easy lockdown type thing.
Dire team ban.
Jeez, I don't know, but Mad Kings look very confident. I'll tell you that much. Just like they're so fast with the bans. They know exactly what they want. They know exactly what they just don't feel like playing versus. It's giving me that confidence. I do believe this will be a 3 last for them, right? Like, I don't think we're seeing the 3 Bloodseeker. The downside is that they don't necessarily know exactly what the matchup is going to be. They will know by the time they pick it, but they're trying to think like, because like they're banning Medusa, but Medusa isn't really a matchup problem a lot of the time. They're more concerned right now instead of the lane about just making sure that like that full like complete game plan isn't there for Infinity, and they see, hey, you're missing like the big carry.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. And what else is left besides the Medusa that fills that role?
There's
like,
still
you could go
TV.
Spectre.
Yeah, I think both teams maybe had Spectre in their head too. Like, 'cause I just like the global,
Yeah.
of, like the Dawn and Zeus to start this draft. I was wondering if that can happen, but from where we've gone, that's unlikely now. Yeah, I think
guess that's
TB
true.
is just safe. I mean, maybe you're thinking, oh, they won't pick TB into Zeus Ember, and that's probably true. So they're probably thinking the same thing with like PL, maybe even like a Naga. You don't really want to do that, so that's why Medusa. She's a hard carry that doesn't really care about Ember and Zeus, so that was a really solid ban. They banned the Veno. You could ban Ursa if you really want to, just because that's sort of a tip.
That's true.
I
Morph
kind
is
of like the
another
Spectre,
one. That's
though,
already
as you
banned.
said. The more I think about that Spectre, the more I think, you know what? Maybe that's the play.
Oh, you know what? Big brain here. You know what the answer is? If you normally you want to gank the Spectre, you want to gank the Dawnbreaker.
Exactly.
And this one, the other one can always show up to help the other one.
Boom.
The biggest brain.
Well, they'll ban the Faceless Void. Another hero that hates laning versus Veno, so they see that and they're just thinking. I don't know how good a Chrono would have been this game, though, I have to say. We've seen a little bit of Dawnbreaker, Faceless Void in combination where people just don't care and they just, like, dual Solar Guardian into the Chrono, which is kind of fine. You can chain it up after.
Right. Yeah. 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 Why not?
What's a carry matchup Bloodseeker doesn't like? I mean, Void Medusa are literally the top 2 on Dota buff, so it's statistically. Say Chaos Knight is number 3. He did not pick that. They went with number 4, the Juggernaut. So we're just Dota buff worst versus drafting. I love it. Perfect stuff.
This also feels a little strange to me, but I think that having Batrider just makes your game so much easier. I really like the Infinity draft as far as like the simplicity of it. That part of it feels good to me.
Okay, well,
Mad
I can
Kings, I
tell
don't know
you
what's going on.
that if we continue with the worst versus strategy, the worst hero for a Juggernaut to see in a game is Broodmother, statistically.
Okay.
And they need an offlaner, so they need to pick Broodmother now.
Okay.
Probably not going to
Interesting.
happen, though. Just a guess. What about, is Night Stalker too crazy?
I feel like that lane against Jug might be kind of tough.
He's got Zeus,
I mean,
though.
Realistically, some people like Darkseer here. I really don't like the matchup against Juggernaut. But I think that there's ways that it could be good. And also, actually, you're playing against Ench. You can't do that. They pick Darkseer, they lose instantly. What else is a good offlaner? Whoa.
Maybe
I don't
a good
know if that's
offlaner
the
now.
answer.
It might be a good offlaner now. I mean, it's BKB piercing or Magic Community piercing, if you want to say, versus the Juggernaut here. So that's always going to be something you're going to have in the bag.
It's
You're
the
playing
first
versus Bat Rider.
It's the first Legion of the region.
Is it? Oh, I didn't know
Interesting.
that.
Yeah.
I definitely saw a couple of them popping up, so I don't think it's the first of the. I mean, I'll take a
The
look.
entire
even.
tournament.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I'm going to check because I was surprised. Maybe I'm thinking of the recent ESL event. Oh, you're right. This is actually the first Legion commander of the entire qualifiers. There you go.
Damn.
EU and SA. It has been popular in pubs at the very least. Like I've been watching some of the top tier games, keeping an eye out. I think people are just wondering, like, have the changes made it so she's playable? Because she's been considered unplayable for a while now. I would say. I think she's been considered like the worst offlaner.
Well, and the cast range getting added to the sort of spell itself is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And you can get like more bonus damage earlier with the new level 10 talent. I don't know if I really like the shard. Just feels kind of bad, but we'll see. There's a chance.
It is
but
weird.
Double hard dispels in this game.
Yeah, that's the
Oracle
big
and
thing.
Legion.
It's just like, yeah, okay, we're just playing the versus Bat Rider game, which is fine. And you've got duel versus Jug, so it's got some stuff.
Yeah. You feel
know,
you like it?
Yeah, I am. My Legion commander has the best gem in the game. I don't know. I was just checking out some of the sweet cosmetics while I reviewed the notes there, and that's the Duels Lost gem, and I have lost 4 duels.
Oh no!
So hey, that's pretty good. Only 4. I'm
get there.
Single digits, baby.
Oh,
well,
I see what you mean. How many games? That's the other question.
Well, I don't want to talk about that.
All right, let's get ready to hop into this game number 1. Mad Kings facing off against Infinity, and we are already into it. Lots of chat wheel lines getting thrown out right at the start. Love to see that one.
All right, 3 games. That's not bad. I've played 3 games of Legion, apparently. It's not my hero.
No, that's fair, though. It's all good.
It's good.
It's all good.
I'm averaging like 1 and a few deaths or dual losses per game. I'll take that.
Oh, that is a really good chunk of damage there by Pablo, isn't it? Overwhelming odds. Not bad, not bad. But we'll see how this ends up going. What is?
That's just overwhelming odds. Just
Got it.
that's the spell these days, Seems to be what they're building the hero around, right? That's the spell that keeps changing, getting buffed.
It's true. It's kind of weird. Yuma wants to chase. The slowdown. Oh, that chains. Still a dangerous spot to be in. Maybe instead it's going to be Ench that's the dangerous one to be in front of. As she will run away, and they do manage to just get the heck out of Dodge. Don't think they can kill the Ench here. She actually doesn't have heal, though, having already used Enchant, so maybe they can. Oh, goes on down, and Pablo drawing first blood.
Taking down old Prada, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so whose names are not correct? We got Moose is Kim. I mean, I don't think that's his tag now, unless I'm wrong. I mean, but Moose is Kim on the Earth Spirit, as you know. That's his hero. We got Prada on the Shkuda. I mean, he changed his name to that a while ago, but I'm sorry, Prada, but that's not pronounceable. So we're going to go with Prada, just so you guys know. And that's it. I think everyone else is pretty good.
Okay. Mariano.
Yeah, I mean, he did change to Mariano a long time ago. But that is Pepita, if you guys remember Pepita. Very recognizable player.
Yeah. I think he was more well-known as Pepita, but
yeah.
Regardless, stuff to watch for. Pablo dragging the wave on this Ember. And the interesting dynamic here to watch is going to be, does he manage to sort of make these pulls happen consistently and put his Legion off to a good start?
Yeah,
This
let's
position for Ember.
let's talk about that. Because we were so busy with all the other crap, we didn't even talk about the Zeus is mid. We're Zeus midding after seeing all of this, and we're doing the 4 Ember. So the 4 Ember was a bit of an SA special for a little bit. I'm not sure why it started and why it had to happen. The last the last 4 Ember game I ever cast was a Bignum game, and I actually asked them after how this happened,
Radiant's courier
and they said it was
has been
because
killed.
like they picked it early in the draft because they really believe in Ember, and it was not looking like a good Ember game at the end, and they just said, like, could you play at 4? Like, could you do it? He's like, yeah, I can do it. He could not. They lost, but they did win the series. So obviously, they
Okay.
got the interview, so it was okay.
True.
But it is interesting with how much the hero has been buffed. Like, Slights is pretty insane, and Searing Change is pretty insane.
It does sort of have that feel, though, where you can trade in some instances because you've got like 2 armor there at the start. You can sort of use your spells to trade around with it. But against most other supports, it just does not look that great. You can see any time Prada gets up close to him on this Ench, it is instantly like he can't do anything, has to run away immediately. Very difficult to deal with, particularly having all these branches there right at the start. And actually, Prada able to get that pull off onto the flag bearer creep and gets it denied. So listening out on a lot of gold there.
That really hurts for a 4 Ember. Because, like,
Yeah.
this is one of those heroes that just needs every ounce of gold that you could possibly get in this situation. We
Right.
tried this, right, with the Darkseer 4 Ember. I mean, that was, like, full
It's true.
enabling of the hero, and it's still a bit rough, so...
True.
In this situation, I don't know. I feel like I want all 3 spells in this lane, and that's kind of tough for the Ember.
Mariano eats through that silence. Adrian having to run away as there's a good chunk of damage out. Still hanging on to that Celestial Hammer. Could have thrown it if they wanted to, but this is where the lane can start to be real scary. Level 3 on Dawnbreaker, you're really going to start to hit pretty hard. Oh, missed
Yeah,
though on
he wasn't
the,
sure.
Starbreaker.
It was close.
And in fact, might be in some trouble now.
What's
Has to
kind of
be
cool
careful.
is that they have 2 of the heroes that are best at securing CS with spells, right? With like the Blood Right just having this crazy amount of damage, 120 for 90 mana is insane for pure damage, and so like you can really zone people out by spamming that. And then of course at level 3, this is where Oracle peaks. 102 builds, you just output so much damage. They can do things like this. Like imagine if they hit that Blood Right and then combination with a Purifying Flames. That's so much nuke for such little cost.
It's true. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Instead, they miss it and Moose pulls the wave, though. Oh, there you go. Nice play. Purifying Flames, the creeps over.
Good. In the meantime, there's also a sort of movement going on towards mid. Pablo was making sure that Zeus got off to a decent start and was able to pick up the bottle. An old school build coming from the Zeus this time, as we do see Moose just pull this wave around. Can't quite get it, interrupting on the small camp there. But the thing that's interesting is that he's going 3 points in Arc Lightning on Zeus, as PP keeping the pressure onto him. A lot of the other Zeuses we've seen have taken points in like Heavenly Jump early, I think.
Oh, this, I mean, you're just CSing versus Bat Rider, so nice and
Yeah.
safe,
True.
Because Bat definitely has kill potential on you, especially at level 6, but it's all just about, like, how greedy you get,
Yeah.
Oh, he missed a Napalm as well.
Hmm.
And, I mean, in order for him to get the kill, he has to be ahead of you on regen. Because, like, he needs more HP to dive the tower and, like, run you down when you can't cast spells and you're trying to escape. But that's a nice punish there on the Oracle.
Goes down in the end, and able to be a part of one kill himself, ends up dying after. And you see Moose makes the move over, picks up the bounty, and they're off on their merry little way. Do you spot the Zeus laying down a ward up there on the high ground, though?
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't spot him, but...
Oh,
saying
I
that
see.
the-
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now that unfortunately means that, yeah, he is just sitting here in full view. His ward's known about. That is very unfortunate for Moose.
Yeah. And I think that we're going to see RM move over and try and get the D ward in a second, most likely. as Pablo, again, trying to secure this rune. 6-minute mark, and the lasso's used. Pablo just going to die. It's a haste rune as Moose wants to chase down this Zeus, but can't go too much further.
Yeah, quickly dispelled there.
Yeah.
How's this top lane looking? Fairly even by the looks of it. I mean, hey, Arsenal is getting free farm on a Legion Commander. It's a bit pricier these days, going the double Bracer into Soul Ring build. Legion, though. It's going to be a lot of damage. I don't think it's dead.
Double Bracer Soul Ring. Very hard to kill this Legion. Yeah,
It's interesting
and she
because
is just sticking around.
Yeah, there's sort of an issue with that build when it comes to like not wanting to buy a Vanguard, you know? Like some heroes have this problem of like, oh, I want to buy Vanguard, so double Bracers feels bad. PP, oh, zap down. See ya.
Well played. Ooh, been able to dodge, keep that one rolling. Yeah, it does feel like it's much more about wanting to be able to like have an offensive presence on Legion Commander, whereas everybody else is kind of okay just coming out of the laning stage, getting the levels. Like as Legion, you need to be able to translate into kills eventually.
Yeah, and so yeah, sorry. And basically the idea of terms of like having the need to buy Vanguard, it's just not really there since you want like that Blink Dagger instead. And so I think it kind of works on this hero still. Plus, you know, she has better lane presence than a lot of other heroes, obviously, when she can just like get press the attack, get moment of courage, and keep sustaining in the lane. So it does mean that you have to accept that Legion won't be available that early.
Yeah, they get some good damage there onto the Bloodseeker. But after the rotation comes in from Oracle, they call off the charge. And across all the lanes right now, Radiant just coming out a little bit ahead and on top. We'll see if this ends up translating into anything else. Pablo in the mid lane, good slight dodge onto the flame break, but it won't matter. He still manages to move on in and kill him off, and now the roll gets Zeus. Tries to go for the heavenly jump away, and in fact, with the dual kill, they set themselves up perfectly there.
All right. I mean, obviously, all because of Pablo. You know,
True.
throwing his body away on the Ember to secure an early dual victory here.
Very nice.
He's not even in the lane, and he's still helping his offlaner. Like, what a support player.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Down bottom, Mariano is going to get caught by the rupture there. Couple more punches. Does have a TP. Wants to get out. And oh, not enough damage. Roll up top, kick away. They get the Solar Guardian in and going to bring down that Legion Commander.
Well, he was just bottom. He TP'd home.
Strong stuff.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's actually a pretty bad punish. And that is another thing we haven't talked about is that duality or that counter pick here, right? Of the Legion versus the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
You know, like sure you're gonna be locked down, but at the same time they have the global assistance of Solar Guardian that's gonna be coming through. So that's always gonna be a concern for the Legion, but at the same time, they have Thunder God's Wrath. So it's kind of a, you know, how much do they have? How much don't they have damage?
Well, I guess I wonder about the other thing there. If
What's
Zeus
doing?
gets to Aghanim Scepter, you can
he's a
probably
god.
interrupt
He's a
the
god.
Solar Guardian.
Killed.
Big place.
That was insane. I mean, he has, I was gonna say he checks right immediately between the towers for a ward because he killed the courier like that, but he's got the ward up on the stairs. So, all right, yeah, he's mad.
I mean, yeah, you'll take that. It does mean it's going to be a little bit before his Kaya gets there. Still a minute and a half before the courier respawns, but having a good time, at least for the moment. But yeah, the thing I was talking about is if Zeus gets into an Aghanim Scepter, which you imagine is going to come out at some point, you can stop that Solar Guardian.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. If you know what she's up to.
Right. Well, I mean, you can just sort of pop ulti and then see where she's at and do it. If
That
the
is
fight's
true.
breaking
Good
out.
point. Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe if you only had Nimbus, but true.
I'm not. I mean, there's sort of. It kind of reminds me of the Spike Carapace for Nyx Assassin, right? Where
Yeah.
maybe you need to play a little bit differently if you're Dawnbreaker. Pop BKB first or something.
I'll tell you one thing. Mariano's ready to battle, though, with this, like, Falcon Blade, Treads, Raindrops, Bracer. I mean, look at that inventory. That is effective net worth, is what that is.
Yeah. Hey, he's going to beat the crap out of all these dudes. Arzen can't really afford to do that well, I don't think. The Solar Guardian, the turnaround, going to beat the hell out of all of them. Rolls away. Silence is still there, but the rotation in from the Zeus. Now they need to be careful. Ember, Chase, the root is out. They get the tower in the end and are going to lose the Ench for their trouble.
I think this is the way to think about the Ember as well, is like as much as you want the Flame Guard damage, it's nice. Like early on, you need the slide and the Snaring Chains, and you're just a setup. That's really all you're here for, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I hope it goes Veil. Looks like a pretty good Veil game. Has a Zeus on his team, you know?
Yeah, it sounds kind of cool. I like it.
I'm not sure what else you buy is for that feels good. I mean, you could go like Blink. You could just try and go for Ags as well, theoretically.
Yeah, that would be wild. I don't know. Any of those like weird little items, maybe like a Glimmer or something like that if he wants to help out his team, or there's a lot of different possibilities.
He could theoretically go for the Orb of Corrosion still. Like, there's a reason why every single mid-Ember gets it. It's just way too good.
Right.
That it would actually work out fine on a support, but he hasn't gotten the Orb yet, so probably not.
Yeah. Well, Juggernaut, Midas done, and going in for Maelstrom next. So maximum farming for Yuma. Currently top of the net worth, and likely to stay there for a while unless something sort of changes up here. As, on the other side of the map, Adrian finishes off that stacked up camp, and they are looking to put some pressure onto this top tower, which hasn't really been touched at all yet. But with PP showing up, hard to go there. They do have the Rupture ready. Can go for the duel if they want. TP rotations, though, would start to be real scary.
Yeah,
We're
Solar
still
Guardian's up
waiting.
in 1 second, so just like,
Yeah.
not sure I want to dive that too much. And well, maybe not a Veil for the one Spirit, but a Veil for his brother. Finished on the Earth Spirit now. With Tranquil, too, moves fairly farmed. He's the most farmed out of all the supports. Only 1 point in the Silence, though, so hard to punish Pablo's positioning right now.
Yeah, roll did not connect. And Ench Creep gonna get chased down and eventually killed here.
So what are we
6 to
doing here,
5.
Gabe?
I don't know, man.
We got a Midas Jug versus an early Maelstrom Ancients farming Bloodseeker. You know, he's having a pretty good start. His timings are, you know, his effective items are here a little bit earlier, but we're gonna have the later game scaling of the Juggernaut. I guess a lot of it depends on how the Pepita Dawnbreaker builds. You know, like,
Right.
is he gonna have some physical damage to help out? Because if not, they're gonna be they're just all mad at that point.
Yeah. And the BKB timings will be terrifying.
Yes.
I mean, the other thing about it that's sort of strange, though, is I feel like they will have Juggernaut be so insanely farmed, and I'm not seeing Mad Kings, like, really push to shut down the map, you know? Like, right here, they're going to find and kill her. Like, I don't know. This, to me, feels really scary when you've got this lineup that sort of can just freely scale into the later stages.
Prada got really greedy on this push mid with the troll, though.
Yeah, he's a dead guy.
But still, obviously, he'll take that because now you got all these heroes up top. They could actually theoretically push this. I mean, they don't know that, but like top lane. But they're all rotating back to deal with this push because they all TB'd mid. So they know the only thing they can do outside of Mad King is hit this mid tower because they can't defend top.
Which they could definitely do here. Immediately forces out the spin. Hammer also there, whittling away bit by bit. With Zeus this far forward, it's pretty hard to come and contest unless you bring all the numbers, and they do just get that mid-tier 1 tower.
That was a great play by Mad Kings. They turned an unfortunate situation of Arzent dying and then all kind of over-rotating to the Ench into a good play. Like, typically, it's obviously not that great to rotate everyone to kill support like that, but you turn it into a tower push. That's excellent. And they start going top. They say, we want to take over this part of the map. We're going to get that tier 1 tower knocked down for our side. And, I mean, That probably means they're going to have to give up mid, though. It's going to be very hard to hold their own mid tower versus an Enchantress that's taking over stuff in that Radiant jungle, as well as Solar Guardian and a Bat Rider. Like, it's just a scary spot to try and stay is in this mid lane right now.
Yeah. Roll. Catch. Turns. Duels. Not sure what the goal is here.
Gods.
Maybe a chance. Thunder Gods, but the Rupture comes out. Saved and gonna get the kill. It ends up working quite well. Zeus makes a show up moment, and with Pablo there, they find him. Blood right down, dead.
Goodness.
Dude, they keep looking for more. Kim is, I have to get the heck out of here on Moose. Does not want to show up to this one, but Mad Kings putting on a performance.
That Dawnbreaker died so fast.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I guess you just took a lot of damage from the Zeus. Got hit by 4 Arc Lightnings. Yeah.
Yeah. Zeus is a problem. A pretty serious problem.
Kind of owning, though. Like, the moving around the map.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up, like, because that's one thing that a Bloodseeker lacks, right? Is that actual hard lockdown and just, like, that little bit of reach, but, like, to force the fight. And so Pablo's helping to make up for that right now. And, yeah, he is currently eyeing up that Orb of Corrosion because it's just way too good on this hero. Obviously, you're getting the benefit on everyone who you slight.
True. Yeah, I think that what's interesting, though, is that even though Mad Kings are, like, looking good with their movements and are, you know, pretty consistently making what feels to be the right move, it is very much still very, like, into the favor of Infinity. You look at, like, it's 2K gold lead right now. I don't know. We'll see. Got some mouse issues, a mouse battery. Not what you want to see.
No, that's not good. That's the one thing I can't go wireless on.
Oh, no.
I'm too scared. I can't handle that. I recently went keyboard. You know, I braved it. It's a wireless keyboard.
Do you like
huge.
that one?
What?
Do you like the wireless keyboard?
I mean, yeah, sometimes I lean back, sit back, I have to pull it on my lap, you know, I'm mad chilling. It can be convenient. But I remember when I made the jump to headphones, I was like, oh God, I'm never going back, guys. Get wireless headphones, please. It'll change your life. No more rolling over the cable with your chair.
Oh, yeah, that's the worst.
Standing up and it's hooked onto the arm of the chair and it pulls your ear off. Yeah, just don't ever look back.
Big smoke. They run on through. 17 minutes. Who are they going to find?
Oh, they're going to see Earth Spirit's Courier there on their ward.
Mariano.
They all get
Caught
pinged by
sight of him.
Mariano. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so they're so close to BKB on Bat Rider. That's the thing that I'm just looking for right now. And he's trying to get it and get out, and Moose might just, Moose is trying to make space.
It rolled on in, and eventually is going to die.
I think he did not care about dying there.
Yeah.
I actually think he was just trying to make sure that Bat got out because Bat almost has BKB, and then I feel like that's where they're going to be incredibly strong, right? Because, like, Mariano's going to come in. He has the shard, so he's doing his little spinny things. They're going to be dropping some Omni Slashes. They're just going to have these overwhelming fights where they can just try and break this Zeus. Like, what happens if he just Fireflies, BKBs, and runs at Zeus right now?
I don't think he has an option. He has to jump away.
Yeah, he's going to have a bad time. That jump is not that great.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And immediately going to go to push out the wave, but does have that BKB ready. I guess the other thing that you do have is that, like, Oracle up your sleeve, you know? You've got Fate's Edict, which can be really good in these instances, and then obviously False Promise to break the lasso. But then again, you might just get gone on as the Oracle.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they're certainly going to need to play the buddy system here to make sure they get these big saves off, like you said, you know, having the Legion, having the Oracle. That's the whole point of these picks. Prada, again, he might die here, but he's been getting so much value. All right, he's definitely dead. He's getting so much value playing this deep. Dude, I told you, it's SA, you know?
Yeah, it's fair.
I feel like it's reductive to just, like, credit it, like, to just be like, oh, they're all playing like Beast Coast. But, like, honestly, I think this region is, they really value these supports. Just, okay, that's not a support, though. PP, you're not supposed to be doing that, unfortunately. That's a big
yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
That's
attack.
really not good for them. That is the strength, their moment, the BKB timing. It was all supposed to be together.
Well, you know, sometimes you just, you get God.
True. All right. Well, scary things afoot as many BKBs are coming out now. Dawnbreaker's still a little ways away as down bottom, they find him. Another duel, another victory.
Why are they
Moose in a world of hurt. This is just not good for them. Mad Kings are owning. They're going to find Mariano next. Pablo, no mana, but does have sick charges and, well, won't quite have the chains in time there. But yeah, that was not great.
It's the Beascos, dude. It's what they do. Their supports have 5 deaths each. They're playing and they just throw their bodies to secure the other objective. Like Prada has definitely made. I mean, there's a reason he's the richest support despite dying 5 times, right? He's just playing on the other side of the map, gaining a lot of gold for himself, and then when he dies, it's because like 4 heroes show up. And then when Moose is dying, it's usually to secure a core's escape. So it's not that bad, even though it looks and feels kind of bad. But hey, you know, maybe this is the play all along, is to pick infinite scaling versus these teams. We're plus 64 damage now on our Zen.
I mean, that is a very like real thing, right? Is that
that's a lot of damage.
This would not hurt so much if there wasn't a Legion commander in the game.
How much gold is that? That's like over 3K in damage or something.
Yeah, no, it's not insignificant.
A relic's 3750. He's got a relic.
Yeah. I think that if this keeps on happening, like, yeah, this gold lead is going up, but the Legion does become a little bit unwieldy eventually.
And they don't have the same saves, other than the Solar Guardian, of course, but that's not quite the same.
Hurricane tried to get in on that Zeus.
They
do spot him, roll forward, but the jump is out. RM, push back, flame break there, but now finding the duel with the Solar Guardian right on top. It is not going to work out for the duel victory.
Dude,
still a good chunk of damage. Pablo there trying to punch. They move on in. Stun is out. Does have the Omni Slash, but it's saved in the end. A good save comes out. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. The heal is definitely not enough. Chase down wants to bring down the Juggernaut, and Zeus did it to him. The haste rune Zeus just came in with the big flexes.
That was such a bloodbath. And the start of that fight, too, where the Batrider, as you said, forced to go for the Oracle, right? Can't go on anyone else, runs at RM, but he got the Fate's Edict off just before he got lassoed. So Batrider did absolutely nothing with the lasso damage. He just pulled him around. He's totally immune. Then he gets in there, throws the False Promise onto the Bloodseeker, and so he's just able to wail away the whole time. That gave Adrian the time to get the bash off, which stopped the BKB TP of the Batrider.
Right. Now, Trent, we were talking about how good some of this dual stuff is, and he's getting some dual damage, but also he gave 28 dual damage away to the Juggernaut. That's a little concerning.
Wow, it's 28 these days, huh? That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that talent, huh? 28.
It's a little scary.
Oof. Whew. All right, that's not good.
I mean, the flip side is that if they manage to win a couple, she's going to really accelerate in terms of how much dual damage she's doing. But
he attacks so fast. That's flat damages. I mean, he attacks literally twice as fast as her. He attacks every 0.59 seconds, and she attacks every like 0.1.6. 0.1.6, but every whatever, 1.6 without
just keep saying numbers.
Press the attack. She attacked much slower, not attack so good as Juggernaut.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, look, they found another one. Solar Guardian. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Dual victory. Roll in. Finds the Oracle. Do they have enough to save these people? Zeus jumps away. In the meantime, they get the save. RN made the move, and that's everybody else dying. Gotta run, gotta hide. Rupture there. And does get a really good Starbreaker off. Actually kills off Pablo. But in the end, Adrian, a little bit too strong. Big moves, big moves.
And Roche is up. And Legion, let's see, gonna region up a little bit, has plus 92 damage. Could come help out here. Like, I can handle this.
Needed to heal up a little bit first, I guess, but they will finish this, it looks like. And sending on in a Mud Golem. Aegis Deny? Aegis Deny? Maybe? Chance, a dream? Oh, roll! Kick it! Don't move! you got? Oh, baby. He kicks out Adrian, steals the Aegis, drops the Magnetize, almost bringing down
No,
this
he's gonna
Legion
press the
commander,
attack.
but the press the attack's there.
Oh,
Oh.
man. That is such a Dota thing to have. Because, like, I always try and explain this to non-Dota players. Even other gamers, they don't understand Dota in a lot of ways. And I just say, like, it's the RAM. Like, Dota, it takes all of your RAM, all of your brain power at that time. And so when you're in this game, and this is happening, and it's very intense, your RAM is saying, oh, there's a mud golem in here. We got to make sure he doesn't do the stunny thing, right? And, like, oh, like, he's going to die at a certain time. But, like, sometimes you just forget that that's also providing the perfect vision and the setup there for an Earth Spirit. And so your RAM allocation, unfortunately, was not quite perfect. And he just finds this perfect time to come in, and Moose just, oh, man, that just takes the wind right out of their sails.
I mean, that hurts. That was the moment that was supposed to catapult them forward. Get that on your Bloodseeker. He can just keep running in, and it doesn't happen. Now, I'm not sure. We'll see. Jump forward, duel out again. Do they have enough for the finish? Bringing him low, the blade mail, everything, but the lasso to turn it, and she ends up dying instead. Now, Mariano, he's ruptured, tries to TP out. Does he have a way to escape? No. The bash, it was there.
I mean, I can't really call him lucky because he's usually getting 4 attacks off anyway, but, you know, at least he's not getting unlucky. That's for sure.
True.
Keeps getting them every time they try the BKB TP. This Basher, usually the Basher comes out after they get away with it a couple times. They didn't even get away with it once this game. Adrian was on that Basher so fast.
It was super ready. Kim, Mr. Moose indeed is going to be going in for the Aghanim Scepter. Rushes this after the Veil. And another great answer for the Legion Commander duel later. But still stuck at 92 damage. Needs a little bit more.
Man, that's a hard item to farm up on an Earth Spirit, too.
Yeah.
That's going to take you a little bit there. And no Philly Stone on the squad, unfortunately. No.
But he's doing it. You know? Like, he's almost, 3/4 of the way there?
Yeah, I mean, it is... It's almost there. It's just like, how do you get gold though when like your team like you can't fight right now, right? I mean, I guess you stopped the Aegis, so thankfully that was huge because then you really wouldn't be able to fight right now. But it's even hard just to get a wave like this kind of a situation. Like, look at this. He's like, it's so dangerous. He has a ward down while he's trying to fire.
Yeah, I mean he's
this
gonna
is
get
miserable, dude. This is why some heroes are.
He's just out. He's like, screw this, I'm done.
This is one of the reasons why Earth Spirit feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Because, like, you just want one item, and you can't even kill a wave. You're just in full panic mode, and you're scared. And, like, if he just gets bullet, he's dead.
Right. Can't afford to do it. Tier 2 tower. They're all TPing in for this. No glyph available, but Sleight of Fist. Find him. Root. Jump in. Tries to bring him down. Omni Slash bouncing around, takes down the Oracle, no for him. Meanwhile, the duel comes out. The turn, they try and kill off this Juggernaut. Won't die in the duration of the duel, but dies immediately thereafter. Dude, this Zeus is doing so much work. And Moose rolls back in. Oh my god. That actually was really close to killing everybody. But in the end, it won't be enough to finish them all off.
Yeah, it's crazy how, like, he's just finding that perfect spacing this whole game, right? For Jackie Tokyo, he's just everyone's in the positioning where he feels safe all the time, and he's not even getting that many saves and false promises, right? Like that time it was to end the lasso on the Adrian. He just immediately starts swinging away, getting the big kills, and he's 6-0 and 17 now on this Zeus, and his damage is going to be absurd after rushing this E-Blade.
It's going to be out of this world.
Just like no defensive options. I mean, obviously it's like kind of a defensive option, but you know, nothing.
Right.
No force staffs, no Yules or something he had to buy this game. He's just raw with it.
I think if they do manage to break this Solar Guardian, if Mariano's on the other side of the map, that will allow Mad Kings to just take over this game in a new type of way. Because right now, they've finally caught back up in terms of net worth.
Yeah.
But the game, I think, is looking very good for them. Mad Kings have completely swung it around. That, you know, even not getting that Aegis, they've been able to make it work.
Well, we'll see if maybe Moose's decision to get this Ags could do something. He's again using this ward up top here to try and farm. He's about 1,000 gold away. And doing what he can for the team.
Again, for these teams, top 8 on the line. If you are one of these squads, it's very, very possible that you could get to TI. You could get to those last chance qualifiers. And in a region where it's not always the case where you can sort of reliably make that happen. It's such a big opportunity for all these teams. You can feel the sort of tension that comes about in these matches.
Especially because it's game 1 too. So like, I don't know, it just like, you don't really want this one to slip away because I'm sure it feels even to them right now too. Like I don't think anyone's under the illusion that this 26-14 is like a big lead for the Radiant. Like I think the Dire recognize that we have the strengths right now. But this is where that problem's going to start coming to play with all the magic damage on the Dire, with these BKBs coming out now and the Legion Commander being there. Like, Bloodseeker has already ran through his, but this is a big change for Legion now.
Yeah, it opens up the game in a very much a new way. Ooh. He thought about it. Find out where everybody is.
The only way to
This
counter
is
it,
one
though,
of my favorite things to
Ags. Sorry,
Yeah.
continue.
No, it's true. He almost has it done. But this is one of my favorite things to do is sort of a lineup, right? Is they just run on out, they smoke up, and then as soon as they like break the smoke, you immediately Zeus ulti.
Yeah. Or like Spectre Haunt too. Oh, those abilities feel so good with Smoke of Deceit. It just changes the item. Especially in these exact scenarios where the game feels very even and it's just like whoever gets the first jump can still dumpster the entire team fight because of how much burst there is. And now they're going to get the gem too. They really want to secure that edge.
Find one. Prada.
Aha. Activated my trap card.
He's dead. They're going to get some dual victories here. So 120 damage now for Arzent.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. Does also have the level 20 250 AoE press the attack. Which is something also to watch for. And you were talking about it. Ember playing this position 4 is now going to getting into the Yule Scepter, post Orb of Corrosion, and then afterwards the Aghanim Scepter.
Makes sense. I mean, the mobility, there's no other support that can move like this. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Earth Spirit is a hero in general, is that ability to like do those big rolls into the stuns at such a big range. But you know, Fire Remnant is there already to do that. For an Ember, it's just more expensive. It takes higher levels. But once you get the Aghanims, you're in a whole new class of initiation. You're like a clockwork that can hook like 4 times with no commitment.
I am just going to say that I feel like Moose should have a different item in his neutral.
You're down to see Serenity?
I mean, there's Ceremonial Robe, there's the Ogre Seal Totem, they've got like Pupil's Gift. There's a lot of other things
100
that could be
HP.
there.
I mean, that's effectively better than 10 strength. No.
Yeah, no, not quite.
You might be right. You know, some players, old habits die hard, and he just hasn't quite got that neutral item, you know? Yeah, he also sold out for the eggs. He knows that it was too necessary. The Tranquils are dead.
Tries to find one, can't get him. They get the lasso. Oh no, that's what happens when you roll in. Can't enchant Remnant yourself after the duel is there. Dead on the Bat Rider. Now Mariano needs to get away, but bashed. Oh my god, triple kill for Arzent. Already with 150 dual damage just about.
So somebody's looking at moves, be like, yo, you got buyback? He's just like, shut up.
Jeez. That is, that's big. At the very least for Infinity, you know, Mad Kings don't immediately get to walk into Roche, but they might walk up high ground.
He's got 148 damage. He's coming knocking, you know? He's looking for one of those big old knockers on the front of the house that it looks like you really want to slam it and only kids do it. Arzent right now, he's finding the big knocker, you know?
Big plays. Has duel again. If anybody shows their face, they're going to get jumped on. Yikes. Pablo.
Right. Show me the big axe play. Send someone to the fountain.
God, it's such low range. That's the other problem with it.
It's terrible, dude.
It's so rough. Can they do anything here? Gets pushed back by the flame break. They want to fight. Desperately, they want to fight. Trying to bait these illusions.
All he can do
But
is
it won't
wait
happen.
to counter initiate on a duel. You know, that's all he's got.
Well, 30-15, and this is a much more substantial lead than we've seen all game for Mad Kings. It was looking rough for them, but they have really pulled it together here. And if they get this second Aegis, this is everything.
Who do you think gets it? Do you even give it to the Legion? I feel like there must be someone better.
Probably.
I'd almost rather just give it to the Ember for the. You know, he's kind of owning.
Adrian gets it there. The shard.
Pass it to?
I don't know.
Oh, we're going
Passes
Legion.
to
Okay.
Legion. So
I mean,
again,
it's kinda
overwhelming
cool.
odds gets armor for every unit it hits, and then also increases the duration, which also means that you're getting like all of that extra. Is it bonus speed that you get too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is pretty crazy that it's 15 seconds. Like, if you hit 2 heroes, it's 10 armor for 15 seconds. That's definitely not, like, I would say it's a little bit of a boring shard in some ways. It doesn't give you, like, a cool new ability or something, but I can see why it's strong.
Yeah. Well, and your bonus speed for heroes is 9%, and creeps is 3%. So you're getting a lot of bonus movement speed when you do actually hit it on people.
Mm-hmm. AC's nearly done as well here. Not far away
That
at all
is-
for Arzette.
That is very scary. Yeah, and Zeus is getting to Aghanim Scepter, has it done now. So the Solar Guardians, Mariano going to need to play around him a little bit by, you know, making sure that either he pops BKB or is with his team for the fights. But Mad Kings ready to move on up here and immediately get prepped to take the tier 3 tower. There's not really anybody home to come and deal with this yet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
AC
Yuma's
completed.
back.
And Adrian just punches away. They roll in. They turn him into a remnant. Kicks him back. That's pretty deep. The stun, the
Oh, they
combo,
did it.
all the way to the fountain. But is it going to be enough? Adrian, Omni Slash for round 2. Now, can they do anything else here? I don't think so. Arzette just jumps around. Do they have enough? The duel, he's still in fountain, but they manage to kill off that Juggernaut. 80 seconds. Press the attack, run on home. It was pretty for a moment, but looking too strong for Mad Kings here.
Dude, how does he get away with that, though? He dueled them, like, in the well.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
He took
I mean,
2,000 damage from
sometimes
Zeus.
Nothing you can do. So tier 3 tower falls. They're going to head up top next. Mad Kings, this is not the result I think a lot of people would have anticipated, but like we said, it's that one that's kind of close. Division 2 on the border there against Div 1.
I mean, support Ember just taking some W's here by the looks of it.
Apparently.
I mean, can you call it support once you have the Aghanims? You know, he's catching up to the offlane Dawnbreaker.
True.
He's ascended.
He's having a hell of a game on Pablo. Well, very impressive stuff. They're going to roll in again. Moose can't find a target for himself. And in the meantime, they'll kick back and get home. Tier 4 tower falls. They actually TP back for Pablo. He has a remnant there. He can show up for this if they need to. But Mad Kings actually playing it safe. Gonna let them sit with Mega Creeps for a little bit.
Do they have a smoke? Can we do that? Can we do the fake back? I mean, you don't even
Yeah, they
need a
want some more
smoke when you
duel.
have this initiation from Pablo.
There's the duel. There, Adrian right on top of him. Solar tries to turn it. No, not going to be enough. GG is called. And Infinity are going to lose game 1. Mad Kings pulling it together here. Looking real freaking good.
I believe that's, deathless. 7-0 and 23 for Jackie Tokyo.
Wow.
Insane game on the Zeus. And this was a Zeus Ember opener that for the whole time
Jeez.
didn't really look like it was going to be mid, obviously, because they had the Ember. And
Yeah.
going mid, had a great game. They didn't have the catch. It really helped with the save payoff because, like, you know how the Zeus wants to position. So Like, if you think about how an Oracle's trying to go for saves a lot of the time, or a Legion even trying to go for saves, they obviously, like, let's say it was the Emperor who was the core and he's getting lassoed. You need to be involved, right? Because when Ember's dealing damage and being effective, he has to be in the middle of the fight. But Zeus is playing the back line, and then you get to play, like, second back line. So even if they have a Bat Rider and an Earth Spirit, it was still really hard for them to deal with how far away RM can play. Plus, then you have this actual scaling save in Arzen as well. It was a very well-crafted draft and quite sneaky, honestly.
Yeah, I think the Legion pick was perfect, and it forced them to play that different way where they couldn't just send out heroes over and over again to die to push out waves. You can see that. Like, Moose ended up with 0-11-11 on this Earth Spirit.
I'm just laughing at the seeds. I'm not laughing at his
exactly.
storyline.
I wasn't gonna bring it up again, but yeah.
But that is not okay, dude. You gotta, like, that's something I would do like years ago. You gotta let it go, man.
It's tough. It's tough.
Like, I mean, they had the robe. They had a ceremonial robe he could have been wearing, man.
Right. And to be fair, I also don't think that it would have changed the outcome of the game at all, but it sort of speaks to sort of how focused he was on just this one thing that he could do in the game, which was saving everybody with Aghanim Scepter, and it kind of didn't matter what the rest of his kit
here's
was.
What I'll say.
It was rough.
Once one of his teammates saw his inventory 30 minutes and saw those seeds, it affected the game. That's what I'll say.
Okay. All right. I'm with you. I hear you.
If I'm looking over and I see that, I'm like,
Right. But there's so many times, I think, where also, like, the interesting dynamic that I think really stands out about Earth Spirit in this game to me is that, one, you can't just, like, mindlessly push down waves and, like, secure farm and then, maybe you die, maybe you don't die because there's a Legion in the game. But two, those flag bearer creeps, they actually end up, like, hindering you because they have so much magic resistance that it means, like, supports that try and go out there and catch them. I don't know. That it's an interesting dynamic. Not what I was anticipating.
Yeah, and that is going to end it for game one, though, as perhaps a little bit of an upset there from the Mad Kings, and we'll see if Infinity are able to bounce back. We will return with game two after the break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, you wonderful people out there. Hope you all enjoyed the break. We are into game number 2 and already into the draft here. Dawnbreaker, Mars, Skywrath Mage, the Enigma, and Trent. I don't know what Infinity's doing, but I like the Mad King's draft. That's where I'm looking at it already.
They're both celestial beings, aren't they? Valora, the Dawnbreaker, isn't she like a star, essentially? Like, she's all the components of a star, and Enigma is like the black hole. So it's a themed draft is what it is.
That's true. So Dawnbreaker eventually turns into Enigma, right? Because when a star collapses,
my God, he solved
it's amazing. That's why she counters him, and he counters her. So unbelievably good.
Oh yeah, she was the most prized warrior amongst the children's ancient creations. Is the shining herald of the majesty of order and light, molded from the heart of a young metallic star. And chart, yeah, that's it. We got it. She's a star.
Love it.
Wow.
Good stuff.
The lore checks out, everyone. And that's what's really
Checks
important
out.
here. And
True.
I will tell you, I have a prediction, ladies and gentlemen. You know, start your dinner plans. Start getting the food ready. Get the snacks. Get the drinks. We're going to game 3.
Yep.
I refuse to believe that this will end in a 2-0. I think Mad Kings played extremely well, but I feel like Infinity, they won't go down without a fight. You know, our first game was very close.
That is true. That there was multiple moments where it felt like it could have gone either way. And I think that there's something to be said for these teams being pretty evenly matched. I'm curious if the draft continues to go this way, and maybe again this is just my own personal biases, but I think the Mad Kings draft, if they can come away with a draft victory, they're going to be able to run away with the game. But we'll see how it goes. Jakiro. I don't know, man.
That's a hero.
10 seconds
That's a weird one.
What's the best part about Jakiro right now? I mean, it's always been Ice Path. That's always number one thing. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a combination. It's Ice Path for the rest of the game, but at the start of the game, it's just like that dual breath. That dual breath, whew, man, it is a pain. It still doubles in damage from level 1 to level 2, so it still makes an excellent value point if you want to pick it up. Maxing Ice Path never really feels bad. And now, I mean, Macrofire is kind of crazy these days. The CD took a big hurt because, back in our day, way back when, one of the best things about Jakiro was, AUI 2000 playing it in a support role. He was, one of the first people who would just, push out waves and get a bunch of farm hiding in the trees. And part of that was because Macropire always had 60-second CD, so you catch every second wave no matter what. But now it's up to 80, which you have to deal with for a long time till you're level 12, so it's not quite as good. But and he's tanky, he's hard to bring down versus Spirit Heroes, but that's not really what they have right now. And I don't know how reliable the interrupt is on a Dawnbreaker either, if you're trying to deal with the hammer swing in lane. So I'm curious how well this is going to work.
I am very concerned because I feel like for Infinity, they've kind of given them all the heroes that they would have wanted. What has been taken away from last game? I'm not seeing much, and I think that there's a whole lot of ways that they've gotten better now, having Marcy to be able to dual lane with Dawnbreaker potentially, or you could do Dawnbreaker in position 4 with Enigma. Those two pair together. You could have Ember mid. There's so much sort of change-ups that they can flip around in this draft.
Yeah.
And for Infinity, they do have some better team fight now. The combo of Jakiro with Magnus, and then also having a Mars there's some cool things that they got working.
And this is more effective now because of that change to Ice Path, right? I think it's 1 second at... Hold on, let me check. I think it's 1 second at all levels. Yeah, so the Ice Path lasts for an extra second at all levels on the ground. So you have more leeway in terms of random skewer setups or RP setups. Even something like the arena, right? That's
Yeah.
really interesting. How much like it's gonna be kind of crazy to see how much better this ice path feels because of that. Also, I can't believe they did that and also decreased the cooldown. So I got like
Yeah.
double buffed on ice path this patch. Kind of insane.
I mean, it's good, definitely, and maybe this is a hero that we'll start to see more and more often. The thing that is a little bit weird again is we talked about like those heroes that want to run down a lane, and we saw Moose do this in the last one where he would just run down a lane with his Earth Spirit. You can do similar things with Jakiro. You're going to be able to farm a little bit better. You're going to be able to push out those waves more. But we're going to be looking for some like crazy, I would assume hard carry now, although maybe they run mag position one.
Yeah, they could do either. You can see they're covering for it on the bans from Mad Kings. Just like, yeah, it could be like a pretty good Timber game. Could also be a good Troll game. We already saw one position 1 mag. That was pretty cool. You know what? Do you think if Marcy rebounds through Ice Path, she's just going to keep going, isn't she?
I think so. I mean, she won't stop midair.
Yeah, but
she might be stunned when
she'll
she
be
lands.
stunned. She'll zoom through and she'll be stunned when she lands on the stunning target, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work. That's going to be weird to see.
I feel like it's a really good Infinity PA game. Mag PA is always so good.
Oh, that's true. I mean, Jug is still in too, right? Like, if they leave the Jug, if it's only Black Hole, that could feel okay still in terms of, dealing with the stun?
Or they go the Wraith King route, that's another option. ABBA. Oh, that's kind of cool.
I'm liking the Yuma PA. I'm in. I'm on the Yuma PA now. I'm PA pilled, like, because they like no stuns on either. Like, I don't know if rebounds that reliable.
True. Well, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a hard one to make work. The only thing I'd worry about is that lane might be scary to play into. Dawnbreaker Enigma is really spooky, but no, they go the Invoker. So position 1 mag.
Okay.
I don't like the Infinity draft, if I'm going to be real.
I think the other issue is, like, if the mag had have been 3, then maybe they just felt like it just wasn't going to get enough done in the lane. Because, like, then they would have put the Mars 1, presumably. Because I don't know if mag can maybe work versus that matchup, but... Whew. I mean, mag 1 is kind of hype, though. How are you not liking mag? You're just not a believer. It's hype, but you're not sure it's going to get the W. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's pretty much what I'm feeling right now. That I look at this lineup that Mad Kings has, and it just feels like they've got a bunch of different ways to start the fight. They've got a bunch of different ways to end the fight. And for Infinity, it's like you got to start with Mariano. He needs to be that one, right? Maybe PP playing the Invoker plays this like Quaswex things and get things working a little bit. But I'm just a little bit worried about it puttering out. We'll see, though. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's very similar to last game overall, like how they want to play on Mad Kings. Instead of being a Bloodseeker, Adrian's now playing on the Dawnbreaker, and so there's still those mobility tools to be there. It's not the same as Bloodseeker. Like, you can't benefit as much off of the slight chain because like you're gonna have to be dealing with the cooldowns of your hammer. But overall, you're gonna be Solar Guardian in. You're looking for these like quick starts to fights between Marcy rebounding or the Sleight of Fist initiation being there. So. It should be a very similar pattern, I would think, for Mad Kings, and obviously they just had success with it. So,
yeah, I'll say if Mad Kings are able to 2-0 this series, they move pretty far up my list in terms of teams that might actually be able to make it to Singapore. They have put together 2 very dynamic drafts, and that like the ability to draft well can sometimes carry you through an event like this, even if you don't have that sort of continued experience. Also, the voice lines. The voice lines are good, Trent.
And they're doing it versus the Centaur, or the Magnus, rather. And he always has those elephant cosmetics, Not this time, unfortunately.
TikTok.
Some hero. Elephant is the best line in the Battle Pass, though. Can we agree on that? Like, of the sounds?
I haven't heard enough yet.
It's pretty good.
I want to believe that that's what it is. That's the best of them. It's pretty solid. Oh, careful. They're running on in. Well, we will see what ends up happening here as both teams get squared up, and
30 seconds to battle.
should be a trade-off of 2 apiece. Maybe something happens with Mariano throwing a spear down bottom here, but time will tell. Adrian nearby. A lot of heroes in the area.
Everyone's Whoever stands still in a Dota game, I can't even do this. I need to be like moving back and forth. They like all 4 heroes are static.
And right around the area where you would scout out for where the ward would spot him. Yes, they have to run away. Concussive shot down. The slow is there. Pablo has already used the rebound, and so in fact, Moose is able to get it. Might be in some trouble still since RM's on top of him.
I don't think he can
Pablo.
die. I mean, are they gonna? They need a full commit everything. Like Ember would have to turn around too. So I think he just runs away again.
Yeah, he's pretty quick. That is the truth. Yeah, TP's out. Nice play, nice play. And now Adrian is going to be 1v2 for a little bit while they make the move on down bottom for our man RM. Oh, and PP's going Exort.
Let's go. We got the Sun Strikes. We got the Skywrath Mage, right? We're going to have a ton of nuke damage coming out here from a single stun, as well as the RPs. Some Cataclysm action later on, perhaps. Can get pretty nasty here altogether. And another case of the Grandmaster. Moose, of course, the Grandmaster Earth Spirit. Couldn't carry them through it. Grinding out on the Skywrath Mage by the looks of it as well. But Grandmaster Invoker, one of the most... I actually believe he is the most Grandmastered hero. There are more Grandmaster Invokers than any other hero.
Yeah, Invoker is just, the Invoker players are scum. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's okay.
Only in pubs. They're wonderful if they're pro players. The thing that I'm interested in is the ABBA, except for D-Stones. The ABBA feels like it's going to be an interesting... An interesting answer for like the RP setup, right? Because like if you catch ABBA, he just pops ultis, Aphotic Shield, like one other person, and you've sort of countered that entire huge initiation with like Cataclysm.
Not if there's Ice Path.
That's true. That's a good point. Can't forget that.
I wonder. Wow. I wonder how Ice Path works with. Ours and Mike's not working. Wait, please. I presume that Ice Path, if it gets dispelled, you won't get stunned again. That seems like a safe assumption.
Yeah.
Should I test? I'm going to test it. Surely this couldn't end poorly, right? Disconnect.
Oh, good.
I'm pausing. We're ready to go. Okay, you just cast it, and I'll test just to make sure there's not something wrong with it after this is a fresh change.
You could just queue up a game if you wanted, probably. It'd be fine.
Yeah, you got this?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
You can cast off the feed.
I just need to convince someone else on the other team to go ABBA, though.
Ah, it's true. Good punches there. Getting the pushback onto one and only Prada. Pablo making his life very annoying. As RM takes some more damage there. It does have a good chunk of tangos, though, so he'll be fine. And up on the top side of the map, even though it looks bad for Arzent, the reality is it's a double wave pushing into him and should be able to clean up a good chunk of these last hits here. Did get a couple of denies along the way, but it should be fine.
All right, I can confirm that you will not get stunned again. So if he gets ABBA, doesn't matter if the Ice Path's still on the ground, you're all good. 10 out of 10.
Love it.
No problem, everybody. I got it covered. That's how it should work.
This lane is always so nice when you can just sort of free farm on the Enigma underneath your own tower. As Mariano takes a little bit of a tumble, some good damage there from Adrian.
I love playing this matchup, though. Oh, he missed the jump. That was perfect position up top there from Prada on the Jakiro. He might still be dead. I think he's okay.
Couple more punches. Yeah, Pablo's gonna give it up.
So he positioned himself close enough to the Eidolons that he missed the jumping on the rebound. So he didn't get the stun. Yeah. And then he just started running away after that. So well done by Prada. Still hurting, though, but has a lot of regen.
True. Yeah, and they don't quite have enough. Well, they can go for the double rebound and dispose again when the next time these Eidolons split here. Yuma dealing with them quite effectively with that Empower, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is something we haven't talked about. That idea of the dual breath as well versus it too, right? Because like he's able to use the Empower because they can't actually fight him. Because typically if you tried this as Magnus, then he might just like Malefice you and fight you with them. But they're so slow that they're not going to get any benefits, and they're not going to split.
Right. Well, also it's the sort of magic resistance versus physical damage being done, which
Yeah.
is a nice little answer for him. Feels like this is something that more people are theory crafting as just an answer to Enigma that's been kind of an issue for a while.
Yeah, and specifically in these qualifiers, it's like, again, we were talking about he was still undefeated. I wonder if that's still true, actually. Have we seen one lose today?
I haven't seen one, no.
He's 6-0, yeah, because our last one won. So, yeah, Enigma
was
has
Tavo.
still not lost a game.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's one of those things. This hero, like, when you don't even need the black hole for it to be really useful, it really makes the hero, like, insanely strong.
It's just crazy. He's been banned 32 times and picked 6 and wins all 6. You're just like, yeah, I guess, you know, those 32 other teams were right.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing, for sure. Little chase there through the side. Moose wants to move over and secure one of these, or at least deny them from double rune for the Ember. But you can see all across the map, Infinity doing a much better job of last hitting and laning in this one.
It's going to be interesting
Top
to
of the
see how they take advantage of this Exort Invoker in terms of like the Sunstrikes and stuff. Because like one thing they're going to have is just straight up alacrity bonuses with a mag who's empowering. That is a lot of just like plus and stack damage. But like typically we used to see a lot of like blink stun heroes when you had these Sunstrike and Solar Flare. Not Solar Flare. What the hell's this thing called? Mystic Flare builds. But that's it's all on Mariano or Pepita here to actually hit the spears to get that big damage. And that, of course, doesn't last that long. Nice kill.
Arzent goes down up top. And yeah, that's the thing, right? You'd love to be able to have the Sunstrike or a Mystic Flare combo together with like a Black Hole or, you know, even chains.
I mean, we'll have the
from
RP.
The
Like,
Ember.
that will be there. But yeah, you want something like faster.
Exactly. And also on a lower, faster in terms of like the pace that you can play it. Keep being able to do it over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, Centaur was always the go-to, you know?
Right. But that also is part of the reason why I feel like this ABBA pick is so nice, because you can just, you know, if he's nearby, you've got the shield, and then suddenly that combo doesn't matter anymore. Sunstrike won't happen.
Yeah, his positioning to be very key. He's going to be dealing with the arena, which he has to try and like work himself around and make sure he's getting those shields through, which typically is okay as long as you're on the same side. Nice jump through, double stun. Good play there from Pablo. He has to deal with tornadoes, and then also has to be like running through these ice paths too, so it could be a bit tough to get them off of this game for RM. Not as easy as Oracle.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
he's so good. He's insane. All right, so RM just faked warding that pillar. Okay, so Moose is gonna go back and he's gonna put a sentry on that pillar.
He did get one.
Oh, he tried. He tried so hard. No, I thought his bait was gonna work. All right, yeah. Oh, he's too big. His brain's too big.
You can't get 2 for 1.
Oh, my bad. Unintentional, I swear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I wonder if he had sentry that thing, would it have missed his ward? Probably not. I think it was dead anyway.
Yeah, it might have been just outside of range.
Yeah, that's all
There's
right.
a chance. Mid lane. They move on in, find the Invoker. Can they kill him off, though? Doesn't quite look like it. And in fact, with the Ice Wall down, kind of have to be careful. Although, level 6, more chase, more kill, looking for it. Doesn't hit the Sunstrike. And with more heroes in the area, Moose has to be careful, too. They lose the Jakiro up top to Arzent.
Was he the one who was CPing mid and just canceled it?
I think so. I think he got canceled
Yeah.
by the Enigma.
And just died.
And that also means he's going to have to walk back out to lane. Arena down bottom. And with Invoker dead and not having a Sunstrike, that means there is no kill here onto Dawnbreaker.
He's just rebounded and running in circles trying not to get sunstriked.
Wild.
Well, I'm surprised
Very
that Tokyo didn't go down, by the way. That was kind of frightening, that big of a dive. But,
Oh.
oh, there we go. Mariano.
Dude, this combo too, holy moly. Dawnbreaker with Marcy. If not for that spear, he dies right there.
Yeah. Well, they're still waiting on their timing for sure in terms of like that the rotations and the damage here from Infinity. I mean, they still haven't gotten a kill yet this game, but that's because they want the level 6 on Skywrath Mage, and they, of course, want some higher levels in the Exort with these Sunstrikes. Sunstrikes are now hitting for 300, though, so this kind of a situation,
Black
you know?
hole and goes in. The full combo. Adrian moves top, gets the finish.
Okay.
Dude, this is really clean play.
Dire's top tower
Yo, Mad
is
King's
under
kind
attack.
Oh.
of sick with it.
Radiant
Dude.
structures
Looking
That's what I'm
good.
saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, if they can pull off this 2-0, it's been partially play, but also, like, these drafts just feel really, really good. Very impressed.
Big TPs are coming up, though. Yuma's back in the zone. Moose is nearby as well. They're just diving.
Finds one, knows who he wants to get. Dead.
tower is under
Quickly dead. And
This
this
is-
tower is going to drop.
This is just Dawnbreaker. This is all Dawnbreaker wants to do,
Dire's
right?
top
Like,
tower has fallen.
constant battles, fighting you under your towers. Adrian's just recognizing how ridiculously strong he's at this point in the game, and he's just getting the absolute most out of it. We don't talk about that part. You know, sometimes he just gets stopped. It's fine.
Dire's bottom
That
tower
happens.
is under
He has
attack.
1,600 gold. Yeah, he is just buying out himself a lot of items here. He can't even decide what he wants. Wants his full wand first.
Yeah, he wants to finish off at least like one of the two components of the Echo Saber. But man, 9.5 minutes in, they are inhabiting all of the top net worths. I thought that it might be a move from Mad Kings into mid and try and kill the Invoker again. But they haven't decided to go that route. And PP actually going for the treads into drums bill for the Invoker.
Yeah, and they just smoked up here and ended up running into Pablo. Maybe they get him? No, yeah, okay, get the silence. No rebound. Nice grab. Okay, that was
And
kind of
Civ
close.
carrying that kill.
Dude, he almost got away. He was just about
Yeah.
to rebound onto those demonic conversions.
PP gets the Invis rune and will wisely be walking away after the fact.
Dire's middle
And
tower
the
is
entire
under
time that
attack.
this is going on, like bottom lane, Abba is just sitting here farming in the lane against Mariano. And in fact, if they're not careful, Mariano, he might go down here. Rebound forward, finds him. Quick hit, arena down. Will it be enough? Aphotic shield dead.
Big
He
turn, though.
makes the move, but the big RP connects onto both. Oh, that was sick. Good rotation and a triple kill for BP.
It's PP's hero. It's the Invoker. He's not going to get an ultra kill this early in the game, though, but that's just so necessary. He's been so good with the spears on Mariano. Like, to actually turn that around and give the opportunity for your teammates to come through and get that kill, they needed that so bad. Like, Moose wasn't level 6 yet. He just got that right now. And so he didn't have any options to, like, smoke around and get kills. He actually smoked up top at level 5 on Skywrath Mage, which feels, actually, he was level 4, which feels terrible, by
Radiant's
the way.
middle tower
Oh,
is
yeah.
Before the
under
tome was
attack.
coming out. And so that was a desperation move. Plus, that brought Yuma down here to get a kill, assist on a triple kill, and now he's just farming the ancient stacks that were here for him.
Yeah,
That's the best case
everything that
scenario.
he could want.
Yeah.
And now you do see another big move down bottom. Mariano still hanging out. They've already lost Prada.
Dire's structures
Dawnbreaker has
are
ulti available if they really wanted to go ham, but they're not going to opt for it. Instead, just allow Pablo to farm mid,
Dire's bottom
push the
tower
mid
is
wave a
under
little
attack.
bit here and there, and in fact also pressure down bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're really keeping this pressure on here. Very interesting. I mean, the Remnant is there, so, Jackie could just come back if he wants to, or Jachi, rather. Shokyo could come back if he wants to, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
they're just going to slowly let it go. And
Dire's
Yuma
top tower is
back
under
to the
attack.
farm game as that tower is getting pushed up top. Lots of stuff up here to grab in this top lane for this Magnus as he makes his way to that Blink Dagger and can hopefully have an impact starting these fights for his team. Because again, they really do need that.
Yeah,
And that's
he's
not
got to
good.
be able to be that engine.
I hate that when I play Mag. That's like the last role I want as Magnus is the initiator, Ever since like the
Right.
Horn Toss nerf, that role's hard.
Oh,
Oh, what
good
a tornado!
Dude, that was so close. He was dead otherwise.
Yes, 100%.
It was absolutely dead. Very well done. And this is now 4 people just down bottom from Mad Kings, sort of being held off continuously by the Invoker. They're eventually going to get this tower. but it is going to kind of
he's
come at a
too
cost
good.
in
He's too
fact
good.
the deny. Oh, PP right on top of it. Sunstrike already used. They bring down Adrian and trying to find this finish on the moves here. Can they bring him down? I mean, they have Black Hole, but you don't want to use it.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
Damn,
so
dude.
while that was happening, bottom lane, you got the Arena Spear into the Mystic Flare for the kill onto the Dawnbreaker.
Pablo?
So, you know,
Turn, unleash, PP. Disarm, chase. Ice Path down, but Remnants through it. Doesn't care, gets the finish. So
he's
Invoker
dead.
goes down. They're going to have another slight here in just a moment, and yeah. They find two. Back and forth we go.
oh, Infinity finally getting on the board, and then that happens.
Yeah. He was
Now
feeling
they-
himself a little bit too much.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
it certainly was. Now you know there's no arena, so they can freely surround the tower. It'll be on Yuma on the big blinks.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And like you said before, though, it's going to be the borrowed time. Pop that, Fox Shield someone else. Get out of the big RP chain stuns. And hope that you don't get followed up on right away by an Ice Path.
Yeah, that's going to need to be their recipe for success. And it's not easy. The way that they need to sort of cycle those spells through, they all need to be in the right position together. And I mean, if you're blinking ahead as the Magnus, right, then inherently the Ice Path might just be a little bit too far for it to end up getting there in time. We'll see. Only
Yeah, it's
1 point
a-
in Ice Path, too.
Yeah, I know. He went 3 points in Dual Breath, which is kind of intense. Typically, that means like, to me that you want to spend some time on the lanes. But I feel like with their lack of control, the Ice Path would be really nice to get leveled up.
Probably ends up taking it eventually here. But still waiting to finish off that Blink Dagger on Yuma. As Mad Kings, they just haven't given up anything on the map. No tier 1 towers taken, while all of the tier 1 towers are gone for infinity.
Radiant are scanning.
But not opting to push the tempo too much more right now on Radiant. Waiting to get into the BKB for Jackie Tokyo.
I'm so stressed for Yuma and so are Infinity. There's smoke protecting him.
Yeah.
They're literally waiting for the gank. And they almost have it.
The gank is up top, though. Or rather, down bottom. PP gets jumped on. Ice Path coming a bit too late, but it might still be enough. Tornado does not connect onto Ember. Sunstrike won't do what they need. They
Oh, no, I
get
missed
the
the
kill
RB.
on the Enigma, and at the same time, they move on in. Dawnbreaker trying to bring down one. Yuma, he's
no.
gone. So
Oh, it
you
was a
find the
disaster.
kill onto the Enigma, but it comes at a cost.
Oh, Gabe. Oh, no. He thought about RPing the Dawnbreaker when she came in, and then he didn't, and then he decided he was going to, and then he missed the RP. And then, so of course, then they can't go over the Mystic Flare play after, and it's a bit of a disaster there. But, like, yeah, they did get the Enigma, but a trade for your Invoker is not going to be worth it for them, I don't think. I think they need a massive acceleration for PP still.
Yeah. No, it's tough. He's 4-3-1, and like going for this drums build after the treads, trying to get now into a BKB. You'd want more out of this point in the game. I feel like it's just not happening.
I didn't believe in the Mad Kings. I don't know. I'm being converted here. I'm ready
They're looking
to
solid.
pledge my loyalty. I'm ready to become a serf to their kingdom. I'll till the fields. I'll plow the land. Just let me in. I
See if
believe
it
now.
happens.
Radiant's middle tower.
Don't put
I mean-
my head on a pike.
To be fair, too, like you look at the other teams that are here, and obviously there are really solid ones, but every team that's left in this tournament, like, you know, has flaws in them, have something where you could be improved upon. It's just the nature of Dota, right? But
We all have flaws,
Yep.
Gabe.
Is under attack.
Thank you for
Exactly.
recognizing that.
Radiant's bottom tower
And like,
is under attack.
there's definitely a pathway here for any of the 9 teams that are remaining to make it to Singapore. And Infinity, if they want to make it happen, they've got to start pulling some things together here, making some solid moves,
Radiant's bottom tower.
because
They just-
your Mars
they
is
need-
starting to fall behind.
Like, they just need the nastiest plays. It's just that, like, this kind of stuff, you know? They need things to just be completely perfect. And unfortunately,
wasn't.
they're not quite getting there.
Nope.
And that's, in a nutshell, is what we're talking about, though, when it comes to the Sunstrike combos. Like, this is just not reliable, the setup they have.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and particularly when you've got these slippery heroes, whether it be Marcy, whether it be Dawnbreaker, Ember, the slipperiest of them all. And then later on, you've also got a way to stop and combo break with the Abba. And look, he's going for a Blink Dagger next.
Oh, it's so
You
good.
know, it's really, really good.
It's just recognition of, like, the problem with the hero, right? All it is the range and, like, getting through some of these terrain obstacles that are going to be there. And if he, like, blinks into the arena for the big save, I'm going to go crazy. Sheen's definitely...
Spear.
Oh, no, he didn't get the spear.
Jumps in, dispose for round 2. Mystic Flare, Sunstrike, pretty good. Can they find any more? Abba needs to get
Like
out of there.
arena.
Slow down,
the islands.
burning, dying. And they do eventually kill him off. So the 2 supports fall. Can they
Mariano
find,
wants it.
Ooh,
He wants it.
Blink at one, jumps in, catches them all. Oh, that's good. That's real good. Oh my God, they're all dying. Holy moly. Coming back in just a second, though. In round 2, this might be worse. Jackie Tokyo chasing through, looking for some finishes. Thinks about it. Wants to go in for more. Oh, wait, but the blink ends up interrupting the rebound. Big old hit comes out. Adrian just has to run away. Okay, that was wild.
I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. I actually can't believe he hit that RP. That was insane.
I can't believe they walked all together.
They
holding
really
hands
did. Oh, here
up.
we go, the replay. Oh. Oh, man. I was so sad that the Mars didn't have a spear. Or didn't have the
Yeah.
shard. I was like, imagine he
Yeah.
had shard right now. This would be so sick.
Yeah.
The big skewers. Oh, my God. They got that Aegis so fast. And the Dawnbreaker, it was just gone. Then they're in, like, full-on panic mode at this point. And then they
Right.
try and get the fight back after, and they just barely escape with help of the Ice Path, too, plus the pullout. It's like, woo. Easy.
I
Oh,
mean,
my God.
I think that that's about the best case scenario you can get. They bought back on the Abba, too. 4 heroes for 1 in the end. But do they end up translating that into anything else? They only got the tier 1 tower bottom.
That's okay. It's space for Invoker. Invoker's catching back
Okay.
up. You know, Invoker just
Okay.
needs his levels, right? We're going to get there. Everything will be
That's fair.
fine. He's got the Grove Bow for that big damage. They have a renewed sense of vigor because you're saying to yourselves, all right, guys, we just got to hit a big RP. We can do this if I hit a big RP. But you don't actually think you're going to hit the big RP. It was like he was the dog chasing the cars, and he actually caught a car, and he ate it. He's like, oh, my
Yeah.
God, this car is made of dog food.
It's
That was him
delicious.
when he hit that RP.
It's so good. Once it hits your lips. Oh, this is a little bit rough for him, though, here.
A little rough for the dog.
Mariano. Nah, they're just going to get 1 kill here. Is inside. Yeah, it's good.
He's like, my mouse is working. I'm out of there. Maybe I was under a ward. Maybe. I mean, that ward's
Yeah.
dead at least.
That's true.
You'll take that, right?
What's funny about this is that, like, Sky, if you look at Dawnbreaker, she's like, "Rah!" You know? But Skywrath Mage just unfazed.
He is totally unconcerned with his bodily harm.
Yeah.
Go
Just
when ready.
no worries until the donk.
Will it kill?
Yeah.
That was a pretty easy will it kill.
That
We
was a
got
good
to
one.
bet all the points.
What a time to pause.
Sometimes the magic just happens, you know?
Yeah. It's true.
All right, we have the plus 125 rebound cast / jump range talent now taken here from Pablo. So we got to watch if he ever misses by 125.
Okay. Love that.
Yeah, the old overshoot.
Can be dangerous.
You just get a little too excited by this fresh new range. You just want to try it out a little bit.
They find anybody down here?
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower
again, this is
under
what
attack.
you want to do if you're Jakiro. Hello. Yeah, they'll find him. If they had a Legion commander.
My problem with Ember is that I would refuse to do like he's so smart when he scouts the tree line because he does the slight and then if it hits, he just remnants in and Searing Chains. Whereas I try and be Dr. Cool. I'm like, oh, I'll just hit it. I'm not gonna miss it.
Well, Dr. Cool, they're coming to bring some more pain here. Can they get him? Mariano spots one. Arzent gets him down. Caught. Mystic Flare dead. He'd be the one that gets the finish. Jackie Tokyo, they run in, find two now, try and get some more here. Dawnbreaker, jump, RP onto both, still on the south side. The Mars is dying, but it looks like Magnus gets away.
Yeah, he has to go for the BKB TP. He actually, he got tossed into a double RP, but it didn't matter. It's just him RPing. It was almost like a bait at that point. He just doesn't have the damage to do anything despite being the position one. Unfortunately, it's not quite there. And PP not able to get there as well. But the BKB's down for the Ember, right? And now he is contesting near PP. So maybe this is something that PP can capitalize on.
Good tornado
that was a great
again.
tornado.
Dude, how does he keep getting those?
I don't know. He's
honestly.
insane.
Sun, strike.
Oh, you're dead.
Pablo,
You tried.
Phonic shield.
Oh, no.
Dude, big win. Big win. PP has to pop the BKB. And they take down Jackie Tokyo. Remnant out and away. Yuma pulls him back in. Skewer. Phonic shield. He couldn't get it off in time. Oh, the sleight of fist messed him up.
Oh, no. They flew close to the sun.
It's dangerous, but the black hole there, it's not good enough. The spear immediately stops it. Mystic Flare pushes him in closer. And they're all dying one by one. Adrian. Oh, they don't have anything to break it. They came too late.
Blink spear.
Damn. Chase.
Oh, no.
Pablo, run. Able to sidestep that one. And that should be Marcy out of there. Although,
this is why she doesn't wear the armor, you know?
Wait, what? There were so many places she could have gone. But ends up dying there, unfortunately.
It was all bait?
Turn. Adrian thinking about it. Tornado out. PP finding. Push back.
What is
Phonic
happening?
shield interrupted. The fight keeps on going. They buy back on Marcy. Sunstrike there. Adrian lives. Oh, the luminosity. It's good. They kill off the Mars. Kill the bag.
How did both teams overextend?
It is something that doesn't seem possible, but it did happen.
This all goes back to when PP had that cool tornado that almost killed Pablo, but the Phonic shield came out, but then that sent in the Ember, and then there was no Phonic shield for Ember, and then Ember dies, and then there's a full-on chase down, and somehow Mars and Magnus die in the end of it all.
Yeah, that's so nuts. That's crazy. That's 2 times now that he is like absolutely at the very last second been able to get that tornado out on Marcy before she lands.
Yeah. It's insane. It looks so cool every time. I think I always dead. No, whoosh.
Yeah. Doesn't happen.
All right. Well, bright side, they have RP when it comes back up. So that will be a tool. We also have PP working on that Agnums. It could be a while.
Yeah.
But in combination with the RP, you know, we'll have ourselves our pseudo faceless void cataclysm situation here.
True. Well, 3,000 gold lead, and Roche capable of respawning in about a minute. Now, he's thinking about it, but PP decides not to go. Instead, they run into the Jakiro, who is going to get chased down here. Do they quite find him? Yes, they do. Quick little unleash, quick couple punches, and on the killing spree. Got Deso Dawnbreaker. Super scary.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
4 stacks already. They keep coming. And this is all pre-BKB as well, of course. Like, I actually love that part about the Dawnbreaker shard. Because I feel like the shard helps me get over, like, the first hump before, like, you want to buy a BKB, you know? You can, like, get these damage items, but if you're just, like, really good, you can, like, skill it. And it's easier in the earlier parts of the game versus some of the abilities. When there's less mobility and everything, like, you can kind of get away with just, like, activating it on reaction with a Starbreaker and getting something cool with the magic community. And then you get your BKB later. And then, of course, you're chaining them together, and it just feels ridiculous when you have the charges later on in the game.
Yeah.
She's a very cool hero.
The one danger in this moment is going to be dealing with Moose. If Sky can get a sort of beat it in it does become a big problem for the Dawnbreaker in the core role, but we'll see. And also, has disassemble on Echo Saber into BKB in just a second if needed.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. It's like a jug essentially, right? 'Cause you're trying to play Juggernaut. You're trying to be cool.
Yeah, he's spinning. Spin to win.
No disassemble required. Big Echo Saber fan here, says Adrian.
And everybody gonna be bouncing around the Roche Pit area. Abba was walking around within vision of this ward that's up on the high ground, but the other really good ward you see placed down, and it's spotting everything that Affinity is doing right now. Like, they literally have vision on all of it. And I think this could be a smoke up moment for him there. Dude, this ward.
You have to, yeah. This is just
this
too
ward
strong right now.
It gives them everything. They spot both of them. Arzent looking, jumps in, finds the Remnant onto both. They try and catch him, but the black hole comes out immediately broken, and then the RP, the turn! Oh, Yuma's still dropping so quickly, though. Adrian with the BKB reveal is too much damage. Jakiro focused and killed by Pablo. The Aphotic Shield making it work together with both of them. And PP tries to get out, but the support, yeah, that's definitely a support hero. Just decimated that Invoker. 4 dead. Dude, what a ward.
Wards win games. Yeah, how does that Marcy do 3,149 damage, by the way? With her, look at her items.
Yeah.
Like, excuse me?
Same amount of damage just about as the Dawnbreaker. Yeah, it's not there, but it was
punched Invoker for 1,200 damage. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's way too much. All right, who placed that ward? I want to see.
Ooh,
all right, RM, RM, the one and only.
RM, the god. And the way he's playing these fights, too, where he's, like, sitting up front because, I mean, I'm sure the ABBA players out there know whenever your borrow time is active, you just don't take any damage, so you get a guaranteed blink out of it, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So just in case, he can play a little bit aggressive.
They don't want to give this up if they can avoid it. RM, they catch him, but immediately pops ulti, runs into all of them, says, yes, fight me. Yeah, catches one. Revenant forward, he is dead. But the whole rest of Infinity might be too, as they chase him down. A good combo, though. Oh, that meatball hurts. BKB out, chases in, wants Yuma, finds Yuma, punches, and wants to bring down Yuma. Will it be enough? Skewer off to the side, but eventually he will die. PP moves in, has the BKB. Adrian pops the BKB, chases forward, finds Prada. Nowhere left to go. A triple kill for the Dawnbreaker. Everybody dead with no buyback. It's just poor old Invoker left at the end.
All right, well, like I said, guaranteed blink out there for RM. I mean, I didn't read the terms and conditions where if you're stunned, that you're not going to be able to do that. But it's okay, because it's set up for everything else. The rest of the team just follows through. They somehow find a second fight on the back of that ward, by the way, just saying. Kind of insane. And now we have an Invoker who, this is every Invoker's dream scenario as far as I can tell, right? Whenever I'm watching these Invokers in their pubs, they want to be the lone warrior. They want to be the Ryu. They want to be doing their Street Fighter impression, the World Warrior, and he's ready. He's getting that Aghanims. He's going to carry the team all by himself. He's always searching for the greater battle. This is your moment. If there ever was a moment for you Invoker players out here, this is your champion. It is PP.
He's got to do it.
It's what most of the Invokers in my games are tagged as well. Just, some variation.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sometimes makes sense. Various languages and.
Yeah, I got you there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Man, what a turnaround though, and again something that feels so different from what people would probably expect coming into this. Div 1 team playing against Div 2, but in South America, anything can happen. And when you sort of put together a draft like Mad Kings have, the sky's the limits.
All right, is the new Eidolon thing really that bad? I
mean, apparently they gave it to freaking Abaddon.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Marcy had a shard, so I don't know what's going on in this game. He wants the really cool plays.
That's a good point. Throw the target
I guess it is,
instead of rebounding off.
It is cooler now, right?
Yeah.
Because that target then stuns.
Yeah. Remnant. Dead. Just trying whatever they can at this point. BKB backpacked for Adrian. And TP's moving in. Mariano moves. Do they get caught? No, instead it's PP. Oh my god. Dude. They wrecked him.
It's just a beatdown. It's just, she does 1,500 damage just off Starbreaker. It's 1,581.
That's so
yeah,
nuts.
Sidekick Beeg. Beeg spell.
You have that together with the -1 attacks for Luminosity, so you're always hitting it on Starbreaker now.
Yeah.
That's so good. Well, they are ready to call it good and keep going for more.
Now I want to see this
Delicious.
ABBA with like Aghanims and like Alacrity and like Empower stuff. I mean, obviously I know they're not on his team this game, but like the idea of those individual miscoils also doing like the damage, that sounds so cool.
Very neat. I wonder if you can hurt your team with it.
I don't think so, but we'll see. You know, we'll try it.
Probably.
So that's why that doesn't work. 'Cause
PP.
it doesn't hit enemies. I see what you're throwing down. I got excited. Yeah.
Mariano.
Good one. Yeah.
Gotta be careful. Chase. RP onto the solo Ember, but the black hole turnaround, theirs is a little bit better. Destruction raining down on Infinity, and Ember just continues to run in. Doesn't even care. Has buyback ready, does end up dying. Maybe he should care, because they have not won this game yet. They are close, but everybody's getting fairly low here. The turn, the stun. Pablo wants to run in, dispose, unleash, punch, falling, dead. So they kill off 2 more, 3 gone. Adrian just runs in, gets the Luminosity crit, and that's the extra bit of regen that she needs, but eventually dies to the Aegis. With all the heroes buying back, Mad Kings, they feel like the end is in sight, and they're ready to end this game here as they move on forward for the tier 4 towers.
The Dark Moon is still there. He's escaping these fights, full HP, running back. They can't quite control the Invoker. He has the Cataclysm back on, like, it's like 20 seconds, 25 seconds-ish.
It's got to get there. They need it. They need it now, but it's coming too late. They move in. They take down that Jakiro again. Tier 4 tower falling. Infinity. This is their hopes and dreams. This is the entire year. Everything leading up to this series, wanting to move on, make it to TI. But it's not looking like it's going to be enough as they set their sights on the throne, walk forward, take down the Skywrath Mage, moves dead again. They get the stun, the pull back forward, and PP eventually gonna die. GG, well played, good luck further. It hurts to see it, but Mad Kings, they dismantle it. Always sucks to see people get eliminated for Infinity, but you gotta give a shout out to Mad Kings. They must be freaking over the mood.
Yeah, I am really impressed with how they played this series. Like you said, like the game 1, the draft, very innovative, starting with the Ember and the Zeus and going for that flex with the 4 Ember and not making it look like just like a meme. Like it looked really solid.
Right.
And then they go into game 2, they have the Ember again, they play it mid and they kind of crush with it. And now for the rest of this qualifier, teams are going to look at this and be like, oh, what do we do with this Ember? This has become an issue now in the draft.
Yeah, that flexibility, it's really dangerous. And that brings us to 8. That's 8 teams that are total going to be left over here. We'll take a look real quickly at the scoreboard from this one to just sort of give a idea of how much they were able to do in that game with these like double cores. Adrian on the Dawnbreaker, immaculate game. This Dawnbreaker performance was really sick.
Yeah, and this was after the Bloodseeker as well, just really playing well off of the enabling of the other heroes on his team. Like in game 1, he was constantly chasing down based off the position for Ember, and now in this game, he has the Ember in the mid as well as Pablo in the Marcy. Marcy just great gameplay from Pablo. Like exactly what you want to see from this hero. It didn't matter if the items weren't really there. Like eventually gets a Blink Dagger, but it felt completely inconsequential, whatever items Pablo had. We saw the damage that he's outputting on this hero and the positioning and the constant catches. And even a few little saves in those engagements there too with the tosses. And it felt like Infinity's, despite massive amount of team fight, never really came online.
No, it's true. And I think that there were so many reasons for that. And you talked about the the sort of lack of simple way to start a fight, the lack of a simple way to like set up those 2 combos. And then when already it's a little bit hard to like pull off that combination, whether it's a spear or RP or something, you also add the AB into the mix. It becomes impossible.
Yeah, and I think that part of that, like, they had the heroes in a sense because, like, Mariano on the Mars, that's one of the best things that Mars can do is that it's a fairly reliable hero in the lane. It can flex to other lanes, sometimes even rolls, and it can go over these blink arenas and stuff. But the positioning that they had on Mad Kings to be aware of that, number one, the vision. We talk about how it won them games, but Arsene was constantly using the Eidolons throughout the entire games. Just like once he was out of the laning stage, I always saw him microing to the side of the fights. He was watching for Mariano, and he canceled his blink a couple times too. And that just like ruins the game at that point. So it's just way too impressive from them. And just a great day of Dota. And I can't wait to see some of that upper bracket stuff tomorrow to find out who's definitely going to Singapore one way or another.
That's right. I mean, those are going to be the interesting things. Again, we're finishing off today. There are still 4 more best of 3s that are going to take place tomorrow. 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. Upper bracket decides who are going to be top 3. Lower bracket decides the extent of top 6 because we're going from 8 to 6 tomorrow. And then the next couple of days, we're going to figure out all of the teams from South America that are going to be competing in Singapore. But for now, at least, I think that's going to call it for today, Mr. Trent. You lovely audience out there. Hope you all enjoyed. And we'll be back again tomorrow to see some more action, the TI-11 regional qualifiers. See you then.
We'll be right back.